If you're uncomfortable with themes of heavy angst and dark, toxic relationships, I kindly suggest you exit without leaving any negative comments about the story. Thank you for understanding. Also, it's a book and a book should stay as a book. Author do not support any of the actions of abuse here. This book contains dark themes, violence, a lot of drama, lots of suspense, and some manipulative characters. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be copied, shared, or sent in any way, including photocopying, recording, or other methods, without written permission from me. This book is a work of fiction. The names, characters, businesses, places, and events are either made up by me or used in a fictional way. Any similarity to real people, living or dead, or real events is purely accidental. Once again, it's a fictional book, and a fictional book should stay as fictional.
Crystal's POV. Knock knock. The sound of the door echoed in the dim hallway. I quickly turned to Mrs. Blackwell, who stood at the door, her sharp eyes looking me up and down. Her cold expression made my heart race. Without saying anything, she stepped outside, expecting me to follow her like always, and I did. The morning air was crisp and cold, sending shivers down my spine as I stepped into the chill of the early hour. It was only 5 in the morning, and maybe the world was still asleep, except for me and, of course, Mrs. Blackwell. We entered the kitchen, the heart of the mansion, filled with the smells of old wood and spices. She walked away, and I nodded to her as she settled into a chair, her posture regal and imposing. The 6 maids working in the kitchen paused to glance at me, their faces a mix of curiosity and pity before they returned to their tasks. "All out," Mrs. Blackwell ordered, her voice cold and commanding. The maids bowed their heads and left the room, leaving just the 2 of us alone. I took a deep breath and glanced at Mrs. Blackwell, accepting her silent command to start working. My heart raced as I reached for a pan, my fingers trembling slightly as I gathered the ingredients: vegetables, spices, and oil. I started with washing the vegetables. The cold water splashed against my hands, sending shivers yet contrasting with the small warmth that still clung to my body from the night before. With the stove lit, I poured oil into the pan, and the satisfying sizzle filled the air as I added the vegetables. I kept my head down, avoiding Mrs. Blackwell's piercing gaze, which I felt boring into my back. I could sense her watching me, making sure I did everything right. When the food was finally ready, I turned to face her. "It's done," I said softly, my words barely above a whisper. She hummed in acknowledgement, her approval as cold as the morning breeze. "Okay, now go to your room." I bowed my head, grateful for the small mercy, and hurried out of the kitchen, eager to escape her presence. Once I reached inside my room, I collapsed onto the bed, pulling the blanket around me like a shield. The chill of the morning still lingered in my bones, and my cold, bare feet fumbled against each other, desperately seeking warmth. I closed my eyes, allowing the darkness to envelop me as I drifted back to sleep. Hours later, I woke up to the sound of water running. The warmth of the sun filtered through the curtains, casting soft patterns on the floor. With a groan, I stepped into the shower, letting the warm water wash away the traces of my fever and leftover sleep. After my shower, I dressed in a simple black top and loose white pants, tying my hair back in a braid. I made my way downstairs, taking a deep breath and preparing for whatever awaited me. In the dining room, Mr. Blackwell sat with a newspaper in hand, his brow furrowed as he scanned the headlines. When he noticed me, he lowered the paper slightly, his sharp gaze assessing my appearance. "How is your health?" he asked, his tone almost casual, but I could sense the underlying coldness. "It's better," I replied, my eyes falling to the floor, shuffling my feet as I tried to slip past him. "The doctors are coming at noon," he added, his eyes locking onto mine, waiting for a response. I nodded slowly, letting the words sink in. Before saying I understand. Just as I was about to escape, Mrs. Blackwell emerged from her room, her presence demanding attention. She sat beside her husband, her gaze drifting toward me. "I think she is ready," Mrs. Blackwell stated, her voice filled with an unsettling certainty. My heart sank at her words. I clenched my fists, trying to hide the fear that washed over me. The unspoken silence hung in the air, thick and heavy. Mr. Blackwell nodded in agreement, his face unreadable. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man, around 24, walked with a cigarette hanging from his lips. He moved with confidence, his gaze icy and intense. His black robe flowed behind him, giving off an aura of dominance that could silence anyone. "You came earlier than I expected," he said in a deep voice, his eyes focused on the woman standing at the bottom of the stairs. She met his gaze, her steps slow and purposeful, each one heavy with intent. "Yeah, I thought I wouldn't keep you waiting today," she replied, brushing her blonde hair back, a seductive smile on her lips. As he reached her, he gripped her waist tightly, pulling her close, leaving no space between them. "You look stunning," he whispered, his eyes roaming over her figure, lingering on her red lips and the tight dress that clung to her curves. "I know, Kian," she responded, her voice sultry, challenging him with her blue eyes. "Should we go now?" he asked, his voice low and husky, tightening his grip around her. "Should we?" she teased, matching his intensity, her own gaze fierce as it met his. With a sharp breath, he tore the red dress, the fabric ripping apart as she gasped, a mix of anger and excitement flashing in her eyes. "Kian, I just bought it," she shouted, clearly upset. "I'll get you another one," he replied nonchalantly, swiftly removing her bra and panties, letting them drop to the floor. He opened his robe, kissing her belly, his breath hot against her skin, before lifting her effortlessly and thrusting into her without warning. The room filled with their sounds, desperate gasps and moans as they lost themselves in one another, primal and raw. They kissed hungrily, their mouths moving against each other with wild abandon, as if the world outside had faded away. Back to Crystal. Mrs. Blackwell's words kept playing in my head. "I think she is ready." What did that mean for me? Is Kian coming? I was scared to find out. I quickly took out a book and let myself drown in the small letters. The only time I felt okay was when I was alone in my room, surrounded by my books, getting lost in stories that felt much better than my own life. At noon, the sound of the door opening broke my quiet time. I felt my heart race as I sat up on the edge of my bed. Mrs. Blackwell walked in, looking serious, followed by a man in a white coat with a stethoscope around his neck. "Hello, Crystal," the doctor said with a kind smile, but I could tell he was keeping his distance. I nodded but couldn't speak. "Let's see how you're feeling today," he said, stepping closer to check on me. I could feel Mrs. Blackwell watching me closely, reminding me that I was under her watchful eye. As the doctor checked my heartbeats and temperature, I tried to relax, but the tension in the room was thick. "You're looking better," he said as he listened to my beats. "But I still want you to rest as much as you can. Don't forget to take your medicines." And with that, they were all gone, leaving me in my room. Mrs. Blackwell strictly ordered me to rest, and I was glad. Closing my eyes, I let myself drift into sleep. I sighed, looking out the window as the cold breeze stung my face. My hair flowed wildly, caught in the wind coming through the open window. The snowy road stretched endlessly, its beauty undeniable, but my eyes refused to focus on it. My thoughts were too loud, too consuming, trembling through me with every passing second. Today, they were taking me to the mansion, the real one where they lived, Mr. Well, Mrs. Well, and him. Just the thought of stepping into that place made my stomach churn. At least here, in this smaller house, the maids treated me like a person, at least when Mr. and Mrs. Well weren't around. They spoke to me, smiled even. But now, everything would change. New place, new people. Maybe cruel, like the ones I already knew. "Stop sighing every second, Crystal," Mrs. Well's sharp voice pulled me out of my thoughts. She sat beside me, her posture stiff and commanding. "Can I not marry him?" I whispered, barely audible, not wanting to anger her but desperate to ask. Her laugh was cold, almost amused, like I told a ridiculous joke. Realizing my mistake, I quickly added, "Sorry," lowering my head as I clutched my dress tightly. Mrs. Well shifted closer, her presence suffocating. "Stop those ridiculous thoughts of running away," she hissed, her voice dripping with malice. "Trust me, you won't like the consequences. Burned feet from hot iron rods, much worse than your last punishment." Her words sent shivers through me, and I fought to keep the tears from spilling. I remembered too well what had happened the last time I dared to disobey. It was the day they caught me sneaking into Mr. Well's office to use his phone. I had dialed an unknown number, hoping a stranger might hear me and call for help. But the line just rang and rang. Before I could try again, someone yanked my hair, throwing me to the floor. Slaps rained down on me, one after another, sharp and merciless. I had begged for mercy, but Mrs. Well didn't stop until my face was red and stinging. Then, they dragged me to the dark room. That room. The first time, it had been cockroaches crawling all over me. Then mice, then snakes, each time something worse. But the scorpions, those were the worst. They weren't poisonous, but their bites left small, stinging wounds that burned long after they were gone. I had tried to brush them off, but they just kept coming. Blinking away the memory, I wiped the warmth of tears from my cheeks and nodded silently. I turned back to the window, trying to focus on the passing scenery instead of the heaviness in my chest. The car slowed as it reached a narrow path lined with flowers and tall trees. The air grew cooler, sharper, as we approached the mansion. A massive black iron gate loomed ahead, intricate designs twisting through the metal. 2 guards in red uniforms stepped forward, opening it. As we passed through, my heart sank further. The mansion was enormous, its grey walls trimmed with dark grey and white accents. Soft yellow lights illuminated the exterior, making it look almost magical. But to me, it was just another cage, grander, more extravagant, but a cage nonetheless. I glanced back, watching the gate disappear in the distance. My chest tightened with the urge to run, but there was nowhere to go. When the car stopped at the entrance, 2 guards opened the doors. I stepped out, adjusting my sky blue gown and lace gloves. "Let's go," Mr. Well ordered. I followed, my legs heavy with dread. Inside, maids in spotless white uniforms lined up, their heads bowed. One of them stepped forward, her smile polite yet cautious. "Welcome back, sir, ma'am," and her gaze landed on me, uncertain. "She's my son's soon-to-be wife, Crystal," Mrs. Well said coldly. "She is not to speak to anyone here. I expect you to enforce that, Ella. Make sure she follows the rules. I'll let you know what she can do and cannot do." "Understood." "Yes, ma'am," Ella replied, her tone professional. "Show her to the room beside Keon's," Mr. Well added. My eyes widened for a moment, but I quickly masked my reaction. I didn't want to draw any more attention to myself. "This way, Miss Crystal," Ella said, gesturing for me to follow. I picked up the hem of my gown as we climbed the stairs. The dress felt heavy, as if it were dragging me down even more. Ella stopped at a white door, opening it to reveal a room so beautiful, it took my breath away. The walls were painted a soft cream, and the furniture was a perfect blend of white and gold. A large glass window let in streams of natural light, and the bathroom, Ella explained, was luxurious beyond anything I'd ever seen. But as I stood there, all I could see was another cage. This one wasn't silver, it was gold. It sparkled and shone, trying to disguise the fact that I was still trapped. Ella left after showing me everything, and I sat on the bed, its fluffy cream comforter sinking under me. My reflection stared back at me from the mirror, a pale, tired face marked by misery. A knock interrupted my thoughts. Mrs. Well stood in the doorway, luggage in hand. "These are your clothes. Change into something comfortable. And don't you dare try anything I won't like," she warned before leaving. I opened the suitcase to find black sweatpants and a hoodie. Grabbing them, I stepped into the bathroom. The warm water from the bath soothed me, offering a brief moment of calm. Once dressed, I lay on the bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin. The softness enveloped me, and for the first time in 2 days, what felt like forever, I drifted into a dreamless sleep. The next morning. "He's coming, Crystal." "I don't want any mistakes," Mrs. Well said sharply from the sofa, her eyes glued to her phone. I nodded silently, my heart pounding as her words sank in. Keon's POV. "Today, Mom called me again. The topic, my goddamn marriage. For fuck's sake, how many times do I have to tell her I don't want to marry and not to that fucking uneducated slave of ours?" The thought alone made my blood boil. She's a pathetic mess, always crying and clinging to the walls of our home like some forgotten ghost. What spell has she cast on my parents to make them so desperate to see me shackled to her? It's almost laughable how blind they are. Mom and Dad, the people who should know me best, actually think I'd agree to tie myself to that miserable excuse of a woman. But no. This ends now. I need a plan to stop this insanity for good. I was lost in my thoughts when Rose strutted into the room, her curves flaunting through the thin fabric of her dress. She looked as hot as ever, and her presence was always a distraction I welcomed. Without hesitation, she sauntered over, plopped herself on my lap, and looped her arms around my neck. "What's wrong, Daddy?" she purred, her tongue gliding along my jawline. An idea sparked in my mind. A devilish smirk tugged at my lips. "Hey, gorgeous. We're going to my family's home, and you'll act as my lover," I ordered, gripping her waist firmly. Her mischievous eyes widened with delight. "Why act, Daddy? I already love you." "Don't you love me too?" she teased, pulling my hands from her waist and sliding my fingers into her mouth. She sucked on them like the good little slut she was, her tongue swirling as if she knew exactly how to drive me insane. I hummed, letting her continue, my dark thoughts momentarily dulled by her antics. Maybe I did love her. Or maybe I just loved the control I had over her. Either way, she served her purpose. Hours later, we sat in my private jet, the tension still crackling between us after an intense round of fucking. Rose was curled up in the seat beside me, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders as she dozed off. Rose was insatiable, desperate to be taken, and I loved every second of it. She thrived on my dominance, craving the pain I inflicted as much as the pleasure. She was a masochist, and I was her perfect match, a sadist who took what he wanted without a second thought. The plane touched down in Emberlands, the city that belonged to my father, Tsar Blackwell. As I stepped out, the familiar scent of home filled my lungs. Emberlands wasn't just a city, it was a kingdom built on blood and fire, with my father reigning as its ruthless king. Years ago, this place was nothing more than a wasteland. But now it was a thriving empire. My father had clawed his way to power, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake, and I was proud to follow in his footsteps. My life was carved out of chaos and violence, and I loved it. Every shattered life, every broken bone, every drop of blood spilled, it was all worth it to see the world bend to my will. Holy shit, Rose whispered, her eyes widening as the car approached our estate. I chuckled at her reaction. The sprawling mansion never failed to impress. Let's go, I said, smirking as I stepped out of the car. Rose's eyes darted around, taking in the opulence. Can I steal something, she asked, her voice dripping with greed. Control yourself, bitch, I snapped, my tone cold enough to make her flinch. She knew better than to test my temper. It had landed her in the hospital more than once. We entered the house, and I was immediately greeted by my parents. Mom threw herself into my arms, tears streaming down her face as she clung to me. I missed you so much, my boy, she cried, peppering my cheeks with kisses. Dad, however, wasn't as emotional. His sharp eyes zeroed in on Rose. Who is she, he asked, his voice devoid of warmth. She's my girlfriend, Rose Wilson, I said smoothly, pulling Rose close to me. The room fell silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. My parents exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable. Rose, oblivious as ever, fidgeted in her seat, her gaze darting to the expensive antiques around the room. Dad, I began, but he cut me off sharply. Ella. He barked, his voice echoing through the hall. I frowned, my jaw tightening as an old maid scurried upstairs. My eyes followed her as she disappeared into a room near mine. Well, we will discuss this once she's here, Dad said, his tone leaving no room for argument. My gaze was focused on my mom and Dad's faces, which just looked angry. Suddenly, I heard a small sound, of slippers, making me turn my head upstairs. There I saw a beautiful side profile, a girl with a lean figure, her ass looking bubbly, her black hair which touched it again and again. Then she turned. Now I could see her clearly, creamy white skin tone, cherry red lips, small nose, green seductive eyes, chubby breasts, small waist, thick legs, a walking perfection, making me poke my tongue in my cheek, making me lose control, wanting to fuck her, just on the side with my dick inside that bubbly ass, spank it again and again until it turns red from my handprints. I wanted to insert my finger inside those holes she was hiding from me, wanting to rip every piece of clothing off her and bite that flesh inside them to see how long it would take to bleed. Stop your dirty imagination, Keon, Rose whispered in my ear, snapping me out of my thoughts. The girl Crystal didn't even glance my way as she sat beside my father. Her intoxicating scent lingered in the air, making my fists clench with restraint. This is Crystal, Dad said, introducing her with a smirk that sent a chill down my spine. Hey, Crystal. I'm Rose, Keon's girlfriend. Rose chirped, her voice grating against my nerves. Crystal sighed softly, and for some reason, that single sound sent a wave of anger crashing over me. She wasn't relieved to see me, she was relieved I had someone else. The audacity of it made me want to drag her to her knees and force her to acknowledge me. Do you object to him having a girlfriend? Dad asked suddenly, his voice sharp and direct. Crystal's answer was equally cutting. I have no objection. I cancel this marriage here and with my full will. Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. I hadn't even noticed when they'd discussed the marriage, too lost in my lust-fueled haze. Her soft, unwavering voice rang in my ears, a stark reminder that she wasn't the weak little slave I'd pegged her to be. And for the first time, I felt something new, an uncontrollable desire to break her spirit until she belonged entirely to me. I stared at her, my eyes cold and devoid of any warmth. Rose's hand was wrapped around my clenched fist, but the tension in my body was palpable. My thoughts were clouded with anger and a twisted desire for control. Crystal, the woman who had caused this fire within me, was sitting there, her gaze fixed downward, refusing to meet my eyes. I could feel the pull of her beauty, and the ache to make her look at me just once, with those eyes that had so easily captured my attention. "You can go to your room, Crystal. I will meet you later," my mother spoke, her voice calm and measured, though I knew she could sense the storm within me. Crystal stood up quickly, her intoxicating scent lingering in the air as she made her exit. It was maddening how she still managed to affect me even in her retreat. "As you like, son. We accept your choice." My father's voice was smooth, unbothered. I didn't acknowledge him, simply staring blankly as my mind continued to swirl with violent thoughts. We all moved to our respective rooms, the tension thick in the air. Ella led Rose away, but I didn't care. My mind was fixated on that closed white door just a few steps away, the one where she was. I whispered her name softly, Velvet. The words tasted like poison on my tongue. And yet, they were the only thing that seemed to matter as I entered my room. Third person's POV. Mr. and Mrs. Well sat on their bed, the atmosphere thick with unspoken plans. Mrs. Well turned to her husband, her eyes narrowing. "Why didn't you say anything to him, dear? And what about Crystal?" she couldn't help but ask, her voice laced with concern, but Mr. Well simply smirked, his eyes dark and calculating. "Let him choose, love," he said, his tone dripping with amusement. "Crystal is our property, the Blackwells, and there is no way we are going to lose her. Trust me, your son is already regretting his choice." Mrs. Well chuckled at his response, her lips curling into a smile. "Yes, I noticed it too." They both shared a quiet, knowing look. This game was far from over. Crystal's POV. Ella called for me, her voice cold and indifferent. She told me to remove my mask, and though every fiber of my being screamed to rebel, I did as I was told. Step by step, I walked toward my fate, my mind swirling with escape plans that never seemed to work. I couldn't afford to make a mistake now. We descended the stairs together. Ella remained near the staircase, silent and watchful, as I approached Mr. Well. His eyes were hard, unreadable. He motioned for me to sit. As I lowered myself onto the chair, I caught the sound of heavy breathing. "Keon." My gaze flickered towards him instinctively, and I saw him sniffing the air, like a dog. The disgust that washed over me was immediate. His behavior was unsettling, unnatural. His presence, suffocating. I sat stiffly, my legs pressed together, my posture as straight as I could manage. I tried not to look at him. I forced my attention on the woman next to him, Rose. She was beautiful in a way that made me feel insignificant, with pale skin, red lips, and a dress that was as dark as the night. "Hey, I am Rose, Keon's girlfriend," the woman spoke, and in that instant, I felt a sense of relief I couldn't explain. The weight in my chest lightened for a moment, and a sigh of relief escaped my lips before I could stop it. But suddenly my gaze went to him. Keon's glare was immediate, a death stare that froze me in place. I felt a chill crawl down my spine as I quickly looked down, away from his burning gaze. "Do you object to him having a girlfriend?" Mr. Well's voice cut through the silence, and I almost couldn't believe my ears. This was my chance. My heart raced, and without thinking, I spoke, my voice a little too loud with excitement. "I have no objection. I cancel this marriage here and with my full will." The room fell deathly silent, and then I heard a sudden scraping sound, a shoe dragging across the floor. My gaze snapped to Keon, and I saw it. The full force of his anger. His stare was more terrifying now, filled with an intensity I couldn't comprehend. I could almost feel the bloodlust radiating from him. His eyes spoke of insanity, violence, and an obsession that chilled me to the core. My body trembled involuntarily, but I didn't dare move. Mr. Well's voice broke through the silence, telling me to leave, and I didn't hesitate for a moment. I was already desperate to put distance between myself and that cold, terrifying gaze. I fled to my room and collapsed onto the bed, staring out of the window, the words "free" repeating in my mind like a mantra. Free, but why did it feel so wrong? It wasn't freedom I felt, it was fear. Something wasn't right. I could sense it in my bones. Keon. He terrified me. I had heard rumors about him, whispers of his cruel nature, his ties to the mafia, but now that I had seen him with my own eyes, I hated him. Everything about him. His presence was overpowering, domineering. He was nothing like the men in the books I read, those who were soft and caring. Keon was the complete opposite, and I despised him for it. I stood by the window, watching as the snow gently covered the green trees. The giant gate outside seemed like an insurmountable barrier. I knew one day I would have to face it, cross it, escape. I was interrupted by a knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat as I opened it. And there Mr. Wells stood in the doorway, his cold eyes appraising me like a piece of meat. I stepped aside to let him in, my mind racing. He walked around my room slowly, his gaze sharp and judgmental. "What were you doing?" His voice was stern, as though he could sense my discomfort. "I was sleeping," I lied, not meeting his eyes. He chuckled, his voice mocking. "You suck at lying, girl." My eyes widened. Had they installed cameras in here? My stomach churned at the thought. "If my son has rejected you, it doesn't mean you're free," Mr. Well continued, his tone turning mocking. "We are not going to let you go after all the time we've spent training you, and neither will he." His words didn't make sense. Didn't he just say the marriage was cancelled? I was about to speak when a slap landed across my cheek, hard and unforgiving. The sting was sharp, but I didn't cry out. I couldn't. I had learned long ago that showing weakness only invited more pain. A tear slid down my cheek as I looked at him, silently begging for answers. "Don't you dare lie again," he growled, his voice filled with menace, before turning and leaving. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind reeling. What did he mean? Why wasn't I free, and why Keon wasn't letting me go? That thought terrified me. I sank onto the bed, my fists clenched around the blanket, the tears falling uncontrollably. I was so tired. Tired of the endless pain, tired of the feeling of being trapped. I had tried to escape countless times, but each time I failed. Each time, they punished me more harshly. I had even tried to end it all, but they always stopped me, rescuing me just in time and tightening their grip. I was caged, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape. But maybe, just maybe, this time, I would find a way out. The tears I shed weren't just tears of despair, they were the beginning of something stronger. I would find a way to leave this hell behind. Third person's POV. Mr. Well knocked on Keon's door, the sound cutting through the oppressive silence of the mansion. Keon opened the door, his face tight with irritation. Mr. Well smirked, undeterred by his son's obvious anger. "Let's talk, son," he said, his voice laced with amusement. Keon's blank stare was enough to make anyone hesitate, but Mr. Well pushed forward. "Let's talk about Crystal." Keon's POV. I opened the door, letting my dad in, the weight of the conversation hanging in the air. He walked in and immediately sat on the edge of the bed, looking more like a predator than a father. I, on the other hand, sank onto the sofa, trying to remain composed. But my patience was fraying. "What about her, Dad?" I finally asked, my voice edged with irritation. "Did you like her?" he asked, his lips curling into a knowing smirk. I glared at him, unable to hold back my annoyance. "I love Rose. She's my girlfriend," I shot back, the words coming out more firmly than I intended. His smirk deepened, but there was something in his eyes, a coldness that sent a shiver down my spine. "Think before you say something, son," he warned, his voice soft but carrying an undercurrent of menace. "Because if you don't want her, I'm going to give her to Axel." The moment those words left his lips, my body froze. A wave of blood rushed to my heart, and it started pounding furiously in my chest. I felt my fists clench so hard my veins began to bulge. My whole body grew hot with fury. I was no longer Keon, this was a beast awakened. "Who the fuck is this Axel, Dad?" I roared, my voice shaking with rage. My steps were heavy as I advanced toward him, my eyes burning with a fire I couldn't control. "And didn't you tell me that she was fucking mine?" He stood up, unfazed by my outburst, and smirked once more. "She is not yours, son. Your love is that lady, Rose," he taunted, the words mocking me. The words hit me like a slap, but what was worse was the way they made me feel like I wasn't in control of my own emotions. My fists trembled as my mind raced. Why was I feeling this way? Why was hearing another man's name near her so infuriating? Without thinking, I stormed into the bathroom, the urge to destroy something overwhelming. I punched the wall with all my strength, feeling the blood trickle from my knuckles as it stained the white plaster. The pain in my hand was nothing compared to the fury burning inside me. I turned on the cold shower, letting the water douse me, hoping it would numb the rage coursing through my veins. Dad followed me. She has to be mine. That thing just belongs to me. Crystal belongs to me, I muttered under my breath, my tone low, almost eerily calm. Crystal is my desperation now, my fucking property. The sound of Dad's footsteps approached, and I heard the creak of the bathroom door. He stood just outside, smirking, his voice almost mocking in its casualness. Come outside. We're going to have a long talk. I didn't hesitate. I stepped out, grabbed a black towel, and wiped my body down, the cold air stinging my skin. I slipped into fresh clothes, boxers and pants, and sank back onto the couch, trying to regain control of my emotions. Crystal was just 3 months old when we first found out about her. Her dad, Ryan Huster, was my friend. Also, he had been business partners with me for years. Ryan and I had started our business venture together when I was still in college, and everything seemed perfect. But things weren't as they seemed. Ryan, unlike me, started wasting money on meaningless distractions, clubbing, alcohol, women, while I focused on building something real. I was in college, met your mother, and Ryan too. SIA was different. She was ambitious, smart, and supportive. She believed in me when Ryan didn't. She gave me the push I needed to make our business a success, while Ryan's lack of commitment brought our early projects to their knees. But then, I noticed something. I saw her with him, Ryan. At first, I thought it was nothing, but then I began noticing the smiles they shared, the small touches, the way she leaned in to listen to him. I felt it, deep in my gut, that something was off. And when I finally learned the truth, I was shattered. Sia had betrayed me. She had fallen in love with him. They ran off together without so much as a word to me. It felt like my world had crumbled. In my despair, I sought revenge. I buried my grief in the need for power, wealth, and success. I turned to illegal, dangerous methods. And when I had finally clawed my way to the top, I started searching for them. It didn't take long before I had them both at my feet. I tortured Ryan over and over, in front of her, reminding him that Sia was mine. I wanted to break him, break them both. Sia begged for mercy, but I was beyond caring. I grabbed her by the hair and punched her, staining her face with her own blood. Where did you touch her? I demanded, my voice venomous, as I beat Ryan with an iron rod. The fury in me was like a beast unleashed, tearing through everything in its path. But then, something changed in Sia. She screamed, and it was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. He never touched me, Khazar. I am still a virgin, she sobbed, her voice breaking. Her words hit me like a flood of relief. She was still mine. She had never betrayed me, not truly. I dropped the rod, falling to my knees beside her. I held her face in my hands, desperate for her to confirm what I already knew. Is it really true love? I whispered, my voice shaky with emotion. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. Ryan's weak voice came from the floor. I never touched her because I felt nothing but guilt, he said, and I knew then that she had never truly left me. My love for her had been pure. And now? Shot. Shot. Sia screamed as I pulled the trigger, the gunshot ringing in the air. Ryan's body slumped lifeless in the chair. I grabbed Sia, pulling her into my arms, whispering reassurances as she trembled in my embrace. We brought her back to our house, and for the next year, she was silent. But slowly, she began to recover, her love for me returned. Our obsession with each other grew, until we became one in a twisted, unbreakable bond. And then came you, our precious child. You were the light of our lives, the one good thing in a world that was often dark. Sia was adamant that you would be our only child. She didn't want to share her love with anyone else. And neither did I. But then, one day, my secretary came into the office, interrupting our peaceful moment. You were on my lap, playing with a pen, looking up at me with innocent eyes. When the news hit, I felt my blood freeze. Sir, we've found his wife, he said, breaking the silence. I saw the smirk creep across Sia's face, a look that mirrored my own. She had changed, becoming as ruthless as me. She had become my partner in every way, even in the darkest of actions. We drove to the hospital, ready to deal with the betrayer's wife. My secretary led us to the mortuary, where the woman's lifeless body lay on a bed. But what shocked me was what came next. Sia, standing there, holding you in her arms, smiled at me with a twisted glint in her eyes. "Isn't she beautiful?" she asked, her voice dripping with malice. I looked down at the pale baby in her arms, its green eyes eerily beautiful. "Yes," I whispered, though I couldn't shake the sense of dread that washed over me. Sia's smirk deepened. "She's his daughter. And I want her for our son," she said, her words laced with madness. "As you say, love," I replied, my own madness reflected in my voice. "From now on, she is Blackwell's property. Our Keon's possession. As you say, love. From now, she is Blackwell's property, our Keon's possession. Khazar's Keon's dad POV, she was kept in our other mansion hidden from the world, trained to be perfect just for you, son. We have trained her to obey our command. There were some punishments, and I am sure you know how much cruel your dad can be when it comes to punishment. She became everything a man wanted. Your mother taught her to be devoted just for you, but the problem was for us until now that she is determined to leave, to live our house, to leave us and to leave you, Keon. And trust me, we both loved her this game of running away, and then again destroy her hopes." I chuckled while looking at Keon, who was still burning with nothing but anger. "Now she will be yours, yours to cage, yours to punish, yours to touch and yours to have, and if you don't want, trust me, there is so many men who are ready to die for her, and I am going to choose one of them to let the birdie free." Keon's POV, Dad started telling me his past, about his obsession, his madness to have Mom. And to be real, I felt myself proud and inspire. The things I learned from it was: the world is full of betrayal, and sometimes even those you love can be the ones to betray you. And the other thing was, love can be limitless, but often only from one side. You have to earn every ounce of emotion from the other side. If you can't earn it, then snatch it, because if your love is born of desperation, you must hold on to it or risk being left without happiness. Then he told me with a smile, how that day Mom chooses her to be the one for me. I smirked after hearing that. Dad kept going, telling me everything about the tortures he did to make her perfect for me. What Mom did to her became devoted just for me. A sudden happiness started rushing inside me when suddenly he said about her tries to leave us, and to leave me. That sentence made my blood boil with anger, and then Dad smirked. I knew the next words will do nothing but bad. "Now she will be yours, yours to cage, yours to punish, yours to touch and yours to have, and if you don't want, trust me, there is so many men who are ready to die for her, and I am going to choose one of them to let the birdie free." I throwed the vase just right in front of Dad's feet, making him flinch. "Go. Go from here," I said while trying to gasp breaths. Dad stood up and left from there. I got up and started walking with heavy steps again and again in circle, trying to control my anger. Some angry shouts left from my mouth. I stopped and looked at myself in the mirror. Veins out, red eyes, heavy breaths, red neck, clenched fist and tight body. I look terrifying. I am sure that this side will scare my little birdie more, who want to be free, right free from me. I laughed out loud, before falling on the bed, closing my eyes. Thinking nothing but her lips, her eyes, her ass, her boob, that fucking curvy body. The story starts from here. The next morning arrived. I walked down the stairs, making my way towards the kitchen. The maids looked at me and then silently left. I took out the ingredients and started preparing breakfast. It took me half an hour to complete everything. Once everything was set, I left the kitchen and started walking upstairs when suddenly a voice stopped me. "Ma'am!" a maid shouted, making me halt in my place. "Ma'am has asked you to stay," she completed the sentence and bowed. I nodded my head before walking down again and sat on the couch, waiting for Mrs. Well to arrive. 15 minutes passed, but she didn't come. I asked the maid again, "When is she going to come? Are you sure there isn't some misunderstanding?" "No, ma'am, she will come, and you have to wait." "That's the order," she said sternly, making me look down at my feet. Another 10 minutes passed, but she still didn't come. I was about to ask for water when I heard the sound of footsteps. I quickly looked towards the direction of the sound. "Did you wait too long, Birdie?" Keon said, making me shocked. I got up and looked at him. "Where is Mrs. Well?" I said in a slow yet audible voice. He smirked and started coming closer. I quickly turned my back towards him and started taking steps towards the stairs, not wanting to be any closer to him. But before I could take even a step onto the stairs, he grabbed me by my top, tearing the back part and leaving me in my bra. I quickly turned towards him, my eyes filling with tears. He looked at me with those lustful eyes and grabbed me with both hands by the shoulders, turning me completely around. His hand brushed my back slowly, making me tremble. My tears kept flowing silently. No one had touched me like he was doing. Disgust was the only thing running through my mind. I tried to move my body, but his hold on me kept getting tighter. I cried helplessly. Your back is smooth like butter, with those two bones leaving a small space between them. It looks sexy, making me want to bite. Should I? Princess. He whispered in my ear huskily in a deep voice, while his long fingers glided from top to bottom on my naked back seductively, holding the bra strap with his fingers and then releasing it, making me cry in pain. No, please, I whispered while crying. With a jerk, he turned me towards him again. Now his face was so close to mine, I could feel his hot breath on my face. Please. What? He whispered, taking deep breaths and looking straight into my eyes. Don't do it, I said again, my voice trembling with fear and the closeness. His hand grabbed my waist, pulling me closer to him, his masculine chest touching my soft one. Don't do what, Birdie? He said, his lips touching mine slightly. I closed my eyes for a second before opening them again. The tears never stopped flowing. I was about to say something when his tongue licked my lips. I moved my head back, feeling disgusted by his shameless act. Don't do what? Princess touch you, lick you, bite you or fuck you? He said in his deep voice while I looked at him with wide eyes. Unknowingly, a painful whimper left my mouth when his hold started burning on my waist. But you know what, Birdie, I am going to do all this. I am going to touch you like this. He placed his hand on my back and then turned it into a fist, taking my flesh between his hand. I grabbed his shirt sleeves tightly in pain. I am going to lick you, he said while his tongue again brushed my lips, making them wet with his saliva. And trust me, Birdie, when the time comes, I will bite every inch of your flesh, your hidden chubby pussy too. Then I am going to fuck your mouth, your pussy, your ass, leaving nothing but me inside you. I felt nothing but blankness as my surroundings started going black. His words were disgusting, his touch was disgusting, making me feel nothing but hatred. I hated it. I hated everything that was happening to me. The sudden darkness started to spread everywhere, and then he disappeared too. I was glad, yet I could feel him holding my body. Aren't you too fragile? Birdie. I heard a soft whisper in my ear, disturbing my peace. Then something soft and wet touched my ear, shocking me. I quickly got up and looked around with wide eyes. Why am I here? I said, looking at no one but Keon. I wanted to shout at him, but do I have the power? A big no. You fainted in my arms, and I caught you like a hero, he said mockingly. More like a villain, I scoffed and whispered under my breath. Say it clearly, Velvet, he said, his eyebrow arched, daring me to say it again. I put my feet on the floor, wanting to leave the room when he hovered over me, his body touching mine and pushing me onto the bed. You should eat lots of fruits from now on, he whispered in front of my lips, making me frown in disgust. I hate fruits, I whispered under my breath. He chuckled and said, I see you don't like fruits, but Birdie, you'll need so much energy to take me like a good girl. I looked at him with wide eyes and then gathered my strength, pushing his big body away from me. I got up and left without looking back, while he just laughed like a crazy man. Did no one know that I fainted? Why aren't they here? What am I even expecting? Why would they care? But what about that girl? Where is she? Doesn't she know that her boyfriend is flirting with me? I asked these questions to no one but myself. Third person's POV, Keon walked out of his room and entered another one, where Rose was lying, covered in bruises and slap marks. Hey love, Keon said in a mocking tone. Rose turned her face to the other side. Keon walked closer and sat on the bed, grabbing Rose's chin tightly with his hard hands, making her look at him. Didn't you want to be my wife? He said and bit her cheek with his teeth, making Rose whimper in pain. Keon, you are doing wrong, Rose said in a slow voice. Keon moved closer, looking directly into her eyes. It's not wrong, Rose. Love can never be wrong, and I fell in love with her body, her eyes, her hair, her lips, with everything about her. Isn't she so beautiful? He said dreamily while looking at her with dark eyes. It's not love, Keon. You want her for sex, right? Then do it, but love me only because I am going to be your wife. We have been together for a long time. I know how to handle you right, but she doesn't. She doesn't know you as much as I do, Keon. I love you, Keon. I really do, Rose said, crying. Keon got up and stood straight, looking at Rose with a blank expression. You are surely becoming an obsessed bitch, Rose. And I really care for you, so let me help you. Because it is love. She is my wife, and for now, she doesn't know how to handle me, but I will teach her until she knows me better than myself. And you know how good I am at teaching, Kian said while taking his belt off from his pants. The sound of a whip echoed in the room along with painful cries, while outside, Crystal stood with a terrified expression, her feet frozen in place. Crystal's POV, I ran inside my room and locked the door. The only thing that was running through my mind was about running away. Unknowingly my tears were leaving and I was not in the condition to wipe them away. He was cruel, so cruel. I wanted to save Rose but I wasn't a heroine to save everyone, hell I couldn't even save myself from them. I heard a knock on my door which made me flinch badly. Breakfast is ready, the maid said. I will be there, I said with trembling voice. I quickly washed up and walked down to the dining. I looked down the whole time and took my seat. Kian sat just beside me wiping his hands with the tissue. Where is that girl? His mom Mrs. Well asked. Rose. Kian said. Yes, where is she? She asked again, making me remember the beggings and screams which I heard. I felt shivers when Kian spoke suddenly with loud voice. She is not feeling well, let's start now. He said sternly while looking at his mom who nodded her head. Crystal, today the soup is little salty, Mr. 3955 well said while looking at me. I looked at him before saying, I am sorry, he hummed and again started eating. In the whole breakfast I felt nothing but fear. Kian's dark eye never left me. As I finished eating, I quickly got up and started to walk upstairs when, where are you going, Bertie? He said looking at me with a smirk. I looked down at my feet, not wanting to look at those eyes which scares me. Room I said while shuddering. He started walking near me. I unknowingly took some steps back. Stand straight. He shouted suddenly and I flinched. Tears started to leave my eyes quickly. Why I wasn't strong, why I am this scared of him. He won't hurt me, right? I am no one to him. He won't hurt me like he did to Rose. Rose. My thoughts quickly came back to get scared again. There he stood so close to me looking directly into my eyes while the smirk is still playing on his lips. I again looked down but he grabbed me by my chin making me look at him. I am liking it, this fear in your beautiful eyes. Fuck Crystal, you are so. He put his head on my neck making my body froze. His wet tongue touched my neck sliding it before biting it. His mouth came more near my ear and whispered. Fuck Abel, Crystal. I sat on the bed looking at my window. I will run. I have decided. I stood up and opened the drawer, picking out the knife from it. There was no one in house except guards and maids. They all has gone to their work, so this is my chance. I walked out of my room but suddenly my gaze turned towards her room, Rose. I shook my head again and again to forget it but I couldn't, her screams were still refreshed in my mind. I closed my eyes and sighed before taking my steps towards the room. I slowly opened the door. Rose was laying like a dead body. That man was cruel. I ran to her and tried to wake her up but slapping her face softly, Rose, Rose I called again and again, and she opened her eyes looking at me. Are you okay? I asked. She nodded her head. I give her the water bottle before opening the cap. Can you call some doctors for yourself? I don't have a phone. I said while looking down. She hummed and I nodded my head. I wanted to ask if she wanted to run. But what if she tells Kian about this plan of mine? I was fighting my thoughts when she coughed. Are you running away? She asked me suddenly making me shocked and terrified at the same time. I quickly shook my head as no and she chuckled. Go run quickly before they come, okay? She said with a smile. I looked at her with teary eyes and walked out. I quickly ran towards the downstairs. And started walking towards the garden. A maid looked at me and I passed her a soft smile. I looked at the two guards who were checking it while taking rounds around it. I sat on the grass and a bunny came on my lap. I caressed his head and looked at the guard sneakily. When they turned towards the backside, I knew they are going to inspect around the whole mansion and I am sure it will take half an hour to finish. I placed the bunny on grass and stood up dusking my butt. Let's go. I ran towards the wall climbing on the branches of an old tree and slowly I climbed the wall too. Your birdie is running away, Kian, she said with a smirk while looking out from the window. Huff. I placed one of my feet on the flower design decorating the wall, and that was the end. I knew I could see the outside. It was filled with a long and dense forest. I gulped, seeing the silence there. But wait a minute, why are there no guards? I quickly looked around. Yes, There were no guards, no maids, no people, until now. It was strange. I took a deep breath and placed both my legs on top, ready to jump when suddenly the sound of sirens started blaring out of nowhere. I shook my head repeatedly, looking around to find what was happening. I heard the sound of boots approaching quickly, and that was enough to make me jump. I scowled in pain after landing, but it wasn't the time to feel the pain. I quickly started running. The guards followed me from not so far away. The forest was scary. I kept bumping into trees but didn't dare to lose my speed. I quickly removed my slippers while running to keep my speed steady. I kept taking heavy breaths. I turned my head to look behind, and the guards were still following me. I kept my gaze straight ahead while running for a few minutes and then turned again to look, and no one was there. No one was behind me. I frowned and stopped, looking around if it was some kind of trap, but no one came, just some insects crawling on the ground. I was breathing heavily, my gaze everywhere. I was alert. If anything came, I would run in the opposite direction. "Let's play a game, Birdie," a voice came out of nowhere loudly. I quickly looked around to find the direction. To be real, that voice gave me chills because I recognized it Kian. Without wasting time, I started running straight. "Stop!" Kian shouted again, and I felt my whole courage dropping bit by bit. The shout was scary. "Sister!" I heard the small voice which made me halt. My legs lost the power to move, and I stopped. "Neo!" I whispered, my eyes got teary. Neo is Susan's mate's child, a lovely boy with blue doe eyes that held nothing but innocence. I used to play with him secretly, giving him fruits to eat. He is a cute little puffball who knows nothing but to play around. My legs lost the strength to stand, and I collapsed on the ground, accepting defeat. Why me?" I screamed in agony, but nothing came in response. "Please don't hurt him," I shouted again, and the response came, "Okay, I won't," Kian said, and I quickly stood up, wiping my tears away. I knew now there was no way to leave, so I turned and started going back to hell when, "Stop, Birdie, you can't come that easily after leaving me here," he said devilishly. My eyes started to get teary again, remembering Rose's condition and every punishment. "Let's play hide and seek, Birdie. If they find you, this boy will be in danger, and if they can't find you, I will let this boy go," he said, and I let out a whimper at his cruelty before nodding my head vigorously at his demand. "You are cruel," I shouted in pain and anger. He chuckled before letting out the words, "Let's start." I stiffened when I heard the sound of barking. Not one, not two, but at least 40 of them were running towards me. All had large bodies, black fur, their eyes held nothing but hunger, their long sharp teeth shining brightly with saliva. I trembled and quickly turned and started running away. "Run, Birdie, run because this dog is hungry." Third person's POV, in the dark room filled with nothing but the sound of begging. "Master, please leave him," a woman shouted at the top of her lungs, wanting nothing but mercy for her child. The man, whom the woman was calling Master, turned to face her and let out a chuckle. "SHH. The game has just begun now. Run, Birdie, run." I heard his demonic laugh telling me to keep running or those hungry dogs would eat me. I didn't look back this time, just kept running. I knew if he caught me, it wouldn't be any good for Neo, and I had to save him. More twists and turns kept coming in front of me with long, sharp branches that were making me bleed from many areas. I gasped but didn't give up. Those dogs were running and jumping at their highest speed. I saw a huge tree that was hollow inside, which could easily hide me. I quickly started running around that area and suddenly hid myself. The dog stopped barking, but I heard his demonic laugh along with a whisper. I couldn't hear anything because I was busy hiding myself. A few minutes passed, but the dogs couldn't find me. I felt a little suspicious, so I took my head out, trying to peek outside when a hand came near my mouth, pushing me inside again, and a large figure loomed over me. My eyes tried to see that person but couldn't because of the darkness. His hand left my mouth, and something warm and wet touched my lips. I couldn't gasp at the situation when that unknown man was kissing me. I tried to push him multiple times, but he wouldn't budge. His lips kept rolling over mine again and again, sucking them harshly while his tongue ordered me to open my mouth. No, I wouldn't let him enter. "Open your mouth, Birdie, or it won't be good." After hearing that, I knew who it was, and I couldn't stop him anymore. I opened my mouth, letting his tongue taste my saliva. A sudden heat started rising inside my body. "Fuck," "Bertie, you taste so good," he said between kisses, and a small tear left my eyes, which he tasted. When the kiss ended, he grabbed me by my hair, pulling me back onto the same path from which I had run. "Where is Neo?" I asked, remembering not to get caught, as he had said. "He is all good, Bertie. You should think about yourself because something bad will happen to you," he said in a husky voice, looking at me with a smirk. I gulped and looked down. We kept walking until we reached the mansion. My feet were bloody from all that running, painting the white floor red. I saw everyone staring at me with angry gazes, even Neo's mom too. I felt a sudden rush of guilt to my heart. Maybe running away was a bad idea. "Call the nurse," Kian ordered. The maid nodded her head and left. Kian released his hold on my wrist and sat on the sofa like a king. I looked around and then at Mr. and Mrs. Well. They were just staring at me with so much anger in their eyes, making me look down in submission. "Look here, Crystal," Kian suddenly shouted, making me quickly look at him with wide eyes. A sudden fear and darkness started surrounding me. It was something new, something very dangerous. "Come here, Bertie," he ordered, pointing his fingers in my direction, indicating me to be near him. I took baby steps towards him until I was one hand's distance from him. His hand pulled me with a sudden jerk, and I was now on him, his eyes staring deeply into mine. "All out," he shouted again, and I flinched, closing my eyes in fear. His teeth suddenly dug into my bottom lip, stretching it away more towards him. My eyes quickly opened while his were already open, looking at me blankly. He dug his teeth in more, making me whimper in pain before releasing them. He pulled me onto his lap by my waist, and now I was sitting just on his lap, clinging to him in a very awkward position. He put his head on my neck before biting my flesh, taking it inside his mouth, and giving it quick sucks. For once, I felt a little pleasure, then it started turning into pain. He kept sucking harder and harder while I kept moaning for him to stop. He pulled out after sucking it for a whole 2 minutes and left my neck. His face came in front of me again, but this time his eyes held something unusual. His hold on my waist tightened, pulling me closer to him, his chest pressing against my breasts hard. "I want to hurt you in many different yet harsh ways, but I can't, not when you are like this. It's tough for me to hurt you because all I want to do is love you. You are mine and will be mine only, no one can change this fact. So don't try to run away, Bertie, because in the end, this Bertie will be pulled back into my cage, into my arms. Fuck everything, Crystal, you are mine, only mine." Something fluttered inside me when he said everything. I just kept looking into his eyes where I saw nothing this time but my reflection. His hand caressed my cheek, and I let out a whimper when I felt the sudden burn. "Where is that nurse?" he shouted, and one of the maids quickly replied, "She is reaching soon, sir." He didn't say anything. He got up, pulling me with his body. My legs quickly wrapped around him, holding his torso tightly, scared to fall. He walked as if I weighed nothing. We both walked up the stairs to his room. He laid me on his bed while he stood up, looking at me intently with a deep stare. I wanted to curl my body for protection, but his gaze didn't let me. It was like he was already stripping me with his eyes. I felt naked under his gaze. "Bertie," he whispered huskily, and I felt my voice stuck in my throat. I quickly tried to get up, but his hand pushed me down again while hovering over me with his body, caging me under him. His hand traced my hair softly before his face nuzzled into my neck. He took a long breath, smelling it, and said in his deep voice, "Give yourself to me, Bertie, and I won't punish you." My eyes, which were closed, snapped open. I quickly tried to push him away, but he was heavy. His thought was disgusting, just like him. How could I let him touch me? I tried again and again until he got frustrated. His hand grabbed both of mine, pinning them over my head. "You know where that kid is?" he asked, looking at me with a smirk. I felt sudden chills with that scary voice change. "Where is Neo?" I asked quickly in horror. He chuckled, looking at me like I was nothing but a joke. "Where is he?" I shouted, getting impatient and frustrated. His hold on my hands tightened while his other hand grabbed my jaw painfully. I let out a small cry. "Want to know, Bertie?" he said in a raspy voice while staring at me. "Then beg," he shouted suddenly, making me flinch, his neck veins popping with anger and turning red. I felt myself tearing up, but I shook my head and said, "Leave me. Don't forget. You are mine. You were born to be mine. Crystal." He shouted again, and a painful cry left my mouth. I cried in his hold while he just stared at me with a blank stare, but his hold on my wrists loosened, and now his hand was on my head, caressing it softly. I cried, ignoring everything, and suddenly said between my cries, "Please, I beg you, Kian." My open mouth hadn't even closed when I felt his cold lips on mine. He was kissing me, and I was not in a state to push him, so I let him. His lips caressed mine with greed, taking all my tears inside his mouth. "He is safe, but only if you behave, Birdie," Kian said between the kisses huskily. Another loud cry left my mouth. I was taking big hiccups while crying. It was embarrassing, but I didn't know how to stop them. I cried like a child in his arms while he kept saying, "Fuck, Crystal, you are so adorable," making me cry again and again. I spent 15 whole minutes crying. I felt every frustration I was feeling going a little away from my heart. I was taking small hiccups and sniffs when I heard his voice. "Good now," he said in his deep voice, and I felt my anger come back. I pushed him once again, and this time it was easy. I quickly ran outside, leaving him on the bed. Third person's POV. Kian laughed out loud, placing his arm on his forehead like a madman. His eyes sparkled with joy and something dark in them. "You looked so beautiful in my arms, Birdie." Whimpering, crying, begging, it was just so mesmerizing. "So pretty, your small waist fitting into my hands perfectly. So perfect, so mine. You will be mine, Crystal. I don't care if it's by force or by anything. I want you. I want to own you. You will be my possession, my wife, anyhow." Knock knock, the nurse came inside along with Mrs. Well. She treated my wounds and left, but Mrs. Well stayed, looking at me with a cold face. I kept looking down until she shouted, "Look up, you ungrateful girl." I flinched and quickly looked up as she came towards me. "Didn't I say, don't try something that can trouble you later?" she said, her voice turning more scary. "Didn't I say?" she shouted again, and I quickly closed my eyes in fear, nodding my head in response. "Then why?" she asked again, but this time her voice was blank. I took a few seconds before opening my eyes and looked at her with teary eyes. She was gesturing to a maid to come, who approached, looking down at her feet. I was shocked to see what she was holding. It was iron rods, bright orange at the front, letting me know how hot they were. I quickly turned my gaze towards Mrs. Well, shaking my head no, my eyes pouring tears. I tried to move away from her, but she grabbed my leg, pulling me to the end of the bed. Before I could try anything, I felt the immense pain from the burning. I kept trying to pull my leg away, but she didn't let me budge. Tap tap, the sound of shoes came walking towards us. I wanted to look up, but my tears made my vision blurry. I blinked multiple times to see the person, and when I did, I wasn't shocked at all. "Kian," he stood straight, looking at me with a smirk. "Don't look at me with that gaze. I told you there would be a punishment just for you. I didn't want to hurt you for your first mistake, so I let Mom do it." I turned my gaze down again at my feet. The iron rods were now at a distance. My thoughts were just messed up. I cried silently until they all left. The nurse came back and applied ointment to my feet, then left too. I sat, looking blankly at the window. Tears were leaving my eyes one by one. My hope of leaving this hell was also going with those tears. Neo was in their cage now just because of me. I was sure his mom would be hating me. I wanted to laugh at my own stupidity for including a child in this messy life of mine. I got up, limping, and walked inside the washroom. I turned on the cold water and stood under it, letting my body free all the emotions with the water. I sat down, pulling my knees together and putting my head on them. It's enough. They want me to obey, right? Then I will obey. I will marry that monster. I took a bath with an oath to save myself and Neo from any other wounds. I slowly stood up on my toes, grabbing the slippery walls. Grabbing a towel, I dried my body. I walked out, dressing myself in wide, comfortable pants and a black top. I lay on the bed, thinking about what I have to change now. I hated myself inside for giving up, but now it was the only way to live without getting hurt. The next morning arrived. I gazed at the ceiling, wishing myself a good morning, before closing my eyes again to get some peaceful sleep after a sleepless night. I slept undisturbed until I felt someone caressing my hair and opened my eyes wide in shock. There he was, Kian, sitting beside me with a smirk. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing mind, and spoke softly. What are you doing here, Kian? I asked gently. He frowned at my soft tone and leaned in closer. He raised his hand, and I instinctively closed my eyes, bracing for a hit. Instead, I heard the sound of his laughter. Kian laughed loudly and, with a sudden jerk, hovered over me, pushing me onto the bed. What game are you playing, Birdie? He asked in a husky voice, his hand tightening around my throat. I didn't say anything, just locked eyes with him for a few seconds before uttering the words. I am accepting a monster, I said, looking into his eyes, my voice void of emotion but filled with confidence. He stared into my eyes for a few minutes before leaning in to nuzzle my neck, inhaling deeply and chuckling. Then get ready to live your life with this monster, Birdie, because I am not letting you leave after this. His tongue traced a line on my neck, tasting the saltiness before biting it harshly. He kept sucking and biting until a huge, bloody red mark remained. He got up from me and stood straight, his eyes never leaving mine. Be prepared for the wedding, Birdie, he said with a smirk, and I gulped as I watched him leave. I stood up, brought out my art supplies, and sat near the window, slowly painting something to calm my mind. I painted until the cold evening breeze started touching my body, sending small shivers through it. I put everything back in its place and went to the washroom to freshen up. The burn wounds still hurt whenever I walked, but thankfully, there were no blisters. I walked out with small, careful steps when suddenly someone picked me up in a bridal style. Shocked, a gasp escaped my mouth. Kian, what are you doing? Leave me, I said slowly, but he didn't respond, just kept looking straight ahead with a cold expression. Once we reached the dining room, I heard Mrs. Wells' loud voice. See how good they look together. I wanted to scoff at her comment but didn't. I just looked down as Kian set me on the chair beside him. I took a small glance at the people sitting around before looking down again. Rose was there. I wanted to shout at her for betraying me, but even if she hadn't told Kian, he would still use Neo to bring me back. How long will she stay? Mr. Well asked coldly, looking at Kian. I knew he was referring to Rose. I glanced at Rose, who was clenching her spoon. She will leave tonight, Kian said, and Rose's eyes widened in shock, the look of betrayal clear on her face. I felt bad for her, but Mr. and Mrs. Well smiled after hearing that. We ate in silence, and once we were done, Rose spoke up. Can I talk to you, Kian? For a minute she asked loudly at first, but her voice grew softer when Mr. and Mrs. Well turned their gaze toward her. Kian hummed and walked away, with Rose following him from behind. Why the fuck she is even with him, I thought in my mind before rolling my eyes, washed my hands, and headed back to my room. Third person's POV. Didn't you say I will be your wife? Rose shouted angrily while looking at Kian, who didn't look at her even once. I never said it, Rose, and I would love it if you toned down your voice a little bit, Kian said coldly. What has that slut done to you, Kian? Rose asked in a slow yet audible voice, like she was pleading. Kian turned back, looking at Rose with a death stare, and started walking towards her with heavy steps. Rose just stood there, not knowing what to do, when suddenly a loud slap echoed in the hall. Rose held her cheek, looking at Kian with betrayal. Who the fuck are you calling slut, you whore? Don't forget I know how many men you have spread your legs for. A whore like you is calling my Birdie, who was waiting for only me, a slut. The only slut here is you, Rose, he shouted angrily. Rose trembled, crying, her legs giving up strength, and she sat on the floor, crying out loud. Kian came near her, pulling her hair, making her look up, and said, Your flight is booked for 9 p.m. I hope you never come near me again, or I will slit this pretty neck of yours, he said coldly while glancing at Rose's neck. That's not love, Kian. That's not love, Rose said while crying, and Kian chuckled. I know, sweetheart, it's not love. But whatever it is, it's giving me pleasure, and I am loving it, he said in his deep voice, his eyes growing darker with each second. You will harm her, Kian, Rose shouted in frustration and betrayal while crying. Oh girl, she is made to be harmed by me, my pretty doll, my Birdie, he said and laughed while walking away from Rose. Rose cried out loud, letting everyone know her pain. Some pitied her, while others were just disgusted by her. Crystal, who was hearing Rose's cries, clenched the blanket tightly with her hand and pulled it over her whole body, covering herself before closing her eyes. Third person's POV. I won't go. I won't go. Rose cried out loud to no one but herself. She got up and ran towards the stairs, repeating the same words like she was losing her mind. When she reached the top, her eyes searched desperately until she recognized the door. She pushed it open with a loud bang. Crystal, who was lying on the bed, sat up in shock. "Just because of you, he's not choosing me, you fucking bitch," Rose shouted, running towards Crystal. Crystal didn't say a word but screamed in pain when Rose slapped her. "I thought he would kill you after seeing you run away from him, but no, he didn't. He wants you to be his wife, but you can't, you whore. Because only I can be his wife. Die." Rose kept shouting like a maniac, her eyes streaming with tears. Crystal felt nothing but pity for Rose. "I am sorry," Crystal began, but Rose released her hair and looked around the room, searching for something. When she found it, she picked it up. Crystal's eyes widened in horror as Rose picked up the vase and turned towards her. Crystal backed up until she reached the desk. Rose cornered her and struck her on the head. Crystal's head started bleeding, but she was still conscious when the family members rushed in. Kian looked at Crystal, then at Rose. His hands went into his pocket, pulling out something. "No," Crystal whispered. Kian placed the knife against Rose's neck and sliced deeply, standing still behind her. Rose's blood splattered on Crystal's face and Kian's hand. Rose's body collapsed to the floor, and Crystal closed her eyes, then opened them again before whispering, "I hate you." She let her body go limp, but Kian quickly grabbed her, kicking Rose's body aside harshly. "Call the doctors quickly," he shouted. Mr. and Mrs. Well followed Kian, who picked up Crystal and carried her to his room, laying her on his bed. He pressed a cloth tightly against her head and kept shouting for doctors. Mr. and Mrs. Well watched Crystal with concern. The doctors arrived and started treating Crystal. Kian never let her go, not even once. "Do it fast," Kian shouted at the doctor who was bandaging Crystal's wound slowly, too busy staring at her face. The doctor gulped and quickly finished his work. When everything was done, one of the doctors said, "She will wake up in a few hours. There will be pain initially, but make sure she takes her medicine after eating. The recovery will take a few weeks." Mr. Well hummed and gestured for the maid to show them the way out, but before she could, Kian shouted, pointing at the doctor. "Everyone can go, except him," he said coldly, his gaze hardening as he looked at the doctor's face. The doctor started panicking. "Sir," he whispered when suddenly a knife was thrown harshly into his chest, directly piercing his heart. "How dare you stare at my birdie," Kian whispered, watching the doctor tremble and shout in pain. Mr. and Mrs. Well gulped at their son's actions but soon replaced their shock with soft smiles. "Prepare something light for Crystal, Mrs. Well said to the maid, who quickly nodded and ran downstairs to inform the others. Mr. Well patted Kian's shoulder and said, "She will be okay." "She has to, or I will kill you," to his own father, Kian replied, his eyes showing nothing but madness as he looked at Crystal. Mr. Well let out a loud laugh, making Kian turn towards him. "Her family is alive, son, so why not kill them?" he said mockingly with a sickening smirk. Kian's eyes darkened at the statement. "Prepare for the marriage, Dad," Kian said in a cold voice. Mr. and Mrs. Well looked at each other before replying, "Sure, son." Crystal's POV. I was engulfed in darkness. It was all black, all alone, and the silence was terrifying. I kept running, directionless, until someone grabbed my hand. But instead of calm, I felt pain. The grip was tight, rough, and burning. I turned to look, but no one was there. "Wanna fly?" a voice echoed, and I quickly turned towards it, but saw nothing. Soon, I felt a presence behind me, hot breath on my neck. "You can, as much as you want, but only inside my world, Birdie, inside this darkness," a voice whispered in my ear. Something wet dripped on me. When I touched it, it seemed black. I brought it closer to my eyes. It was red, bloody red. The smell of blood filled my nostrils, making my throat burn. I looked up in horror, which I shouldn't have. There hung the dead body of Rose, staring at me with wide eyes, her neck sliced just like he did. Another drop of blood fell on my forehead. And then, a hand wrapped tightly around my neck from behind. "Welcome to my world, Birdie," he said loudly before consuming me into his darkness. "No!" I shouted, jolting awake with a sudden shock, my eyes opening slowly, tears streaming down my face. It was a dream. "Kian," I whispered, remembering the voice that had given me that horrifying dream. When I felt a warm embrace, I turned to see the figure holding me. "Mrs. Well," I said. She hummed and released me. "Are you okay, baby?" she asked. I nodded. Why is she here? Is she really concerned or something? These thoughts swirled in my mind until she clarified. "My son was worried about you." Remembering Kian sent shivers through my body. I took a deep breath and lay back down. "It hurts," I said. "Then rest. A maid will bring you a meal later. Don't forget to eat before taking your medicine." I hummed in acknowledgement. After she left, I covered myself with the blanket, but when I saw the darkness, I quickly uncovered my face, my breathing becoming heavy. A loud noise startled me as the door burst open. I quickly grabbed the blanket tightly and looked at the door, where Kian stood, his gaze piercing through me. He started walking towards me, making me gulp. "Bertie," he whispered in a raspy voice, sitting beside me. I shivered at the way he said my name. He stared at me for a few minutes before lying down, pulling me into his arms. I gasped in horror at his sudden action. His body covered mine completely, my head resting on his chest. His blue shirt had blood splatters on it, reminding me of Rose again. Tears started flowing from my eyes once more. "Crystal, if you die, I will kill them." "Your family?" "Family? I don't have one," I thought inside mine, but still believing him was the only option. "I will kill them," he said blankly, his grip tightening. I took a long hiccup and closed my eyes tightly, crying louder this time. He placed his hand on my hair, slowly caressing it, taking deep breaths. He didn't say anything more, and I was glad. I cried, letting all my pain out, but I knew it would never be removed as long as he was with me. After few minutes, "Get up," Kian said in a low voice. I didn't say anything but followed his command. His hold on me loosened, and I sat up, creating a little distance between us. He picked up a plate from the desk, which I hadn't noticed when the maid brought it. He placed it on the bed and ordered me to eat. I nodded and slowly fed myself with the spoon. Once I was done, he took out some medicines from the drawer and made me take them. "Now sleep, Bertie," he said. I hummed and lay down on the bed again. He also lay down beside me, taking me in his arms just like before. Downstairs, the maids were cleaning when some guards arrived with a group of people. "Wait for them, sir," a guard said, looking at a man around 45 years old. Beside him stood a woman, and behind them, a boy. "Welcome, Mr. Aaron Huster, our Crystal's only uncle," Mr. Well said the last sentence in slow voice which can be heard by him only, descending the stairs, looking at them like prey. Mr. Huster quickly covered his wife and son. "Hey, you don't need to be scared. I won't harm you, or maybe I will," he said mockingly, laughing out loud. The family got goosebumps hearing that laughter. "What do you need from us?" Mrs. Huster shouted in frustration. She had been in the grocery store with her son, who was crying over a chocolate bar, when some people came and surrounded them all with guns in hand. She quickly took her son in her arms and was about to hide when someone hit her with something hard. She looked around with wide eyes as people watched but did nothing to help. The man started dragging her and her son. When she was thrown inside the car, she saw the blurry vision of her husband, covered in bruises, and heard her son's cry before everything went dark. When she woke up, she found herself tied with a rope. The man came back and freed them, and now they were inside the Blackwell's mansion. "We don't want anything from you," Mrs. Well said, suddenly appearing behind her, pulling her son towards her harshly. He started crying, calling for his mom. "Leave my son!" Mr. Huster shouted. A guard quickly came and punched him hard in the jaw. "We won't hurt him, not now, as long as you behave," Mr. Well said with a smirk. "What do you want from us? Please leave my son," Mrs. Huster pleaded, crying and begging. "We don't want anything from you. What we want is from your niece," Kian said, watching the scene from upstairs, standing by the railing. They all looked up to see him, his smirk widening when he saw his Bertie standing just beside him with wide eyes. "That's your family, Bertie. Your uncle, aunt, and cousin, whom I can't wait to kill," Kian said, without taking his gaze off the people downstairs. "That's your family, Bertie. Your uncle, aunt, and cousin, whom I can't wait to kill," Kian said, without taking his gaze off the people downstairs. Crystal's POV. Family, I didn't know what to feel after hearing that word. "Leave them," I said without looking towards Kian or any of them. I will, Bertie, but don't you want your family to witness our marriage? Kian said, turning back towards me, his eyes drilling holes in my back. Leave them, Kian, I turned and shouted, suddenly feeling the anger rising inside my body. Kian's gaze turned blank as he watched me in silence. I took a few steps back before completely turning my back towards him. I was about to enter my room again when he announced loudly, "Tomorrow is our marriage, Bertie. Be prepared." I didn't look back. I didn't wipe the tear away. It was just frustrating. I got in and locked the door, quietly sitting on the bed. There was no way left for me now. I got up, taking out a blank canvas, and started painting it with red. I was lost in it when I heard the small, steady noise of footsteps from behind me. I quickly turned my head, remembering I had locked the door. How could he come in? Kian sat just beside me. I didn't let his presence bother me and started doing my work again. "You will be my wife tomorrow, Crystal," he said, picking up a blank page from the floor, "and I will be your husband." He repeated, and this time my eyes turned towards him. "We will be together for eternity from now, in a new world where you and I will be the only ones." His deep voice made me frown. What was he even saying? I couldn't guess. "You don't understand it, right, Bertie?" he said while chuckling, and my eyes darted down. "There is a lot of time to understand me, Bertie," he said, taking one of the brushes from my brush holder and dipping it into the red paint. "Your family, which you have seen now, was there because I thought after seeing the blood you would throw a tantrum about the wedding, but you didn't," he said, his eyes darting to my face. "Aren't you too good, Bertie?" he said and started drawing something on the blank paper. I didn't say anything, but my hand tightened its grip on my dress. After that, silence engulfed us for a few minutes, which I couldn't hold anymore and asked, "Why me?" "Only you," he answered, and I couldn't speak anything again. He picked up the paper and placed it on the floor again. His body curled towards me, his hand grasped my waist, and he picked me up like I was nothing and made me sit on his lap. His head dropped onto my neck, taking a long, deep breath. "I hate when you shout at me, Bertie," he said, taking my flesh between his teeth and biting it harshly. I let out a small whimper of pain along with his name, and he let go. His hand rubbed my back softly, his face still on my neck, his breath still touching my skin. "Don't try to run away from me, Bertie, not anymore," he said, his voice becoming a little huskier. I wanted not to answer, but when his hold tightened on my waist, I whispered, "I have accepted you, Kian. I won't run, not anymore." He let out a low groan, rubbing his head on my neck. "And I won't let you go after this, not anymore," he said, and I hummed. The next morning, I woke up in bed. My eyes traveled around, looking for his presence but found none. I got up and looked out the window before placing my feet on the cold floor. Walking towards the washroom, I freshened up. After getting ready, I was about to go outside when some women approached me without permission, pushing me back inside. "We are here to get you ready for the engagement," one of them said. I looked at them in confusion but nodded my head and sat on the bed. They started doing my hair and makeup, not allowing me to look at myself. "You are not allowed to see yourself before, sir," they said. I didn't respond. One girl took out a dress from the suitcase she had been holding for a long time and showed it to me. To be honest, the dress was beautiful and elegant. Its net fabric, colored in black and red, was perfectly decorated with shimmers and flowers. It had a cloak on the neck that covered the shoulders and arms. It was just perfect. They quickly started running around, hiding all the mirrors. Within a few seconds, they all stood covering their eyes. "You can change," one of the girls said. I looked at them with my mouth open. "Is that what Kian told them?" I sighed and opened my dress, letting it fall to the floor. I stepped into the dress, wearing it completely. Once I was done, I informed them. They all opened their eyes simultaneously and widened them. My eyebrows arched in a questioning manner. The girl coughed, gaining the others' attention, and they quickly resumed their work. They gave me jewelry to wear, but I wasn't fond of any of it. It just felt heavy on my body, so I told them to skip it. I wore nothing from them, not even the earrings. Once everything was done, they left, saying, "Congratulations." I took small steps toward the open window, looking at the long iron door. Once, I wanted to run away, but now I was going to be here, caged until my body turned to ash with my husband. I knew what marriage was, a promise of eternity, a promise of staying together with your better half. I was taught to learn how marriage works, how the wife will give her whole to her husband without asking anything in return. A devotion based on respect, care, emotions, and love. Maybe love wasn't there in this marriage, but everything else would be. I was busy with my thoughts when I felt someone placing his chin on my shoulder. Kian. I whispered. Bertie. He whispered at the same time. We both took a deep breath after hearing that mine was for courage, and his was for desperation. I wanted to turn, but his hold tightened on me. Don't turn, not right now, or I won't be able to handle myself, Bertie, please. That plea made me still in my place. His lips softly started touching my neck. I hadn't worn the cloak yet, which gave him access to my whole neck. He kept nibbling it, while my neck arched in pleasure and pain. His touches were burning something inside me, something hateful yet addictive. Why didn't you wear the jewelry, Bertie? He asked in a raspy voice. Wasn't fond of them, I whispered softly. But it will look beautiful, Bertie, he said again, his voice getting deeper with each word. Am I not beautiful without them? I asked suddenly, not trusting my own words. I bit my lip in shame. Sinful, fucking sinful without them or with them. Even without anything, Bertie, you will look sinful. His raspy voice hit my ear so closely, and then he bit it, earning a small moan from my mouth before leaving it. His tongue rolled from bottom to top, wetting my neck with his hot saliva. I closed my eyes, feeling his touches. With a sudden jerk, he turned me towards him, my white eyes meeting his dark ones. His arms pushed me into his chest without leaving any distance between us. His mouth opened fully, taking both my lips in one go, giving them a hard suck before kissing me. The sound of slurping echoed in my usually silent room. The morning cold air touched our hair softly, making it fly a little. His hand grabbed one of my legs, keeping it on his chest. The kiss kept getting harsher, pushing me more down, away from him, but his hand on my head didn't let my lips move anywhere. His tongue kept thrusting into my mouth, letting me taste him. He wasn't ready to let go of me until my leg touched something, making a huge noise as it dropped to the floor. He broke the kiss and made me stand up. My gaze turned towards the small decorative pot, now shattered on the floor, while his eyes never left me. I turned my eyes back to him. His hands made their way towards my waist, pulling me into his hold. You look beautiful and messy at the same time. Bertie. So ravishing, he whispered in his deep husky voice. I gulped after hearing that. His thumb made its way towards my chin, slowly rubbing it there. When he showed me, I gasped, seeing the red lipstick covering his whole thumb. I pushed him a little, getting out of his hold, and walked to the mirror, quickly unwrapping the cloth the girls had used to cover it. The dress fit me perfectly. My hair was curled, my neck was covered in hickeys. That man is really a monster. I sighed and then glanced at my face. If I had worn the mask, I would have looked beautiful, but alas, it wasn't. My mouth was covered in red lipstick. I opened the drawer, taking out some wipes, and was about to wipe my mouth when Kian snatched them from me. I looked at him in confusion. He suddenly sat on his knees, placing the wipe between his fingers and slowly took it near my mouth. My mouth let out a small gasp after seeing this action. He started wiping my mouth slowly, softly removing the lipstick. Once he was done, he got up and picked up the red lipstick from the bed where the makeup bag was placed. He walked towards me again, grabbed my chin with his rough hands, and started applying it to my lips. I kept looking at his face while he focused on applying it correctly. It didn't taste good, Bertie, but you did, he said without looking at me. My mouth parted after hearing that. Don't, Bertie, I will mess up, he warned in a stern voice, and I quickly closed my mouth again. Let's go, he said, and got up, looking down at me. I nodded and got up, following him. Oh, wait, he stopped and walked towards the bed, picking up the cloak and making me wear it. Let me keep you hidden just for me, Bertie, he said, kissing my shoulder before letting the cloth place on my naked shoulder. We both walked down the stairs together, Kian's hand holding mine. Downstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Well were looking at us with a smile. There were also some people I didn't recognize, but they all looked wealthy. Once we reached them, Mrs. Well said, "Didn't I say you look perfect together?" As she spoke, I glanced up at Kian, taking in his appearance. He looked handsome in a black suit, a shiny black shirt paired with matching pants, and a dark red tie hanging around his neck. His outfit complemented mine perfectly. When my eyes met his face, he was already staring at me. Let's start. Mr. Well spoke, breaking our eye contact. Kian's blank gaze turned mischievous, and a smirk appeared on his lips. I quickly darted my gaze to the floor and quietly followed them. We reached the stage, and Mr. Well took the microphone in his hand. May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, he said, his eyes scanning the crowd. Today we have gathered for my son's engagement to this beautiful young lady. He continued, announcing happily. Isn't she beautiful? He asked with a laugh. The crowd didn't respond immediately, but then a loud voice echoed. She is. A man's voice rang out, hitting my ears. I quickly tightened my grip on my dress. Ah! A painful yet familiar voice shouted in pain along with a gunshot. I quickly looked up to see people scrambling away from the injured man's body. My eyes widened in horror. What was even happening? I know my soon-to-be wife is beautiful, but you know what I hate when someone lays their eyes on her. Kian's voice boomed, and I trembled in fear. My arm started twisting and turning to escape his hold, but his grip only tightened. He twisted my arm painfully behind my waist, and a whimper escaped my mouth. It's just for show, Bertie, he said, and I let out a loud cry. How could someone kill just for show? You're cruel, I cried. Yes, I am. Now don't be like this, Bertie, or it's going to be bad for them, he said in his deep voice, pointing in a direction. I followed his gaze and saw the same people he called my family standing at gunpoint by bodyguards. You told me you would leave them. I turned to Kian, looking at him with betrayal in my eyes, while his eyes held nothing but darkness. I will leave them if you behave, he said darkly, his heavy breaths touching my face in anger. I didn't say anything and closed my eyes, letting my tears fall before opening them again and nodding. Kian moved closer, turning me fully towards him, his hand grabbing my waist. His tongue licked my tears off my face. I tried to push him away, but he pulled me closer with a jerk. Don't cry, Bertie, he whispered in a husky voice, his voice trembling slightly. The guests are waiting, Mr. Well said. We both looked toward them and then back at each other. I want to let them wait, Bertie, but I also can't wait to make you mine, he said, loosening his grip around me but still keeping his hand on my waist. I didn't say a word. Mr. and Mrs. Well came to stand beside us, handing us a beautiful red diamond ring. We picked it up and slid it onto each other's fingers. Kian smiled while I just stared ahead blankly. Kian held my hand and slowly started introducing me to other people, who didn't glance at me once. Why would they, after someone had been shot just for complimenting me in the whole hour that followed? I didn't utter a word or complain. Kian's grip on my arm tightened with each passing minute. When he'd had enough, he suddenly picked me up over his shoulder and carried me upstairs. The people downstairs didn't care what was happening, they just enjoyed their drinks and food. Aren't you craving punishment, Bertie? Kian whispered menacingly. I gulped as his voice sent shivers down my spine. When we reached his room, he opened the door with his leg. Without warning, his hand came down on my ass with harsh force, giving me a hard spank that made me halt. I let out a whimper. He threw me onto the bed, and my long dress tangled around me, trapping me in place. As he started crawling towards me, his gaze fixed on me like I was his prey. Won't you speak to me, Bertie? He said, his voice stern yet piercing. I didn't say anything and turned my face away from him. He chuckled at my defiance before saying, sulking, aren't we? I still didn't utter a word. He came closer, his hand gently touching my hair, slowly twirling a curl around his finger. His gaze burned into the side of my face as I bit my lips, not knowing what to expect. I am a mafia lord, Crystal, who loves to kill, who loves to torture, he said slowly in his deep voice. I rubbed my fingers together with my thumb. His fingers traced my ear sensually. A mafia lord who loves you now, he whispered suddenly in a husky voice. I closed my eyes, my fists clenching my dress tightly. His hand suddenly grabbed my hair tightly. I arched my head in pain toward where he was pulling. He sat on his knees, his dark eyes hovering over me. You can't ignore me, Crystal, you can't, he shouted angrily, his grip on my hair tightening. He pulled me until my head rested on the bed and sat above me, his arms caging me completely. You don't love me, Kian, I shouted while crying. He stared at me for a second, then laid his head on my neck, his heavy breath sending shivers down my spine. I cried in his hold while he kept whispering. I do, Crystal. After some time, my crying stopped, and we just lay in complete silence. His fingers kept rolling through my hair, taking a strand and then leaving it. I took a small breath before asking. "Will you hurt everyone who compliments me?" I asked in a low voice. He didn't say anything at first, just hummed and nodded his head against my neck. I didn't know what to say after that. His hand softly touched my neck, kissing it slowly. "We have to get ready for our marriage, Bertie," he said, getting up from the bed. I suddenly held his hand with my own. "What if I say it's not love, Kian? You are choosing the wrong path," I said softly, not wanting to anger him. I stared at his face, his cold, handsome look unchanging. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before saying, "I don't care what you see it as, Bertie. Love, addiction, obsession, or madness, the only thing I know is I have all of them in me for you, and mostly the thirst. The thirst to drink every bit of you. Let's get married, Bertie, and I will show you everything I have," he said, leaving me. I looked at his back for a few seconds until he left, then turned my head towards the window. I closed my eyes, letting the soft breeze touch my face before letting out a loud cry. When I was 4 years old, I made a huge mistake by going into the garden without informing Mr. Will and Mrs. Well. I kept playing there until I felt my stomach making small noises in hunger. I pouted and looked behind me, failing to remember where I had come from. I kept walking around, trying to find the way, stumbling along until all my clothes got dirty. Then I gave up, sitting on the grass, and cried, looking at the stars. For the first time, the word Mama left my mouth. Time passed, and no one came looking for me. I kept shivering in that cold night, and when I felt my eyes close in sleepiness, someone threw a bucket of cold ice water, along with the hard cubes, on me. It made my eyes open in cold and pain. My body shivered badly as I looked at Mrs. Well, who stood with her arms crossed. "Mrs. Well," I said with my trembling lips, looking at her with my big doe eyes. I was small, and she was tall. I didn't take my gaze away from her and whispered, "Sorry," hiccuping again and again. "I am sorry, I forgot the way. I am sorry." I kept mumbling until her heel made its way towards my stomach, kicking me harshly. I was thrown on the floor like an insect. Crying out loud, some maids picked me up, following Mrs. Well inside the mansion along with me. I kept begging her by saying sorry, again and again. When we reached there, I saw him, for the first time. Small but bigger than me, looking innocent, whom I would love to play with. My teary eyes stared at his face curiously. "Leave her," Mrs. Well said, and the maid aunt placed me on the floor. I was now too busy staring at his face that I forgot the pain, the cry, everything, until Mrs. Well came pulling me by my hair, making me stand in front of him. I cried in pain again. "This is your wife, Crystal, Kian," she said, and I couldn't guess what she meant by it. I just kept trying to ease her hold on my hair when I heard her again. "She made a huge mistake by not asking to go into your favorite place. How should I punish her, son?" she asked, looking at him with a soft smile, and when her gaze turned to me, it became sinister. I quickly shook my head in no and looked at him. From where the soft expression was gone, he was looking angry. "I didn't know. I am sorry. I won't go again. I really won't go. I promise," I said, looking at him until his soft fist touched my face with force. "How dare you?" he shouted, and I looked down, avoiding his gaze while crying. "Beat her, Mom," he said, looking at his mom, and that day I was beaten with a wooden stick. He was sitting there, looking at me with a milkshake in his hand, enjoying my every cry. Once everything was done, Mrs. Well called the nurse, who started treating me and gave her medicine so that a scar wouldn't appear. After that, it became his favorite routine, letting me be beaten by his mom or sometimes pushing me just for fun. I was in the same school as him when I had my first friend, Ace, a cute, shy boy who loved to pout whenever someone teased him. The teacher made him sit beside me. He looked at me and showed me his wide smile with small white teeth. "Hello," he said with a smile, and I chuckled too, introducing myself. We both started to play together until he saw me with Ace. Ace and I were in the playground, trying to climb the slide. We both reached the top at the same time, and then Ace said we would go down at the same time. "Okay. 1, 2, 3. He counted, and we both came out from it at the same time. Once we reached the ground, we both laughed, clapping our hands together until we saw some boys hovering over us with their shadows. We both looked up but couldn't see anything because of the bright light. Slowly blinking our eyes to get a clear vision, and when I again opened my eyes, I heard the painful cry of Ace. He was on the floor, and Kian was sitting on his small body, punching his face again and again. I ran towards him, but his friends blocked my way. I tried to get through them when I heard his shout. "Don't you dare move from there, Crystal. If your skin even touch them, I will kill you." And I couldn't move anymore. I was on my knees, crying, trying to see what was happening with Ace when teachers started to come. I shouted for help. "Miss, he is beating Ace. Please stop him." But no one did. I cried helplessly until I felt my breaths becoming heavy and the darkness surrounded me. Before I collapsed on the floor, I saw Ace's bloodied figure from between the boy's legs. Ace. His name got out from my mouth, and I fainted. When I woke up, the first thing I saw was him looking at me blankly. I flinched and quickly started crying again. "Ace," I said in a small voice, looking around, trying to find him. Kian just stared at me darkly, looking at my trembling figure. When my eyes again met his, I begged. "Where is Ace?" Asking him about Ace, his lips curved into a sick smile, and he left from there. A few maids came, letting me drink water. I asked them too, but they didn't tell me about him. I walked out of my room slowly, taking small steps towards the kitchen when I heard the maid aunt speaking. "That boy is just 6. The other one let out a gasp after hearing that. I was about to get in when, and yet he killed the boy. My eyes widened in shock after hearing that. I quickly let out a loud cry before running towards Kian, who was sitting on the sofa holding a book in one hand, completely indifferent. I stood in front of him and shouted, "You killed Ace." He didn't say anything but instead smiled. I couldn't even realize when my hands moved toward him to slap or beat him, but suddenly someone grabbed my hand from behind, pushing me to the floor. I looked up to see Mr. Well glaring at me angrily. "You haven't learned anything," he shouted, and I flinched, keeping my hands over my body, trying to protect myself. "Throw her in the basement," he said again, and I couldn't say anything after that besides crying loudly. I was there for 2 days, just inside the darkness without food, lying on the cold floor. When my punishment ended, I was released. Mr. Well and Mrs. Well told me on that day that I wouldn't be allowed to go anywhere from now on. That incident snatched away my every freedom. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere without asking for permission. I wasn't allowed to talk to anyone. I wasn't allowed to make friends, which left me with nothing but loneliness and darkness. I was glad when Mrs. Well hired a teacher for me to be homeschooled. Her name was Maria. She was beautiful but strict by nature. She never talked to me except about my studies, and I never got the courage to complain about it, so I just let myself focus on books. The books were never like Kian's, with subjects like math or computer science. They were all about how a girl should behave, how I was Kian's wife, so I had to love him. And for real, I started accepting everything. Even when Kian beat me, cursed me, threw insects on me, or framed me to get beaten up, I just quietly obeyed him without saying a word against him. Yes, I cried a lot in those days and even tried to run away once, which didn't end well. I was thrown into cold water in icy weather, which made me have a high fever for 5 whole days. I couldn't get up from the bed without anyone picking me up. Then everything changed. Kian was sent to Italy for training, and my life became better without him. There were still punishments, but not as severe as before. I tried to run again and again during those days but never succeeded, which resulted in nothing but pain. But I didn't give up until he came back. When I heard he didn't want to marry me, I was on cloud 9, but that too failed. Now he wanted nothing but to marry me. He killed 2 people right before my eyes again, just like he killed Ace. Does he think I forgot how bad he was before, and now even more so doesn't he remember what he has done to me in childhood, how much pain he has given me? Yes, he has changed, but not for the better, but for the worst. Author's POV. Kian hasn't forgotten anything, but for him, it was just child play that he enjoyed at the time. Knock. A soft knock came from outside my room. I placed my feet on the floor, letting them feel the coldness, and with soft but unsteady steps, I opened the door. There stood Kian, accompanied by some maids holding boxes. Kian took my hand and pulled me along with him. I let out a small sigh and followed him. The maids placed the boxes on the bed and left, leaving Kian and me alone. I looked him up and down. He was wearing a black suit, but unlike before, this one was extravagant. It spoke of royalty and dominance, making him look like a king but not the noble kind. He looked like an evil king. His eyes were as dark as his suit. His face was clean-shaven except for a small beard, and his thick eyebrows framed his moisturized lips. "How do I look, Bertie?" he said in a husky voice, his hot breath touching my face and sending a shiver through my body. I didn't say anything and quickly averted my gaze. "Why are you here?" I asked. "That's not the answer, Bertie." "I asked how I look," he said again, his face getting closer to mine. I tried to turn away, but he held my face firmly, forcing me to look straight at him. His forehead touched mine, and he asked again, his voice trembling slightly as he took deep breaths. "When I ask something, you have to answer me, Bertie, or it won't end well," he warned. I closed my eyes, then opened them again before letting out a small word. "Good," I said. He released me and said, "For today, good is enough for me, but next time I want to hear something else, Bertie. And you know what I mean." I nodded and stood silently in front of him. "I am here to prepare my bride for marriage," he said, and I widened my eyes in shock. What the hell is he even saying? He pushed a dress toward my chest, which I quickly grabbed with both hands, covering myself with it. "Go and change," he said, and I couldn't say anything as he pushed me into the washroom. I looked at myself in the mirror and sighed. What was even happening in my life? I removed the engagement dress and put on the wedding dress. When I emerged from the washroom, Kian quickly turned toward me at the sound of the door opening. His eyes darkened, and a low groan escaped his lips. He took heavy steps toward me, pushing me back into the washroom. His hand grabbed my waist, lifting me onto the bathroom counter. His lips found mine, pulling me into a messy kiss. His mouth sucked every bit of my saliva, his tongue rolling over mine. His teeth bit my lips repeatedly, making me taste my own blood. I was relieved I had removed the makeup, fearing it would dirty the white dress. My hand unconsciously went into his hair, brushing it softly, trying to calm his hunger. But if only I knew his hunger for me would never be sated. His hand moved from my waist to my stomach and was about to go lower when I pushed him with all my force. He was only slightly disturbed. "Kian, stop," I said between kisses, and he finally sucked my lips one last time before releasing them. We were both breathing heavily. His forehead rested against mine, his hand still near my clothed body. "Bertie," he whispered, and I hummed in response. "I'm never letting you go," he whispered again, looking into my eyes. I didn't respond. He picked me up by the waist, my legs automatically wrapping around his torso, while his hands moved lower to support me. We left the bathroom, and he placed me on the bed. He began looking for something, and when he found it, he brought the boxes to the bed. One was filled with makeup, another with jewelry, and the third with hair accessories and a veil. He picked out a small moisturizer and took a small amount on his finger, applying it to my nose, cheeks, and forehead. His rough hand made contact with my cheeks, slowly smearing it on my face. Then he picked out a concealer, applying it to some small areas and blending it with a brush. I wanted to ask how he knew everything about this, but before I could, he replied, "I've seen girls applying it, Bertie. I'm not a professional, but I don't want anyone else touching you after today." He picked up a small lip balm and applied it to my lips, taking deep breaths. Once he finished, he let out a deep groan. "You are perfect, Bertie. So perfect for me," he said in a raspy voice while opening his eyes. My eyes never left his face, not even when he said those words. They didn't affect me, but I couldn't look away. He took out a small hairbrush and started brushing my hair. He did something to my hair that I couldn't see. I stood up when he ordered me to, and he stood behind me, attaching the veil to my hair. Once everything was done, he pushed me near the mirror, his chin resting on my shoulder. We both stared at our reflection. I wanted to chuckle at how I looked. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great either. "Don't we look perfect together?" he said, kissing my neck softly. I arched my neck after that soft touch. "Why didn't I stay here, Crystal, with you?" he asked. I didn't reply, but I wanted to push him away after hearing that. "If I had, you would already be having my baby," he said again. "Kian," I whispered, slightly pushing him away from my back, but he didn't budge and tightened his hold on me. "It's okay because in the end, you will be mine." His voice darkened, and he suddenly turned me toward him with a jerk. "You will be mine, right, Bertie?" he asked, his voice becoming more dominant, demanding submission. I looked down before meeting his gaze again. I will be yours, Kian. From now on, your devotee. Isn't that what I've been taught from day one? We both walked down towards the altar. The theme color was black and white. The big hall was decorated with white and black roses with golden lace hanging between them, making a beautiful pair. The tables were covered with black cloth with golden embroidery. Small white fairy lights made it look like heaven. We walked, his hand in mine and mine in his. I gulped a small amount of saliva when the music started. Kian's hold tightened on my hand. We both took small steps together, with many thoughts on our minds, his clashing with mine and mine with his. But still, we were together. Not by love, but by something else. The books taught me the meaning of marriage, where a person becomes the support of the other not just by standing by their side, but by doing everything to make the other half happy. My world was always around him, and his was around mine too. My past was bad, but maybe his was happy. This man was bad, cruel, a monster, but from now on, he is my husband to whom I will give my everything. Maybe he doesn't deserve it, but nobody else deserves it either. Everyone is bad in their own way. Kian's gaze never left me, boring holes into my thin veil which he was dying to remove. I bit my lip at my own thought. Kian took a step first and stood before the priest. Then he gave me his hand. I placed mine in his and took a deep breath before standing just in front of him. Can you both hold your hands? The priest said. I was looking down when Kian's rough hands softly picked up both of mine and held them in front of our waists. Do you know about marriage, my children? The priest asked softly, and after hearing that, I let out a small answer unknowingly. Staying together, I said. Kian's fingers rubbed my hand softly after hearing that answer, and I lowered my head more, but then the priest spoke again. Yes, my child, you are right, but this means more than staying together. You have to be his other half. There will be some sacrifices, some fights, some misunderstandings, but you have to stick together and solve them one by one. Marriage comes with a huge responsibility in which you both have to fulfill your roles. Every decision you make will affect your other half. There will be tough times where no one will help you, but you have to help your other half. Love is a great emotion that will bind you and break you at the same time, but you have to choose if you want to be bound with your other half or break this beautiful connection. Some marriages don't start with love but end with love, so wait until your heart says not anymore. He told me one more different meaning of marriage which I never heard, but from now on, I will remember this too. My eyes looked up at Kian, who was closing his eyes and mumbling something which no one could hear, but I did. I promise to never let you go away from me, Bertie. And I felt my heart stop for a few seconds. No one can be perfect, but you both together can make this perfect, the priest said, and Kian opened his eyes, his gaze again darting into my veil. Please repeat the vows. First, you, son, the priest said. I, Kian Blackwell, take you, Crystal Huster. To be my wife. To have and to hold from this day forward. For better. For worse. For richer. For poorer. In sickness and in health. To love and to cherish. Till death do us apart. According to God's holy law, and this is my solemn vow, Kian said. Now your turn, daughter, the priest said, his gaze turning to me. Kian's grip tightened on my hand again, and I took a big gulp before saying. I, Crystal Huster, take you, Kian Blackwell, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward. For better. For worse. For richer. For poorer. In sickness and in health. To love and to cherish. Till death do us apart. According to God's holy law, and this is my solemn vow. The priest said, you may kiss now. When he said those words, a sole tear left my eye. Kian didn't waste any time. With a jerk, he pulled me into his hold tightly, throwing the veil off my face, and took my lips between his. This time, I moved mine too, and after feeling it, he gave a quick, hard, long suck on my lip and then let go. I was about to say something when he picked me up on his shoulder like a sack of sand and announced. Mom, Dad, we are going to Italy, our new home. Crystal's POV. I heard him say it, and my body went rigid. I didn't know how to react. Suddenly, a hard slap landed on my ass, making my eyes widen as I shouted. Kian. Husband. Bertie. Your husband. He corrected coldly, his tone stern. After that, I couldn't utter a word. His hand continued to caress my butt in slow, circular motions, while my gaze darted around, trying to figure out where he was taking me. He stopped in front of a car and guided me into the passenger seat, taking the driver's seat himself. The guards followed in the other cars. Kian drove with a stern expression, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, while I sat beside him, staring down at my hands as I fiddled with my gown. I wanted him to say something, but maybe silence was enough for now. After a few minutes, the car came to a halt at the airport. I looked back, thinking that if I had run, I might have escaped in just a few minutes. The distance was so short. But now, what could I do? Let's go, Kian said, his dead gaze fixed on my face as he opened the door. I quickly nodded, gathering my dress in both hands. A frustrated sigh escaped his lips as he watched me struggle with the fabric, and I pouted without realizing it. My eyes welled up with tears as I looked up at him, and his gaze met mine. He leaned in closer, making my heart race with fear. I instinctively pulled my face away slightly. With one large hand beneath my thighs and the other supporting my back, he suddenly scooped me up in a bridal hold. I clung to his neck as he carried me into the airport. The people inside quickly scattered, as if we were some kind of threat. I clenched Kian's shirt in nervousness, hiding my face from their stares. Though, no one even dared to look at us directly. Kian adjusted me in his arms, and a pout formed on my lips again. My fingers traced circles on his chest, and I finally voiced the thought that had been nagging me since he first adjusted my position. Am I heavy, hubby? His steps halted, and he turned his eyes fully onto me, studying my face. He took a long breath and closed his eyes before responding. It's just the dress, Bertie. You're not the problem here. I nodded, gently wrapping my hands around his neck, my eyes drifting to his jawline. For the first time, I found myself silently calling him handsome. The plane was empty except for the stunning flight attendants and pilots. As the flight began, the lights dimmed, creating a beautiful, serene atmosphere. I was absorbing every small detail when I felt his dark gaze on me. It sent chills down my spine. His piercing stare made me feel so small, and I quickly clenched my dress, swallowing hard. Thirsty? He asked with a smirk, his tone dominating. I didn't know why he was asking me that, and my grip on my dress tightened. Hubby. I stammered, unsure how to answer. He rose from his seat, taking a step toward me. One knee rested on the seat beside me, partially covering my dress, while his hand planted firmly on the opposite side, near my head. He looked down at me, his body hovering over mine, and I gasped. A smirk curled on his lips before saying, "Lift your dress up for me, my beautiful wife." My eyes widened, almost ready to pop out of their sockets, while his remained dark, seductive, and dominating, demanding my compliance with just a look. His words echoed in my mind, "Lift your dress for me." Those words rang in my ears again and again. I swallowed a large lump of my own saliva before nodding. He slowly sat back down in his seat and shouted, "No one will enter without my permission." "Yes, sir," I heard the trembling voices of the attendants reply. His eyes were locked on me like a predator, and I couldn't bear to look back. My gaze fell to the floor as I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, thinking of nothing but him, our marriage, our relationship, our new life together. My hands slowly grasped the hem of my dress, pulling it up. "More," he demanded. I lifted it higher, obeying his command until he told me to stop. I let him see my soft, silk-white panties. His gaze was so intense that it made me feel something stir deep inside. I was about to rub my legs together when his rough hands grabbed both of them and pulled them into his lap. I looked at him with wide eyes, but his focus remained down there. His rough fingers brushed against my toes, sending shivers through me as he softly traced each one, taking his time. "Hubby," I whispered, and his gaze shot back to my face, locking onto my eyes. "You know, Bertie, how many times I've touched myself, moaning your name." I flinched at his sudden outburst. "Sorry." The word slipped from my lips in a soft, trembling voice. "You should be, Bertie. You should be," he said in a raspy tone, one hand beginning to rub my thighs. I squirmed slightly in my seat. "I want you to stay still, Bertie, because I'm going to touch you," he whispered in a deep, commanding voice. I gulped and nodded softly. His hands caressed my thighs, his fingers squeezing the flesh before releasing it, leaving the area slightly pink. "Fuck, Bertie, I'm going to grind my dick between these thighs," he said shamelessly, making my eyes widen again. His hands moved between my thighs, slightly above my knees, circling both of them before he bent down, licking the small space between them. Fuck, you smell amazing, even from this far, Bertie. Before I could process the situation, his other hand slid above my panties, pushing my thighs apart, and started rubbing me through the fabric. My hand quickly moved to cover his, and when he looked at me with that smirk, I met his gaze, breathing heavily. He took my hand in his, guiding it to rub my own clothed pussy. Hubby. His speed increased, and we rubbed together. I bit my lip, trying not to make a sound. Is it wet, Bertie? He asked huskily, his deep voice sending a fresh wave of arousal through me. I nodded, letting him know my answer. Let me feel it, he said, placing my hand on my thigh and replacing it with his own. He rubbed his large, veiny hand over me, making me acutely aware of his presence down there. Fuck, Bertie, it's hot, he murmured, locking his eyes with mine. This time, neither of us looked away. He sped up his movements, and I felt my thighs grow wet with the heat between us. Kian smirked at me as my body twitched with the force of my first orgasm. I took deep breaths, trying to steady myself. His hand reached for the fabric of my dress, pulling it back down to my feet. We're going to clean up at home, Bertie, he said, sitting up straight before ordering juice. I quickly looked down when the attendant arrived. After she left, I pouted. I don't like apple juice, hubby, I said softly, looking at him. His gaze shifted from blank to dark and angry. You'll finish it in 1 minute, Bertie. Your time starts now, he said coldly, checking his watch before turning his gaze back to me. I closed my eyes, bringing the glass to my lips. I gulped it down quickly. When I finished, I scrunched my face in disgust before looking at him. His gaze was still on me, but the anger had faded. I want to see all your expressions when I fuck you, Bertie. I quickly gave him an awkward smile and nodded my head. The flight landed after an hour. I was getting sleepy, but I didn't dare close my eyes after seeing the way Kian's eyes bored into my soul, silently warning, don't you dare close your eyes. I let out a sigh of relief when the announcement was made. Kian stood up and offered me his hand. I quickly stood and took it. We both disembarked the plane and started walking through the airport. As I took the first step inside, a sense of unease washed over me. Something felt terrifyingly wrong. The entire airport was empty, not even the staff was present. I quickly glanced at Kian, who kept walking ahead with a stone-cold expression. Kian, I whispered, stuttering, but he ignored me. Suddenly, the sound of loud footsteps echoed through the empty space. I quickly turned toward the noise and saw several men dressed in black, armed with guns. They surrounded us. My eyes darted around in panic, and my grip on Kian's hand loosened. I was about to slip away when he grabbed my arm tightly and pulled me in front of him. Welcome to my territory, Bertie, he said with a smirk before picking me up bridal style. I was confused, scared, and blank all at once. I didn't even know what was happening. Is everything arranged? Kian asked one of the men in black, who I now realized were his guards. Yes, master, the guard replied and then fell silent. We got into a car while the guards sat in other cars surrounding us. There were hundreds of them, maybe. The car drove on. I could hear the sounds of bikes, cars, and people, but I couldn't see anything because the windows were closed, and I didn't dare ask Kian to open them. Eventually, the car stopped, and once again, silence engulfed me. Kian's hand, which had been resting on my waist, brushed against me slightly. He got out of the car without sparing me a glance, then opened the door for me. When I stepped out, I looked around at the darkness that surrounded us. Where are we, Kian? I asked softly, not wanting to anger him. He didn't reply. Instead, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me along. We walked for a few minutes before I saw a huge mansion, painted black with golden lights that added a faint glow. He led me inside, and to be honest, the house was cozy yet scary. He laid me down on the sofa and then walked away. He took out a remote, and the lights flicked on, allowing me to see the house clearly. Welcome, Bertie, to our new home, he said. My eyes locked with his, and then he winked, making me gasp. He chuckled at my reaction and then pressed another button before tossing the remote aside. The curtains descended, covering the entire glass window. I watched Kian's every move. Thirsty? He asked in his deep voice. I nodded, and he started walking toward me. He crouched down, stopping just in front of my face, and said in a husky voice, "I am too, Birdie." I gulped. His hand slid under my waist and pulled me closer. His lips met mine, offering warmth, softness, and harshness all at once. My arms found their way to his shoulders, pulling him closer, and I started moving my lips in sync with his. He groaned loudly and yanked me closer, making me sit up on the sofa. He kneeled beside me, one leg on each side, and held my head firmly in place, yet I couldn't stay still. My head gently rested against the sofa's backrest. His lips claimed mine repeatedly, sometimes the upper lip, sometimes the lower. One of his hands slowly slid down from my head to my breast, giving it a harsh and tight squeeze, making me moan loudly. As I did, his tongue slipped inside my mouth, thrusting deeply, while mine circled his in response. My saliva began to slip from the corner of my mouth when he withdrew his tongue and covered my entire mouth with his, giving it a long, deep suck before re-entering. I trembled at this action. His eyes stayed locked on mine, and the filthy thoughts running through my mind made me feel hot. He let out a loud groan before breaking the kiss. We were both breathing heavily, a thick string of saliva still connecting our mouths. His eyes trailed down from my lips, and I knew what he wanted. I grabbed the cloak wrapped around my neck and began to remove it. "Let me, Birdie," he whispered, moving closer to my lips. Then his arms reached my shoulders, one hand grabbed my neck, not gently but harshly, choking me slightly. His lips curled into a smirk before he whispered in a dangerously seductive voice, "Aren't you too good for me, Birdie?" The cloak dropped onto the sofa, replaced by his lips on my neck. He nibbled the flesh there, making me feel tingles and stings simultaneously. My hand found its way to his hair, caressing it and occasionally gripping it tightly to suppress the loud moans that kept escaping my mouth. He bit down hard on my neck and pulled back slightly, admiring his handiwork. I let out a loud moan as he squeezed my clothed breast harshly again. "Fuck," he cursed loudly before picking me up like a baby. He carried me upstairs and locked the door before letting me go. I was watching his back as he locked the door. In the blink of an eye, I was pressed against the closed door while his body hovered over mine. His lips met mine again, and this time the kiss was more powerful. I quickly grabbed his hair tightly as he started biting and sucking my lips with force. I could taste a small metallic hint of blood. My lips tried to move against his, but his tongue stopped me from doing so. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he kept cursing under his breath. He turned me slightly, and now there was no support behind me. My feet kept slipping away from him, but he never let go of me, nor did he break the kiss. Finally, I landed on the dressing mirror, which had a small surface from the bottom and then the drawers. I sat on it while Kian stayed on me, his lips still devouring mine. My head was pressed against the mirror. Kian's hand moved down to my thighs, and he lifted my leg, pulling my dress up as his hand caressed my skin. I kept moaning at every soft or harsh touch. "Bed," I whispered between kisses, and he hummed inside my mouth, picking me up by one knee and throwing us both onto the bed. He finally broke the kiss and let me breathe. His body slid down mine closely until his face reached my feet. His eyes stared into mine, and then he opened his mouth, taking my toe inside, covering it with his hot saliva. I threw my head back with a loud moan at his action. He then started moving upward. His tongue slid little by little, tracing a straight line while his teeth grazed my flesh, leaving marks as his hand pushed my dress upward. He planted both hands beside my hips on the bed and lifted his body slightly. I looked at him with teary eyes. "Fuck, Birdie, this red nose, these red lips covered in your wetness, and your eyes begging for nothing but more. Are you sure you hate me?" he asked with a seductive smirk. "Wife," I answered in a word, confusing him. He stared at me with arched eyebrows and then moved up, his face just in front of mine, demanding nothing but an answer. "Yours now. Your wife. Your devotee," I said, and suddenly so many emotions flooded my mind, spilling out in tears. "Hush," Kian whispered, and my eyes met his again. He looked at me for a few seconds and then gave my lips a deep suck and said in his deep voice, "All mine," he said, making my heartbeats quicken. My eyes stared into his while his dark gaze bore into me before he deepened his lips against my neck again. His one hand reached for my breast and gave it a tight squeeze. I grabbed his shirt tightly. "Let me take it off, Crystal. Get on your knees, Birdie," he whispered huskily in a seductive voice into my ear, his hot breath sending shivers through my body. "Yes." I replied in a slow voice. He got up from me, and I sat on my knees while he stood up in front of me on the bed. His gaze never left my face. I picked up the corner of my dress with one hand and held his other hand with my other, placing the corner of the dress in his fist. He took a deep breath with a groan and started pulling it slowly, his eyes fixed on my skin as it was revealed from beneath the dress. When it reached just above my panties, he let out a loud groan and started pulling my dress more hurriedly. I quickly raised both hands, watching his desperation, and with one last pull, I was sitting on my knees before him in just my panties and bra. "Say my name, Birdie," he said, making his voice deeper. I felt something dripping from between my legs after hearing that dominant voice. "Kian." I moaned his name. "Crystal, I want you to take off my clothes right now," he demanded, and I gulped, looking into his eyes. My hands trembled a little as they slowly made their way toward his buckle. I lifted my thighs a little while his hands pulled me closer by my hair. I struggled a little under that intense gaze, and then I finally did it. My hands slowly grabbed the leather belt and pulled it toward me. It slid off his waist and landed in my hands. I looked up, meeting his gaze. He placed his long fingers under my chin, making me look up. "Do it, Birdie," he said, sliding his fingers over my lips. I gave him a slow nod and placed my fingers on the button, slowly unbuttoning it. My fingers moved down, moving the small cloth aside, and then grabbed the zipper, sliding it down. My hands grasped the pants from both sides while my eyes remained fixed on the black bed sheets, pulling them down slowly, revealing his tanned, thick, muscular legs until the pants reached his feet. He stepped away, kicking the pants aside, and knelt in front of me. His fingers, which had been on my cheeks, were now on my lips, trying to slip inside, while his eyes still stared into my soul. "Open your mouth," he said, and I obeyed, giving his fingers permission to enter my mouth. His long fingers explored my mouth, rolling over my tongue, touching every corner, and then started moving in and out. His eyes showed hunger, while his other hand's fingers touched my collarbone from the middle and started sliding down. He pulled my bra with 2 fingers, making my breasts hang just in front of his eyes. His gaze turned even darker. His fingers slid further down, entering my navel, making me arch my body. Then, he moved down further, pulling my panties with a harsh tug and finally reaching my clothed pussy, rubbing it roughly. I kept moaning, arching my back, trying to pull his fingers from my mouth. I wanted to focus on the sinful sensations that his fingers were blocking. His movements were fast down there, and then my body trembled, releasing a transparent liquid. His lips curved into a smirk. His fingers left my mouth, coating my chin with my own saliva before pressing his lips to mine. His one hand moved behind my waist, pulling my body against his. My breasts touched his clothed chest. My eyes stared into his, understanding nothing but his demands. My hand slowly reached for his buttons and unbuttoned them. "Fuck, Birdie, fuck." He cursed into my mouth, gripping my hair tighter, pulling me even closer. One hand slid inside my panties, touching my wet slit, rubbing it with a fast pace. My neck arched in pleasure and pain from the speed. His lips and teeth grazed my chin, giving them a harsh bite as his saliva dripped on my cheeks. He let out another loud groan and launched his mouth onto my nipples, giving them a harsh bite and pulling them, stretching them away from my skin before sucking them inside his mouth. His tongue rolled over them again and again, while his other hand squeezed the other breast. My whole body was vibrating with pleasure, not knowing where to focus, and then I came in his hand again. His hand left my panties and grabbed my hand with his wet, slick one. He pushed his underwear down with one finger and inserted his whole hand along with mine inside his. His hand wrapped around his cock, taking mine too, brushing it together, up and down, up and down. His lips quivered at the movement of my hand, and I sped up, letting him feel my touch on his cock. His cum dripped onto my hand, and we both pulled apart, panting and catching our breath, our faces close. His heavy breaths mingled with mine, and mine with his. Once he recovered, he picked me up by the waist and made me sit on his lap, slowly inserting his dick inside my pussy and starting to thrust. His eyes stared into mine, but mine were out of focus, rolling up. "Fuck, Birdie, you are mine. This pussy is mine. Your everything is mine, everything." He kept pushing deeper inside me while my walls clenched around his dick. He kept changing his position again and again, trying to go deeper, and I kept letting him, moaning his name shamelessly. "You are mine. Did you hear me? You are mine, mine only. He announced in his dominating voice, and I came. He was hungry on the bed, and I was his food to devour. Finally, we came together, ending the hot session with one loud groan of my name. Crystal. In the morning, I was the first to open my eyes, and the first thing I saw was Kian's bare chest right in front of me. My eyes widened in shock, and I took a deep breath. Slowly, I reached for his hand, which was wrapped around my waist, and gently lifted it, placing it on the bed. Once I freed myself from his grasp, I started looking for something to wear but found nothing except Kian's shirt and my wedding dress. I quietly picked up the dress, not wanting to make any noise that might disturb his sleep, and slipped into the bathroom. I washed up and put on the wedding dress again before stepping out of the room. The hall was silent and cold, the morning mist adding to the atmosphere. I walked into the luxurious kitchen and opened the fridge, only to find it almost empty, just a box of strawberries inside. I sighed and started searching through the drawers when I heard the sound of fast footsteps. Quickly, I stood up, leaving the drawer open, and looked at Kian through the mirrored window. He looked furious, which made me gulp in fear. He couldn't see me, perhaps because of the glass, but I slowly took steps towards him. His eyes were desperate and red, his breath heavy. His hand clenched repeatedly, making the veins in his arm stand out. He turned his back to me, scanning the room, and I just didn't know what to do. I was just one step away from him. Should I touch him? Should I call out to him? A lot of thoughts were running through my mind when he suddenly turned around, looking right at me. I gasped as his lips crashed onto mine, devouring them harshly with bites, sucks, licks, everything while closing his eyes. His body felt hot against mine, and my eyes widened. I quickly placed my palm on his forehead. "You have fever," I said between kisses, and his eyes opened after hearing that, letting me see their redness again. "It's okay if you fell ill because of me, I'll take care of it," he said, pushing me against the wall. His mouth opened wide, taking both my lips at the same time. He entered his tongue into my mouth, wrapping it around mine, before finally letting go. I was gasping for breath when he grabbed my wet hair in his fist, pushing my face close to his with full force. His heavy, angry breath touched my face, his eyes darting at nothing but mine. "Kian," I whispered. "Not Kian, Bertie, call me hubby, just like you called me the other day while moaning it," he said in a raspy voice, and I bit my bottom lip before letting out the word. "Hubby? Why weren't you there, Bertie?" he asked, and I got confused, not knowing what he was talking about. "Why weren't you on the bed, Bertie? Why weren't you beside me?" he said, his voice turning deeper with each word. "I wanted to make something," I said softly, stuttering, and he hummed before letting go of my hair, only to tighten his hold even more. I let out a whimper, and he chuckled. "Did I give you permission?" he said, and I frowned, my eyes widening after hearing it. "Did I give you permission, Bertie?" he shouted suddenly, and I flinched after hearing that scary voice. My tears started falling more quickly, and he just stared at me blankly. My eyes were closed when I felt his lips on one of them, and then the other. I slowly opened my eyes and looked at him. He still had the same angry face, but this time his gaze was soft. His hold on my hair loosened, and he pulled me closer until my head was resting on his shoulder and his was on mine. He kept taking deep breaths, and I did nothing. "Don't go anywhere without informing me, Bertie, or I don't even know what I'll do," he whispered, and I heard it clearly. "I was just in the kitchen," I said slowly, and he hummed, nodding his head against my neck. "The groceries will arrive before 10, he said, and I nodded my head. He freed his hold on me, and I just looked down. "Why did you wear it again?" he asked. "Didn't find anything else," I said softly. He hummed and suddenly picked me up. My legs quickly wrapped around him, afraid of falling. One hand was placed on my butt while the other was on my dress, lifting it up slowly until it revealed my naked legs. He kept caressing them gently, and I slowly placed my head on his chest. I didn't know where we were going until I saw the door. He opened it, and I saw clothes, so many clothes, both men's and women's. He slowly put me down on the floor and started picking out a dress. Once he was done, he showed it to me, and I nodded, taking it from him. I was about to say thank you when he said, "Change." My mouth fell open in surprise, and he chuckled at my reaction. I was trying to find any sign of mischief or a joke, but no, it was a command. I closed my eyes and opened them again before looking into his, then nodded. I turned my arm around my back, trying to find the zipper, when he said, "Let me," and I turned my back to him, letting him unzip it. His hand caressed my bare shoulder before sliding down to the zipper, slowly pulling it down while his finger traced my back in the same motion. Once he was done, I slid the dress off, letting it fall to the floor. "You didn't wear the inners?" he asked. "It's paining," I responded without looking at him, and he hummed. I slowly put on the dress he gave me. It was a soft blue, full-length, flowing dress, covering my whole body with elegance. Once I was dressed, his arms wrapped around my waist. He placed his chin on my shoulder before giving it a kiss and said, "You've taken a bath, Birdie, but now what about me?" I gasped after hearing those words, and with a sudden jerk, he turned me towards him again. His face was close to mine, his lips brushing against mine as he said, "Give me a bath, Birdie." Kian's voice broke the silence, freezing me in place. My hands rested on his chest, unconsciously clutching his shirt. His gaze traced my face, and I quickly looked away, trying to find anything else to focus on. But his fingers gently lifted my chin, bringing my face inches from his. His breath brushed warm against my skin, and then his lips caressed mine softly, sending a shiver through me. "Give me a bath, Birdie," he whispered again, his lips grazing mine, making my grip on his shirt tighten. "I've already bathed." "I'll get wet again," I mumbled, my lips trembling. He hummed softly, tightening his arms around my waist, pulling me closer. A whimper escaped me, and he smirked before replying, "Trust me, you won't, not until I touch you." A gasp slipped from my mouth, and I quickly looked down, my face burning from his shameless words. Suddenly, he lifted me effortlessly. My legs instinctively wrapped around his waist, locking in place as he carried me toward the bathroom. He set me down only when we reached the door. Without a word, he began undressing, letting his clothes fall to the floor one by one. Fully naked, Kian stepped into the bathtub, leaving me unsure of what to do next. "Wash my hair, Birdie," he commanded, and I nodded obediently. Grabbing the shower head, I let the water cascade over his dark hair. Once thoroughly wet, I poured shampoo into my hands and massaged it into his scalp. Kian closed his eyes, resting his head against the tub's edge. "Birdie," he whispered, and I hummed softly in response. "Talk to me," he said. "About what?" I asked, unsure. "Anything," he replied. I hesitated, then nervously asked, "Are you enjoying this?" He chuckled softly. "Yes, Birdie, I'm loving it." Unconsciously, a small smile tugged at my lips. His head tilted upwards, our eyes meeting once more. He stared at me for a few moments before softly demanding, "Kiss me." I nodded, leaning down to press my lips to his. Just as I began moving them gently, the doorbell rang. I pulled back quickly, startled, while Kian's dark eyes followed me, one eyebrow raised. "I should check who it is," I stammered and quickly left the room without waiting for his response. I hurried downstairs and opened the door to find several men standing there, their heads bowed, holding boxes. Guards stood behind them. The men entered, placed the boxes in the hall, and left without so much as a glance in my direction. I watched them leave when I suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Turning, I saw Kian coming down the stairs, dressed in a black shirt and pants, a grey coat draped over his arm. I was about to walk toward him, but before I could react, he stormed up to me and slapped me hard across the face. The force of the blow left me stunned. My eyes filled with tears as I looked at him in shock. "You showed yourself to them like a whore, didn't you?" he shouted, grabbing my arm roughly. Without waiting for a response, he dragged me to our room and threw me inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Everything happened so fast, I barely had time to process it. And in that moment, I realized, this is how my married life is going to start. "You didn't ask for my permission, Crystal, your dress is wet," transparent, he yelled, and I wanted to scoff, but instead, through my tears, I replied, "I'm sorry, I just thought, because you were bathing." My voice cracked, and I could hear him go silent for a few moments before responding. "Stay there and reflect on your actions." I nodded weakly, whispering, "Okay." As I clutched my dress tightly, tears silently falling. Biting my lip, I thought to myself, this is wrong. I did wrong. Not even 5 minutes passed when I heard the door unlock. I quickly looked toward the opening, my vision blurred by tears. After blinking, my sight cleared, and I saw Kian. My eyes widened, not because I saw him, but because I saw him crying. Without a second's hesitation, he threw himself onto me, repeating sorry, sorry over and over. I didn't know what to do. My hand automatically went to his hair, stroking it gently. We both cried loudly in each other's arms. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry, Bertie, he kept saying, and I kept crying, clenching his shirt tightly. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, Crystal, but I love you. I love you so much. I don't know how those words left my mouth, he said, grabbing my face with trembling hands. He looked at me with teary eyes before pulling me into another hug, and I let him unaware that behind my back, he was smirking. Let's teach you Bertie, about me, Kian said while caressing Crystal's hair from behind. I was in Kian's arms, trying to calm myself down as his hands gently caressed my back. I allowed myself to melt into my husband's touch and whispered, hubby. He hummed in response, and suddenly, I didn't know what to say anymore. Kian didn't ask for more either. Slowly, he loosened his hold, eventually letting go completely as he stood up. He extended his hand towards me, and I softly took it. With a gentle pull, he helped me up, but then his other hand slipped to my waist, lifting me in a bridal style. I rested my head against his chest, saying nothing. He hummed softly, muttering something before saying, I didn't like that, Bertie. His eyes were elsewhere, ignoring me, and I frowned, confused. What didn't you like? You not obeying me, he replied, his tone stern. I lowered my head, hiding my face from him, or maybe from no one in particular. I'm sorry, I whispered softly. He hummed again before continuing, I'll accept it this time, Bertie, but if it happens again, there will be consequences. I nodded in acknowledgement, hoping that would be enough. But then he added coldly, say it, Crystal, if you dare. I want to hear it. I flinched at his tone but managed to say, I understand. Louder, he suddenly shouted, making me flinch again. I squirmed in his grip, trying to get free, but his hold only tightened. Let me go, Kian, I can walk, I said, looking into his dark eyes. Before I could say anything more, he released me abruptly, dropping me to the floor with a thud. I cried out in pain, and he crouched down, one knee on the floor, looking at me. If you ever ask me to let you go again, Bertie, trust me, the pain will be 1,000 times worse. His voice was low and dangerous. Now say it. Do you understand? I quickly blurted out the words he was waiting for. I understand. He stood up, brushing non-existent dust off his suit before looking at me. I'm off to work, Bertie. I expect you to have everything here sorted by the time I return, and wait for me, we'll have dinner together. I murmured a soft okay as I tried to stand, but before I could, he bent down again, his face close to mine. His lips parted as he captured mine, sucking and licking them briefly before pulling away. That was the goodbye kiss. Now, say goodbye. Still not quite understanding, I whispered, bye. He smiled, placing a kiss on my forehead before turning toward the door. I touched the spot where his lips had been and sighed. Slowly, I got up and made my way to the kitchen. I suddenly remembered Kian hadn't had breakfast today, and another sigh escaped my lips. I started unpacking boxes, organizing things one by one. There were 5 or 7 large wedding pictures among the items. I picked one up and walked upstairs to our bedroom, hanging the frame on an empty wall. 2 more pictures went up along the stairway, and the others found places in the hallway. Once everything was in its place, I drank some water and sat on the sofa, resting for a few minutes. A soft grumble came from my stomach, and I smiled. Let's make something, I said to myself, heading back to the kitchen. I took out some vegetables and rice from the cupboard and started cooking my favorite fried rice. The aroma made my mouth water. Once it was ready, I served myself a plate, grabbed a water bottle, and sat at the table. I ate until my stomach was full. On the other side, third person's POV. Kian sat in his office chair, opening his laptop. A click revealed multiple screens, all showing nothing but empty rooms except for one. That screen showed none other than Crystal, busy in the kitchen. He smiled as he watched her arranging things, humming to herself and jumping around playfully. It felt peaceful. When the wedding pictures appeared on the screen, his lips broke into a wide smile, but it quickly vanished as he saw Crystal cooking and eating happily while he was still hungry. Didn't I tell you, Bertie, he muttered, caressing the screen. Wait for me, and we'll have dinner together. Then why? His eyes darkened, and he abruptly slammed the laptop shut. A few seconds later, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Kian said coldly. A man, slightly older than him, entered, holding a file. He placed it on the desk and stepped back. Kian flipped through the pages, his frown growing deeper with each turn. How could this happen? Kian shouted, throwing the file to the floor in frustration. The secretary remained calm. Sir, someone did it, but I'm sure we'll catch them. Kian rubbed his forehead, gesturing for the man to leave. Shithead. He cursed, standing up and walking toward the giant glass window. His frown eased as he closed his eyes, and suddenly, Crystal's face appeared in his mind, red, teary eyes, wobbly lips. Fuck. He muttered, quickly opening his eyes again. I was resting in my room, looking out the window, not knowing what to do. A few minutes passed, and I felt myself getting sleepy, so I closed my eyes and slept peacefully. A few hours passed, and I woke up with a long stretch. My feet made their way towards the floor, and I looked at the clock. It was still too early to make dinner, so I thought I should explore the whole house. I made my way outside and started looking at all the rooms one by one. Then I found the most beautiful room, filled with books and touched with nature. It looked peaceful. I sat on the wooden chair, my back supported by a cushioned seat, and a sigh of contentment left my mouth. I wanted to stay there, but not today. I got up again and walked towards another room, and once I opened the white door, my eyes widened in surprise. There was a huge swimming pool. Maybe Kian likes to swim, I thought, and shrugged my shoulders before closing the door again. The last place to visit was the garden now. I walked towards it, and trust me, it was mesmerizing with all the beautiful flowers, a white swing in the middle, and a small waterfall. Wow was the only word that escaped my mouth. I let myself sit on the swing slowly, as the wind started caressing my hair, making it fly. Nature's beauty was captivating. I looked up into the sky, and again a sigh left my mouth. Kian is going to come soon. I should go and make something for dinner. I walked inside the kitchen and picked up the ingredients to cook. The sound of sizzling and frying echoed through the house along with the smell of food. I was immersed in cooking when the doorbell rang. I wiped my hands on the apron and lowered the heat before going towards the door. I looked at the door camera, and there stood Kian with his stern face. I quickly opened the door with a smile and wished him, "Welcome home," and he hummed with the same cold expression. He came close to me and stood right in front of me. I was about to ask him how his day went, but before I could, he pressed his lips against mine, pushing me against the wall. I slowly placed my hands in his hair, gently caressing them. He kept devouring my lips, and I let him. Our tongues danced against each other's, and his hot breath carried the taste of coffee. I could taste the bitterness on his lips. Suddenly, I remembered the food. Oh my God! I quickly tapped his shoulder, which he completely ignored for a few seconds before pulling away with a frustrated sigh, sucking hard on my bottom lip. I felt a sudden wave of guilt inside me. I didn't want to stop him, but the food. Food will burn, I whispered against his lips, and he nodded, stepping aside to let me go. I quickly ran towards the kitchen. Phew! The food wasn't burned or anything. Thank God! I quickly started stirring the dish again, and my eyes darted towards Kian, who was staring at me with dark, intense eyes. A chill ran down my body as I noticed something different in his gaze. He walked in and stood just behind me, placing a soft kiss on my covered shoulder. I tilted my head to give him more space, but instead of kissing my neck, he pressed his lips against my cheek, catching me off guard. Hubby. I let out a small whimper along with his name, and he hummed against my cheek, caressing my face with his own. I love you. He whispered sensually, and I didn't know what to say, so I hummed. With a sudden jerk, he turned me towards him. The hot spatula touched his bare arm, and he let out a hiss of pain. I quickly pulled it back and looked at him with concern. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, hubby, I said, panicking. But he just stood there silently, his dark eyes still locked on mine. My hands automatically went to his face, caressing it. I apologized again with teary eyes and a worried expression, but he remained like a statue. Say you love me too, Bertie. He suddenly said, looking at me. I felt my hands drop away, but his hands quickly grabbed mine again, placing them back on his cheeks. Say it, Crystal, he said, and I just stood there silently. Love. It would be a lie, Kian. I whispered softly, and he went quiet again. His eyes were saying so many things, demanding so much. I saw him swallow before stepping closer, but I quickly placed 2 fingers on his lips and said, "Let me turn off the stove." He hummed, and I turned around, turning off the heat and covering the food. I turned back to face Kian, who was still standing close to me. He leaned in again to kiss me, and once again, I placed my fingers on his lips. This time, frustration flickered across his face. "What?" he asked, his tone angry. I quickly shifted sideways before pulling him by the arm. Once we reached the sink, I gently rolled his sleeve further up and turned on the tap, letting the cold water run over the burn. All the while, Kian's eyes never left me. Once I was done, I said softly, "All done," I said, and immediately, Kian scooped me up in a bridal hold. "Kian," I said loudly, quickly putting my hands on his shoulders, slowly sliding them toward the back of his neck, supporting myself in his hold. He started walking toward the hall, his piercing gaze locked on me. "Birdie," he whispered, and I hummed in response. After that, he didn't say anything, and I didn't either. When we reached the sofa, he sat down, pulling me into his lap. One of his hands rested on my waist, the other on my chin. He tightened his hold on my cheeks, forcing my lips into a pout, and then pressed his lips to mine. My eyes widened as his dead stare bore into me. His mouth opened, capturing both of my lips, covering them in saliva as he moved against me. His tongue touched my lips again and again, hungrily, moving at a fast pace, and I let him. When I felt his tongue trying to enter my mouth, I opened it, letting him inside. His tongue and mine rolled around each other, the kiss making my entire body feel hot while his gaze sent shivers through me. His hand left my cheeks and grabbed one of my breasts, giving it a harsh squeeze. I moaned his name loudly. His fingers circled around my nipple, and I tried to pull back, but Kian didn't let me, his lips still kissing me mercilessly. His hand slid down and pulled my dress up to my waist. Without warning, he slipped his hand inside my panties, rubbing me at the fastest pace. I kept letting out whimpers, but Kian kept covering my mouth with his lips and tongue. I wanted to cry, to moan out loud, but couldn't. He was teasing me, and then suddenly, he stopped, making me whine at the loss of sensation. I wanted to beg him not to stop, to let me come, but I couldn't. "On your knees, Birdie," he demanded, and I quickly slid off his lap, kneeling under his dark gaze, which never once left me. He didn't say anything for a few minutes, just kept looking at me while my pussy throbbed, clenching and unclenching on its own. Then, catching me off guard, he said, "Suck me off, princess." For a moment, I wasn't sure what to do. Then, gathering my courage, I moved closer to him while still on my knees, slowly unbuttoning and unzipping his pants. The Calvin Klein logo came into view, and I glanced up at Kian again. His gaze was still dark, his eyes locked on me. I looked down again, slowly sliding my hand inside his underwear. I touched his part gently, and he let out a loud groan, cursing and saying, "Fuck, Birdie." I couldn't help but moan in response. "Don't stop," he commanded, and I knew what I had to do. I slowly pulled out his shaft with my hands and started stroking it, moving my hand up and down. My eyes stayed on Kian's face, watching the mix of expressions he wore, none of them angry or cruel, but something so sexy and hot. "Suck it, Birdie," he commanded, groaning, and my face moved automatically toward his shaft, my eyes still on his face. I gave his shaft a small lick before taking the whole length into my mouth, slowly moving up and down. His hands quickly found my hair, pushing me in and out. It hit the back of my throat. It was painful, yes, but the way Kian reacted to every move I made, I felt something different. I wanted to hear him, I wanted to feel him. We continued like this for a few minutes, my speed increasing, until he let out a loud groan, coming right into my mouth with hot semen. It was so hot, he quickly pulled me up by my arms and kissed me deeply, tasting himself in my mouth. His hands stayed in my hair, messing with it as he pulled me closer. "Fuck, I love you," he said against my lips, and I let out a soft moan. "Fuck, I love you. I love you so much. You're so good to me, Birdie." He said it again and again, groaning into my mouth as my grip tightened on his shirt. He quickly pulled me onto his lap, lifting my dress. My panties pressed against his naked shaft, grinding against my clothed pussy. I moaned loudly, feeling it through my wet panties. Then, suddenly, he pushed my panties aside and entered me, thrusting his whole length inside. Over and over, in and out. I bounced on him while he kept pushing deeper inside me. With a loud moan, he came inside me, and I came on his thigh. I was tired, but only a little, not too much. He picked me up again, taking me into the bathroom, cleaning us both up. I freshened up first, and then he got ready. I quickly walked downstairs and started arranging dinner for him. He came down a few minutes later, dressed in a blue t-shirt and black jeans, drying his hair slowly, his eyes soft as he looked at me. I passed him a smile, and though he didn't respond, I saw something beautiful flicker in his eyes. He sat at the table, and I served him, placing an empty plate beside him. I sat down and was about to serve myself when suddenly, "Did you eat, Bertie?" he asked. I looked at him with a confused expression. "No, I didn't," I answered softly, picking up the bowl. "I was asking about lunch, Bertie," he said again, and I frowned but still answered, "Yes, I did, hubby." "But I didn't," he responded, turning his gaze toward me before saying, "So, you won't have dinner too, princess?" I was blank, my mouth wide open. "Hey!" The sound left my mouth in confusion. "Stand up," he demanded, pointing near him. I closed my mouth. Suddenly, I felt thirsty, so I picked up the glass of water and was about to gulp it. "Didn't you hear it clearly, Bertie? Stand up and come here." His loud voice echoed in the silent house, along with the wind, making me tremble with its coldness. I quickly placed the glass back on the table and stood up, making my way toward him. I stood silently beside him. His eyes were fixed on me, and mine were glaring at him in anger, but that's not something I could show. "Feed me," he said, and I wanted to run away, or maybe do something drastic, but I slowly picked up the spoon. As I bent down, I could feel his dark stare on me, but I ignored it and dragged the plate toward me. Slowly, I took a spoonful and shoved it into his mouth. Not once did his stare waver. His eyes held so much intensity that it scared me. I kept feeding him, ignoring how his other hand was clenching and unclenching. I didn't know what I had done wrong, but the consequences were scaring me. Once the plate was empty, my hand reached for the glass, and I brought it to his lips, making him drink the water. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up. I quickly took a step back and started picking up the dishes, trying my best to get away. One by one, I placed all the utensils in the sink in the kitchen. The last item was the water glass. I went to pick it up when suddenly I was turned around harshly. My eyes met Kian's angry gaze as he lifted me into the air and made me sit on the table. The glasses made a loud noise and shattered completely on the floor. "Kian." I couldn't even finish his name when suddenly my top was torn. One of his hands was holding my hair in his grasp, while the other pulled down my bra quickly. His mouth latched onto my nipple, biting it harshly before sucking on it. My hands automatically went into his hair, pulling with each painful bite he gave me. I was moaning his name while he groaned. Finally, he let go, lifting his head so his eyes met mine. "Hush, Bertie," he said in his deep voice, and I felt the hair on my arm stand up. His hand came to my face but didn't touch it. Instead, he placed his finger on my trembling bottom lip, caressing it softly. My saliva made it wet and warm. His gaze was fixed on my lips, and I wanted nothing more than his lips on mine, with a sudden desire to have him close. "Why can't you listen to me the first time? Why do I have to say it again and again? I'm not a patient person, Crystal, and definitely not when it comes to punishing you, not when it comes to fucking your throbbing pussy mercilessly. So when I ask something, you answer. When I say something, you listen. And when I demand something, you obey. Do you understand, Bertie?" he said in a dominating voice, making me shudder in his hold. I felt my whole body melt with each word. I blinked and said, "Yes, hubby." "So now, listen, Bertie. Go inside our room, remove that dress, wear my shirt, and kneel on the ground. I'll be there in a few minutes. Be a good girl, okay?" he demanded, and I quickly nodded my head, taking my leave. Once I reached our room, I dropped my dress on the floor and picked it up, placing it neatly on the desk after folding it. I took out his shirt from the dressing room and chose a red satin one I saw first. I put it on and sat on my knees, waiting for him as Kian had said. I didn't know what he was going to do to me, but I was sure it wouldn't be something holy. I could feel the wetness inside my panties. My feet fidgeted behind me, as if trying to run. Suddenly, I saw him, and every dirty thought in my mind ended. There stood Kian, looking at me with his dark stare. His lips curved into a small smirk, one hand placed on the wall, supporting his weight, while his other hand was holding a plate filled with food. I was dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of me, and after seeing my reaction, a chuckle left his mouth. He started taking slow steps toward me and sat on the floor just in front of me, placing the plate on the floor. His hands came near me, slowly wrapping around my waist as he picked me up and placed me on his lap. Kian. A whisper left my mouth as he placed his chin on my shoulder before whispering, "I love you, Birdie." I didn't say anything, so he slowly picked up the plate with one hand and grabbed the spoon with his other, slowly feeding me. I opened my mouth and chewed. I didn't know how to react to his actions. When the plate was empty, he placed it on the floor again, lifted me up, and turned me around as if I weighed nothing. His face was in front of mine, and I couldn't ignore the emotions I saw in his eyes this time. Suddenly, he stood up, still holding me. One hand was wrapped around me, while the other held the plate. I quickly wrapped my legs around his waist, afraid to fall. He walked toward the kitchen, where I saw an old lady washing the dishes. I quickly hid myself in Kian's chest. I didn't want anyone to see me like this, and maybe Kian understood. He pulled out the tablecloth, covering my lower body with it, and finally called to the lady. "Once the work is done, you can leave," he said coldly, and I clenched his shirt, wondering how he could talk to an old lady like that. The old lady turned toward us, and I quickly made myself smaller in his arms. He gave her the plate and turned back toward our room, carrying me with him. From the corner of my eye, I saw the old lady and gave her a soft smile. Maybe the old lady saw it because she smiled back. "Don't." Kian's voice brought my gaze back to him, and I frowned in confusion. "Don't smile at strangers, Birdie," he completed, and I nodded my head softly, leaning back into his chest. We entered the bedroom, and he gently helped me lie on the bed before lying down beside me. I expected him to do something, but he just silently stared at the ceiling while I looked at him, confused. "What happened?" I asked, but he didn't answer. He sighed and turned toward me, looking into my eyes. One of his arms reached around my waist and settled there. He kept looking silently, and I let him. My eyes were downcast while his seemed to bore into me. A few minutes passed, and suddenly he pulled me close, and I slid into his chest. "I want to give your pussy a rest, Birdie, so sleep," he whispered in my ear, causing my cheeks to flush. I inhaled his musky scent and closed my eyes, clutching his shirt as his hands rolled through my hair strands one by one. He was humming something, and trust me, that song was anything but romantic. No, not at all. It was scary, about caging a girl to love her, to break her. The tone sent shivers down my spine. I wanted to open my eyes, but I couldn't. Slowly, a hand began wrapping around my neck. I wanted to turn, but my body wouldn't move. I stood stiff, my breathing fast, suddenly feeling the presence of someone. "Birdie." The man behind me whispered, and I knew it was Kian. I said his name while shuddering, and he hummed, pushing his head into my neck and trailing his tongue along my exposed skin. Yes, exposed. I quickly looked down and saw I was naked. I tried to move my body, but I couldn't. "Kian," I said again, and he hummed. "Leave me," I whispered slowly, sobbing quietly. With a sudden jerk, he turned me toward him, and I saw his dark eyes. He cracked his neck and chuckled darkly, making me gulp nervously. I tried to turn again, but before I could, I was pinned to the ground. Kian held my neck tightly, choking me. "How can I, Birdie? Aren't you my devotee, my wife, my possession?" he shouted, his saliva splashing on my face. He looked like an animal, and then his hold on me loosened. His head returned to my neck, and I trembled beneath him. And suddenly, a loud, painful scream escaped my mouth as Kian sank his teeth into my flesh. When he was done, his mouth was covered in blood, and I looked at him in horror. "You are mine. Mine, Birdie." My eyes flew open. I couldn't see anything, it was black, but I could feel someone's body clinging to mine. I quickly pushed the body away slightly and saw Kian, sleeping peacefully, like a normal human, not the hungry animal I had just seen. My hand instinctively went to my neck, feeling for pain, marks, or blood. Nothing was there. I closed my eyes, calming myself that it was nothing, just a dream. Kian frowned in his sleep and began tossing his hands like a baby. A small smile crept onto my lips as I looked at him. I grabbed his hand and placed it back on my waist, and he quickly pulled me into his chest again. I stared at his chest for a while, and slowly sleep once again engulfed me. The next morning came. Date, 1 October, 2024. I woke up and saw Kian's dark eyes staring into my sleepy ones. "Good morning, Bertie," he wished, and I gave him a nod before softly saying, "Good morning, hubby." He stared at me for a moment, and then I slowly said, "I should get up." Kian didn't reply. Instead, his face suddenly came closer to mine, and a whimper of fear escaped my mouth. He frowned at my reaction. I was about to say sorry, but he silenced me with his lips against mine. He didn't move them, just let them stay there while his eyes stared at me with the same dominant intensity. "I love you," he whispered, breaking the kiss and letting me go. I slowly got up, Kian's red shirt still on me while he remained in bed, looking at the ceiling. I walked into the washroom first to freshen up. "I'm going to the kitchen," I informed Kian softly as I walked out. "Fuck, so good for me, Bertie," Kian said in a low voice I could barely hear. I walked into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Once I was done, I began placing all the dishes on the table. I was about to turn when I saw Kian standing right in front of me in casual clothes, looking at me silently. "Why aren't you ready, hubby?" I asked, but he didn't answer. Instead, he placed his lips on mine. "I love you," he whispered again, breaking the kiss. I hummed to let him know I heard him. He sat down at the table, and I started serving him. "I won't be going today," he informed me, and I hummed in response. After doing the dishes, I thought about cleaning the house, but Kian suddenly appeared out of nowhere, picking me up bridal style and carrying me into a different room. That room was dark. I was made to sit in front of Kian, my back against his chest. He hummed in contentment after making us both comfortable. I gasped when a loud sound erupted in the room, and a big screen appeared, signaling that we would watch a movie while Kian chuckled. "Let's watch a movie, Bertie," he said, and I hummed, resting my head against his chest. Silence engulfed us, the sound of the background sound and dialogue echoed in the room. Kian's hand was on my head, then slowly came down, taking a small strand of hair in his fingers, rolling it, and then repeating with another strand. It was peaceful. My eyes were on the screen, and so were Kian's. His hand got a little lower, softly catching my hair and sliding it to the other side. My neck, which was covered with hair, was now naked. He placed his chin on it and kissed my cheek slowly. The kiss was wet. I hummed and tilted my neck, giving him more space, which he quickly took. Sucking my neck at a very slow pace, nibbling on it, and then taking my flesh into his teeth softly. It wasn't painful, but still stingy. I was about to close my eyes in pleasure when suddenly he said, without lifting his head from my neck, "Don't close your eyes, Bertie, watch the movie." I hummed and obeyed his command, trying my best to keep my eyes open while he continued doing his work. The movie was good, but right now I didn't want to watch it. Kian's hand was caressing my waist slowly, making me moan at his every small touch. Right now, I became more sensitive and greedy for his touches. "You like it, right, Bertie?" he whispered huskily into my ear, and I threw my head back, moaning. His hand suddenly went to my hair, turning my face harshly toward him. His dead stare met my greedy one, and he chuckled mockingly. "Looking wrecked already, just like a slut," he said in his deep voice, and I got offended. All the emotions I was feeling flew away. "He can't curse me." "No, he can't." I pushed his chest away from me and quickly got up from his lap, making my way out of the room. I was about to walk away when he grabbed my leg, pulling it toward him, and I fell just on him. His hand grabbed my waist tightly, caging me there. I threw my legs and hands, trying to get away from him. Then suddenly, he grabbed my jaw with his other hand and turned my face forcefully toward him. My eyes poured tears, while his remained blank. "What happened?" he asked, and I didn't answer. His hold on my face got painfully tight again. I knew this hold would leave a mark, but I didn't open my mouth. He arched his eyebrow after looking at me for a few seconds silently. "Are you angry because I called you a slut, Bertie?" he asked again, and my eyes looked into his. I didn't say a word, and then he laughed. I frowned while crying. Suddenly, he stopped, and everything went silent except the movie sound. My tears were still there, and with the quickest speed, he brought his face so close to me that I was shocked. "Aren't you a slut, Bertie, a slut? My slut, my personal slut. Only mine," he said, and his hand reached under my shirt, pulling my panties away. His hand entered inside and touched my pussy. "So wet for me, aren't you, Bertie?" He moved his finger inside me suddenly, and my body arched in his hold. I couldn't even hold myself when he started fingering me with the fastest speed. "I am not a slut, Kian," I said, stuttering and moaning. "Yes, you are," he said and smirked. I let out a loud cry of his name and quickly held his shirt, pulling myself toward him. Once my face was close to his, I could see how his eyes were mocking me. I wanted to remove his hand from me, but at the same time, I didn't. My whole body flinched at the sudden explosion inside me, and I came. His thumb caressed the wetness and then slid out. His eyes were looking at me with so much power. He took his thumb inside his mouth, and I gulped, looking at him with heavy breaths. "It's dirty," I whispered, and he arched both eyebrows with a smile and said, "No, it's not." His hold on me loosened, and then I heard the music. I turned my head just to see the movie had ended. "Leave me," I said, and his hold on me released. I slowly got up from him and made my way outside, feeling his eyes on my back. I knew. I quickly placed my hands on my butt, hiding it, and he laughed out loud. A pout quickly came on my lips. "Jerk," I mentally shouted angrily at him. I made my way towards the washroom with a dress in my hand and got inside to take a shower. It took me so much time as today I wanted to shave and everything. Once I was finally done, I wiped my body and applied lots of moisturizer before getting into the dress. I slowly tied the waist-tightening band and got out of the washroom. I was wiping my wet hair when I saw the bouquet of fresh roses. A card was tucked between them. "I am sorry," was written there, and that was enough to melt me. I quickly walked out of the room just to see another bouquet of roses. I smelled the roses with a soft smile and placed them back in their place. I started walking again, and then I saw another bouquet. I quickly ran toward it and picked up the card. "But not for calling you my slut, but for making your pussy tired again." My face turned all red in shame. I quickly placed the card on the table and walked away from there, only to see another one in the way. I slowly picked it up and unfolded the card. "I am sorry," it said again, and I frowned. Why this time I ran my eyes around to see if there was any other bouquet, but there was none. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around my waist, turning me with a jerk toward him. My hands quickly went to his chest, and I whispered, "Kian." He hummed. His other hand was holding a bouquet, the same roses but bigger than the others. "I am sorry, because I made you angry, Bertie," he said huskily, and I stared into his eyes before replying. I didn't know my husband had a cursing kink. His eyes went wide, and a loud laugh erupted from me. I laughed wholeheartedly in his hold while he just stared at me. My eyes were getting teary, and my stomach hurt when he pulled me even closer with a jerk and said, "I love you, Bertie," he said, and I didn't reply. Instead, I hugged him. Kian, too, rested his head on my neck, sniffing it. He slowly picked me up in his arms and made his way towards our room. Once we arrived, he gently laid me on the bed and lay beside me. His hand slid around my waist, pulling me closer as he cuddled me. There was nothing but silence. I could hear his heartbeat, and he could hear mine. It was peaceful and beautiful, just how I had always imagined with someone like my Prince Charming. But here I was, in the hold of a mafia man, a criminal, who was now my husband, my future partner. "Kian," I whispered mentally, but Kian hummed in response, and I gasped. Didn't I just say that in my mind? Then how? "What is it?" he asked, caressing my back with his large hands. I didn't know what to say, what to ask. So, I asked the first thing that came to mind. "Do you think Prince Charming is real?" He looked at me for a few seconds, then pulled me closer, tightening his hold on me. "There is no Prince Charming for you, Bertie. What you will have is this monster. This cruel man. Only this devil can have you. No one else," he said, growling softly near my face, his anger simmering. "I just asked," I stammered, and he placed a hand behind my head, pulling my face so close to his. There shouldn't be such questions in your life, Bertie. Your questions should start with me, and your answers should end with us. There is no place for anyone else but you and me. He said, his deep voice echoing in our room. I felt like I had sinned. I should be the ideal wife, devoted only to Kian. There shouldn't be any thoughts of another man. I was wrong to even think that. Even if he's a monster, I must accept him. From the day of our wedding, he became mine, good or bad, he is my husband. But he's a murderer, a voice echoed inside me, and suddenly, I had a flashback of Ash and Rose. My whole body shivered, remembering the cruel scene I had witnessed. But he hit you, another voice echoed, and my eyes dropped to Kian's chest. But he's caging you, just like the others, the voice repeated, and my hand quickly withdrew from his shirt. But he says he loves you. A tear slipped from my eyes. No, this could never be love. Love doesn't hurt. Love doesn't abuse. Love doesn't cage you. You don't love me, I said in a small, broken voice, a whimper escaping with the words. Kian quickly rose, positioning himself over me, his dark eyes staring into mine. Yes, I do, he said in a commanding voice. I shook my head in denial. No, you don't, I whispered, and he brought his face even closer to mine. Yes, I do, Bertie, he said, staring into my eyes, darkness swirling within them. No. You don't, I tried to say, but before I could finish, his lips covered mine. His eyes never left mine, even as tears filled them. After a few seconds, he pulled away and whispered, I do, Bertie. I do. A warm tear fell onto my lips, and my eyes widened. I saw Kian's tear-streaked face, his eyes soft yet full of turmoil. My hand moved to his face, gently caressing it, wiping away his tears. Kian. I whispered. I love you, Bertie. I do. I fucking love you so much. He said, trembling slightly as he buried his face in my neck. My hand found its way into his hair, gently stroking it. I wanted to say something, but his actions left me speechless, confused. My definition of love was not this, but his was. For me, love tasted like sweet candy. For him, it tasted like metallic blood. Love has many forms, I knew, but I couldn't describe his. He held me so tightly, like he feared I would run, and I let him. I wanted him to know that I wasn't running. I had no path left to leave Kian. For me, marriage was a one-time thing, binding, eternal. It brought you to me and me to you. Now, besides you, there is no way to run. The only choice I had was to accept, or adjust. Kian's hands, which had been cradling the back of my head, moved my face toward his. His lips captured mine again. The kiss was sloppy, salty, but desperate to explain something that couldn't be understood. The next day came. 04 October 2024. I was in the kitchen, and Kian was gone for work. Yesterday was spent with some peaceful and some hurtful talks and moments, but still, today, all of that made me smile. I picked up a small cloth and started wiping the kitchen stand while humming a song. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and I flinched at the sudden sound. I placed the cloth on the stand and walked toward the door, debating whether I should open it or not. Then I turned back and ran toward my phone, quickly dialing Kian's number. He didn't pick up, and the doorbell kept ringing again and again. I sighed deeply, walked toward the door with the phone in my hand, and after taking a deep breath, I opened it. A man stood there in black, just like Kian's guards usually wore. He was looking at the floor and then glanced up for just a second before looking down again. I frowned, and then he spoke. Master Kian has ordered me to take you to his office. I looked at him for a few seconds and then moved back inside, wanting to find the keys to lock the door, when he spoke again. You don't have to lock the door, ma'am. There are guards present here. I didn't know what to say. Kian was unbelievable, as always, but should I really trust this guard? Can you call Kian? I asked softly. He nodded his head, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. Then he placed the phone in front of him. Leah, can you give the phone to the boss? He asked, and a sweet voice responded from the other side. Yes, sure, she said, and something churned in my stomach. It felt awkward and hurtful at the same time. After a few seconds, I heard a deep voice, which I recognized instantly to be Kian's. The guard informed Kian about me and then handed me the phone. Kian, I whispered. Come here, came his stern voice, and then the sound of beeps started playing on the phone, indicating the call had been cut off. I quickly handed the phone back as the guard stretched his hand, too embarrassed to do anything. I hurriedly pulled off the apron from my body and said, "Let's go." I looked all messy, with a loose bun, a grey woolen cardigan over a white top paired with grey jeans. I hadn't even looked at my face for 4 hours, yet now I was walking outside without caring because my husband had called me. Maybe he needed help, or maybe there was a problem. I sat inside the car while the guard drove. The ride took more than 15 minutes, and soon we were in front of a big glass building with so many employees in coats. I quickly felt self-conscious. My hand automatically reached up to my hair, and I unclipped the claw from my hair, letting it fall down my back. My long hair fully covered my back. Then I noticed the door was open, and the guard was, as always, looking down. I clutched the corner of my cardigan and stepped out. I followed him slowly as he started taking me inside the building. With each step, my hold on my cardigan tightened. People were looking at me with curious gazes, and I felt nothing but shivers. This was new to me, seeing so many people at once. There were so many desks with computers, which I hadn't seen before. I gulped a big amount of saliva and quickly looked down. I could hear the conversations of both women and men. Who is she? Is she Mrs. Wells? Is she the one our boss married? She just got lucky, but she is like unreal. She must be a gold digger. Look at her clothes. What's wrong with her clothes? I think they're decent, one girl said, and I quickly wrapped my arms around my body. Can't you see that body? Another girl added, and I quickly told the guard to walk faster. We were about to reach Kian when suddenly a loud slamming of a door echoed. I quickly turned my head and saw Kian looking furious, his veins popping out from his neck, already red. He stormed toward me with fast, angry steps, and I froze on the spot, waiting for him to slap or push me. But when he reached me, he grabbed my arm tightly in a painful hold and pulled me toward him. She is my wife, he shouted loudly, glaring at all the employees. And whoever misbehaves with her will face me. Within minutes, several guards appeared and forced the people who had been commenting about me to kneel on the floor, guns pointed at them. My eyes widened in fear. Kian, no, no, please, no, I said, shaking my head in panic. And then the sound of gunshots rang out, echoing in the hall, along with loud gasps. The white tiles were now stained with red. I thought I'd give you a little freedom, Bertie, but you know what, he snarled, his eyes darkening. You don't deserve it. You fucking don't deserve it, he shouted while looking at me with dark eyes. I just stood there, numb. His hand was pulling me inside the cabin, and before I could even take a breath, I was thrown to the floor. A loud whimper of pain escaped my mouth, followed by a cry. I cried out loud, letting him know I hated what he had done right now. He crouched down and grabbed my face tightly, forcing me to look at him. His eyes met mine with that same dark gaze. Stop crying, he commanded. I said, stop crying, Bertie, he repeated, but I was too lost to hear him. Stop crying, for fuck's sake, he shouted, and a hard slap met my cheek, sending a harsh burn across my face. I cried louder, and he lost his patience, pulling me by the hair. He made me look at him again. What is my fault? I asked while sobbing, not knowing what I had done to deserve this treatment. Your fault, Crystal. How dare you come in wearing those tight clothes? You want people to stare, don't you? You want spectators for this body? How dare those bastards talk about you like that? Kian shouted, losing all control in his anger, and I had enough. I pushed him hard and shouted back, what's my fault in this, Kian? You asked me to come here. I didn't ask for this. And about my body, I felt nothing but uncomfortable when they looked at me like that. I never liked being treated this way, Kian. And weren't you the one who bought me these clothes? Everything I wanted to say came out in that moment, and he just sat on the floor, taking deep breaths. I cried even more after saying those words. A few minutes passed, but my tears didn't stop, while Kian's anger seemed to fade. He moved closer, trying to grab me, but I pushed his hands away. Don't touch me, I shouted. He tried again, but I did the same. He looked pathetic, with his eyes teary. He kept trying to hold me, but I wouldn't let him. Wanting to get away, I stood up and turned to leave, but he quickly hugged me from behind, pulling me as close as he could. His chin rested on my shoulder. I kept throwing myself away, but he held me motionlessly in a tight grip, I'm sorry, he kept saying, crying, while I rejected his every word. Don't say something you don't mean, Kian, I sobbed. He suddenly jerked me around to face him, one hand on my waist, the other gently brushing my cheek, wiping away my tears with trembling fingers. His red eyes stared at me with pain. He looked miserable. I don't know what came over me, I swear, Crystal. I didn't want to hurt you. Please, I'm sorry, he stuttered, his voice breaking. For the first time, I saw fear in his eyes. I'm sorry. He whispered again, clutching my whole body tightly before resting his head on my neck and crying loudly. My hands hung limply at my sides, while Kian continued to cry. More than 20 minutes passed, but he never let go of me, and his sobs didn't stop. I felt myself becoming more emotional, and I couldn't hold back anymore. I hugged him tightly. His grip tightened even more as he whispered again and again, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, love. Please, I'm sorry. And this time, I responded, I forgive you, Kian. Stop crying, please. I forgive you, Kian. Stop crying, please. Few minutes passed, and his crying stopped, yet some heavy breaths and begging were still there. I am sorry, he said, taking a deep breath to control his emotions, and I whispered, it's okay. He hummed and slowly pushed himself away from my neck, looking at me with those desperate eyes. He slowly made me sit on the couch which was in the corner by gently pulling my hand, and I let him do it. Once I got seated, he sat on his knees, still grabbing my hand, and started kissing them again and again. His tears started again, smudging on my hand, and I took a deep sigh before caressing his hair. Kian, I whispered, and he looked up, meeting my eyes, and something broke inside me after seeing that face. He looked so broken with red teary eyes, so vulnerable, and my eyes teared up. Bertie, don't cry, he said and caressed my face, and I quickly pulled his face near my stomach, hugging him while he desperately rubbed it against my stomach. I am sorry. I didn't know what came over me, but I promise I will never hurt you again. I promise I will be a good husband. I will try, Crystal, I promise to make everything good again. I am sorry I hurt you, I am sorry. I love you, Crystal, I love you so much, so please love me too, love me too. I have no one else besides you. I cried out loud after hearing that. Why is he so bad and so good at the same time? We both cried our hearts out. I was overwhelmed with everything that had just happened in one day, and Kian was, I don't know, I couldn't guess. We were in the car. My one hand was in Kian's grasp, he kept caressing it while driving with the other. His eyes were darted on the road, and mine were on him. I had so many questions, and maybe I had answers too, that's why I couldn't say a word. After what had happened in the office, Kian became silent, too silent, and I wasn't liking it a bit. He was looking broken right now. I wanted to ask what had happened, but whatever happened today also seems to be a reason I didn't even want to remember again. We reached home. Kian opened the door, and took me inside while still holding my hand. Once we were inside our room, he picked me up like a koala and sat on one of the swinging chairs with me on him. His hand kept caressing my waist, while his other hand was trembling slightly. His head was pushed against my neck, taking deep breaths, while his lips were gently touching my skin. When I saw his hand trembling, I couldn't hold back and held his hand. Kian, I whispered softly, and he didn't say anything but rubbed his face against my neck. What happened? I asked again, and this time his hold tightened around me. I knew something was wrong. I pulled myself away from him, but he desperately pulled me back. No, don't go, he said, and I whimpered, seeing him in pain and suffering. Then please tell me, Kian, what happened? I said while caressing his head. And he mumbled something against my neck, which I couldn't hear, but when I did, it shocked me. No, more. Mom. Dad, is no, more, they left me, no, more, they are, no, more. My hand stopped at that moment, my eyes went wide, and suddenly I couldn't even breathe, just like that, they are no more. I should feel happy or even sad, but I felt nothing. It was so sudden. What does he mean no more? How can they die? How can it happen? Kian was still in my hold, clutching my cardigan. I wanted to push him away just to gather my emotions, but I couldn't. He was sad, so I sat there, giving him a shoulder to cry on numbly, my eyes just staring outside at the sky blankly. My hand kept caressing his hair slowly. I was in the office when I got to know I wanted us to go back, then I suddenly heard them talking about you and suddenly all that happened. I hurt you. I didn't want to, I swear. He said while crying and trembling in my arms, and I didn't say anything. I tightened my hold around him, providing the warmth and support to him. Yes, he was wrong, but I have forgiven him, and now, after hearing this, nothing mattered to me besides him. It's okay. It's okay, hubby, please stop crying, please stop. I kept saying, trying to soothe him. Kian, please, I said again, and he started taking deep breaths against my neck, trying to stop those painful cries. I am sorry. He whispered and placed his lips on my neck. I shuddered at his touch and said, it's okay, it's fine, hubby, it's fine. Once he stopped crying, he broke the hug and placed his head on my lap, wrapping his arms around my waist, his face toward my stomach. My hand reached for his hair, caressing it slowly. His head felt hot, and I knew he was burning with a fever, but right now, I didn't know what to say. I don't want to see them like that. He whispered, and I heard it clearly. But you have to. I replied, and he hummed. There was silence for a few seconds, then he slowly got up, clutching his head, and a loud groan of pain left his mouth. I quickly got down and stood in front of him, grabbing his arms to support him. He looked at me again, and his eyes for a second shimmered with tears. Let's go, he said, gulping, and I followed him. We stood at the front door of the hospital, our hands entwined. I didn't know what kind of reaction would come from me, but Kian was staring blankly at the entrance. His steps were slow, his body burning, and his eyes still red. I followed each of his steps, walking beside him. The guards surrounded us with guns in their hands, as always. When we reached the corridor, a doctor pointed toward a room. Upon entering, we saw two beds placed together, their faces covered by white cloth. When the doctor pulled the cloth back, Kian immediately turned his head away, not wanting to see it. In that moment, I saw nothing but pain in his every movement. He let go of my hand and turned around. I looked at his back and slowly approached him. Placing my hand on his shoulder, he turned to me, his eyes filled with tears. With a sudden move, he pulled me into a tight embrace. I let him, gently soothing his back. His gaze remained fixed on his parents lying on the beds. I'm in pain, Crystal. He whispered, and those words broke me. Now we were standing in front of two graves, where Kian's parents were being buried. He kept tossing small petals as he cried, and I stood beside him, holding his arm. It was raining, the sky dark and cold, and I grew more worried about Kian's condition. I was under the umbrella, but he wasn't. Getting soaked in the cold would only worsen his fever, but he didn't seem to care. We stayed there for at least 2 hours. Kian was now on his knees, clutching the gravestone. I took small steps toward him and knelt beside him. Don't, you'll get wet, he said, wiping away the tears that mingled with the raindrops on his face. Kian, I whispered. He nodded, signaling he was listening. Let's go home, I said, offering him my hand. He looked at it for a moment before taking it with both of his, softly kissing it. Then, after a brief pause, he whispered, let's go. We headed toward the mansion, where I had spent my whole life, where I married Kian. In my in-laws' home, which now felt so empty, something felt off. Kian was shivering from the cold. I could feel his hands turning white, and it terrified me. I told the driver to hurry, but even with the heater on, it wasn't helping. I asked to take Kian to the hospital, but he cut me off with a firm no. He didn't want to go anywhere. Not now. When we finally arrived, we went straight to his old room. I quickly laid him on the bed, and he groaned in pain, clutching his head. I removed his shoes, socks, and then began unbuttoning his coat, shirt, pants, and underwear. Turning the heater on full blast, I grabbed a soft towel and gently dried his body. Once there was no trace of water left, I wrapped him in a black blanket. I quickly changed into one of his shirts and headed to the kitchen to prepare hot soup. I'd already asked the guards to bring some medicine, which they did. When I returned, I found Kian awake, sitting up and holding his head, frowning with every passing second. Are you okay? I asked. He didn't respond, just looked at me. I placed the tray on the table and sat on the bed in front of him. Touching his forehead, I felt his fever was still high. I picked up the soup and began feeding him. Kian ate silently. After he finished, he was about to lie down when I shouted, "First take the medicine, Kian, then you can sleep." He groaned but took the medicine. Afterward, I put the empty bowl back on the table. When Kian lay down, I covered him with the blanket. As I adjusted the blanket, my hand near his chest, he grasped it with his warm palm. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Don't go. Sleep here," he replied softly. I hummed in agreement. "Okay, let me just..." Before I could finish, his other hand slid under me and lifted me as if I weighed nothing. He laid me down on the blanket, and I slowly removed it from under me, settling into his arms. He closed his eyes as his hands softly caressed my hair. "How are you?" I asked gently, placing my palm on his chest. "Not okay," he replied quietly. I hummed and said, "You scared me back there." "I know, Crystal, but I couldn't hold it. It was just too sudden for me," he whispered, and I nodded, wrapping my arms around his waist. He pulled me even closer. "I love you," he said. And again, I nodded. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silent hall along with murmuring. A man, wearing a blue surgical mask and a white coat, held a file. He was accompanied by a few nurses, some walking behind him and others beside him. The man had been tortured for a very long time, his hands were cut off, his limbs broken, his skin peeled while still alive, and his face completely destroyed. "Did the police find anyone who can recognize him?" the doctor asked. "No, sir. The search is still ongoing," one of the nurses said. "The body is already decomposing. What should we do?" "What did the police say?" the doctor asked. "They said, now that we have the reports, we can proceed with cremating the body." The doctor hummed. The door to the mortuary opened, and a dark aura surrounded him, mixed with the cold, damp air. The doctor walked toward one of the beds and pulled back the white cloth covering the body, and his face immediately went pale. The body's entire face was pierced with shards of glass that had gone through to the bone. His face had been beaten with a heavy object, destroying all his features. It was horrifying and disgusting at the same time. Crystal's POV. I checked Kian's fever before letting out a sigh of relief. Thank God it finally went down. I gently moved his arm away from me and slipped out of his hold. Once free, I walked into the bathroom, freshened up a little, and then made my way to the hall to do some laundry. I picked up all the clothes that hadn't been washed and placed them in the washing machine. After that, I went into the kitchen to prepare something for Kian. When all the things was done, I took the tray upstairs and walked towards our bedroom, only to see Kian awake and searching for something. "Kian," I said. He turned around and asked with a stern face, "Where were you?" "Food," I said softly, cursing myself for stuttering after hearing his deep voice. I walked towards him and placed the tray on the table, picking up the plate and serving the food. He ate quietly, and I just sat there looking at him. Once he was done, I picked up the plate and gave him water. After he finished drinking, I placed it back on the tray and was about to walk out when Kian's voice stopped me in my tracks. "Bertie." His voice turned so dark, deep, and dominating that my legs felt weak. "Yes," I whispered. "Come here," he replied, pointing his finger and gesturing for me to come closer. I gulped hard and walked toward him with slow steps. When I reached him, he took the tray from my hands and placed it back on the table. He repositioned himself on the bed comfortably, sitting while staring at me with his dark brown eyes. His gaze demanded nothing but submission. His eyes slowly traveled up and down my body, and I squirmed in place, trying not to give in. His eyes were undressing me, piece by piece, until I felt completely exposed under his gaze. "Strip," he demanded suddenly, and I flinched before nodding my head. His gaze never left me as I dropped my clothes one by one onto the floor. When I was fully naked, he lifted one finger and traced my curves in the air slowly. His finger moved from my neck to my shoulder, down my waist, over my hips, and down to my legs until it reached my feet. Even though he wasn't touching me, I could feel his large hands caressing my body. My legs slowly began rubbing against each other softly. "Don't move, Bertie," he said sternly. "Kian," I whimpered. He slowly took my hand in his palm and kissed it softly, leaving a burning sensation there. Then, with a jerk, he pulled me towards him. His hand traveled up to my neck and caressed it in the same way. He had traced my figure in air with his finger. Slowly, his hand moved down my shoulder and circled around my breast. I breathed heavily with every motion. His fingers traveled down my waist, and then his whole hand replaced his fingers, giving my thigh a harsh squeeze before pulling back. His eyes focused on the spot where his hand had left a red print, and he groaned in pleasure. His hand quickly moved to my waist, sliding to the other side, pulling me closer. His face pressed against my breasts, rubbing them with his cheek. I whimpered, distracted, when he suddenly pushed a large finger inside me. I moaned loudly in a mix of pain and pleasure as he groaned my name. Fuck, Crystal, you're perfect for me. His finger moved in and out again and again, making my legs tremble with every motion. My eyes rolled back in pleasure. His teeth caught one of my nipples and bit it harshly before pulling it toward him, making my body arch. Don't, he shouted, pulling me back toward him. His mouth latched onto my nipple, sucking and biting over and over. I was about to come when he picked me up and threw me onto the bed. He quickly pulled down his pants and underwear before thrusting himself inside me. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the bed alone. My whole body was aching, and Kian had gone to get water since I was thirsty. I looked at the clock. It was 2 in the night. I closed my eyes as I felt my strength fading. I was about to drift off when he came back, gently lifting me so I could drink the water before laying me back down. He walked towards the cabinet and took out his laptop, and I frowned. "Won't you sleep, hubby?" I asked, my voice groggy. He smirked after hearing my sleepy voice. Seeing that smirk, I quickly hid myself under the bedsheet, covering my face as I blushed furiously beneath it. "Got some work, Bertie. But you should rest, you need it," he said, and I could hear the teasing tone in every word. I hummed in response and peeked out from under the blanket, closing my eyes again. Kian sat beside me on the bed with his laptop in hand. Third person's POV. Kian's eyes stared at the screen, sharply focusing on every detail in the article. Billionaire business tycoon Mr. Czar Blackwell and Mrs. Blackwell died in fatal car accident. After reading the information of that article, his lips curved at the corner. He turned his head toward where Crystal was sleeping, then back to the screen. He scrolled down, and more articles appeared, one of which captured his attention. His expression changed, and a frown now decorated his face. He quickly picked up his phone from the table and opened the messenger. Where the contact appeared, "Secretary. Take down this article and shut down the company until tomorrow. Murder or misfortune, high-profile businessman and spouse die amid suspicious circumstances." The reply came quickly with, "Will be done, sir." Kian closed the phone again and placed it on the table along with the laptop. He slid down into bed and hugged Crystal's waist from behind, slowly whispering, "Let me protect you, Bertie." Crystal's POV. Kian was gone for work, and I was watching a movie with some snacks in hand. My legs were comfortably folded on the sofa, my back resting against the support. I moaned at the taste of the flavorful chips. The movie was good, a little thriller but romantic. I was engrossed in the storyline when suddenly a loud noise came from the door. My head quickly turned toward the door in fear. What the fuck was that? I quickly placed my feet on the floor and started taking slow steps toward it. I could see the black shadow of someone from inside the blurry glass. Another loud noise came as whoever was standing behind the door punched it furiously. My hands clenched into fists. I was terrified. Kian's name was the only thing leaving my lips. The sound of the door being hit kept coming, making me tremble each time. Then suddenly, it went silent. I was now so close to the door, I moved my face closer to see through the glass. But suddenly, a bloodied hand came near my face over glass, and I quickly stepped back, breathing heavily. The blood from the hand slowly slid down onto the glass. I clutched my chest, trying to control my breathing, but nothing worked. Then the sound of unlocking came. My whole face turned pale with fear, and suddenly I felt my throat burning. My teeth trembled, and then, the door fully opened with a slow creak. A large hand came through, followed by a whole body. "Ma'am, there was a small problem, but we've taken care of it. You don't have to worry," the man in black attire said. I saw nothing but black. The next thing I knew, I woke up, and Kian was holding my hand in his big palms. The small 4 drops were connected to my wrist. I blinked my eyes multiple times, trying to remember something, but then Kian spoke. "You are pregnant, Crystal." Kian whispered in my ears, and my heart stopped for a moment. My eyes automatically teared up, and I could see the blurry image of Kian, his eyes teary just like mine. Suddenly, so many emotions filled me. I was happy, yet at the same time, I was scared. Would I be a great mom? Kian placed his face against my stomach, kissing it softly. Then, he rubbed his face against it, and my hand automatically went to his hair, caressing it. I am happy, he said. I am happy too, I replied. He smiled and sat up straight, taking my lips into his. The kiss was soft and full of happiness. He slowly let go of my lips, rubbing his thumb on my cheek, wiping away the tears. I nodded furiously while crying. I am so happy, Kian, so much, I whispered through my tears, and he hummed before moving closer. His tongue flicked out, licking my lips. I'm happy, if you're happy, Birdie, he said in his deep voice while staring at me with his dominating eyes. He wrapped his arms around my waist and picked me up, slowly placing me on his lap. He rested his chin on my shoulder and gave my neck a soft kiss. I love you, he whispered, and I nodded. Suddenly, he grabbed the back of my head with his large palm and turned me toward him, his dark gaze locked on my face. He took my lips again and started moving them. His lips became wet with my saliva, and mine with his. His tongue slowly entered my mouth and rolled over mine, coating it with his flavor. He tasted me, and I tasted him. When my tongue tried to retreat, his teeth bit it, pulling it more toward him. I whimpered in pain, tapping his shoulder again and again. Kian. I'm pregnant, I said, reminding him we couldn't do this anymore. I had a baby inside me. He stared at me for a second with the same blank expression before his lips curved into a smile. Yes, you are Birdie. Kian, did something happen today? I asked. Yes, Birdie, you became pregnant, by my seed, he replied, and I nodded before hiding my red face in his arms. My fingers played with the buttons of his shirt, and suddenly a question arrived in my mind. Will Mr. Well and Mrs. Well be happy after hearing this news if they didn't have died? Kian, he slowly grabbed my chin and made me look up. I am happy, and I'm sure they would have been too. I nodded my head and wrapped my arms around his waist while his hands were placed on my back, slowly caressing it. I love you, Crystal, he said, and I hummed in response. Crystal, he softly said in his deep voice, and I again hummed in response, informing him that I was listening. When will you say it back? He asked while his fingers moved in my hair, slowly taking a strand and then curling it, and I myself didn't know the answer. Loving Kian seemed always impossible to me. How can I? How will I? There is no reason, there is nothing for me to fall in love. But then I said something that slipped from my mouth on its own. When you prove your love, maybe. He was silent for a few seconds and then. I'll become the air you breathe, the blood in your veins, the pulse that keeps you alive, he said in his deep voice, while his breath touched my face. His fingers kept taking my hair and rolling the strand over it. He made his face closer to me and said in a raspy voice, You want proof, right, Birdie? But there is no proof for my love. I'll erase the world you know, make it so that every time you close your eyes, all you see is me. I'll invade your dreams, control your nightmares, and make you crave the very chains that bind you to me. Every step you take will be because I command it, every thought you have will circle back to me. There will be no escape. I'll turn your heart into a cage, and I'll be the only one with the key. I'll strip away your identity until all that remains is the part of you that belongs to me. I'll own your silence, your screams, your soul until you forget what it feels like to be free. And when the world looks at you, they'll know that you are mine, claimed in ways they can't even fathom. You'll bow to my love because there will be no other choice. And when you finally say those words, it won't just be out of love, it'll be out of submission. Your submission, Birdie. Your submission, Birdie. He said those words, and I felt chills running down my spine. My lips trembled to say something, and I stammered, Love can't be forced, Kian. Kian smiled and lowered his face until his forehead touched mine. Who's gonna force you, Birdie, when you yourself will bow to my love and crawl like you usually do when your body demands nothing but me inside you? Isn't it true? I felt my cheeks burning at his shameless nature. Suddenly, I pushed my forehead back and then forward with a little force, hitting his nose and head at the same time. He scowled in pain, quickly wrapping his hands around his nose as he sat up. Fuck, Birdie. That hurts. He complained like a child while shouting, and I smirked before looking at him with an angry glare. You deserve it, hubby. When he started coming toward me, I quickly pulled up the blanket and hid myself inside it. But not more than for a second, as he swiftly grabbed it and threw it out of his way toward me. Now, no one can save you from me, Birdie, he said, grabbing both my arms with one hand. I looked at him with wide eyes, suddenly noticing that his nose had turned red. A sudden burst of laughter escaped my mouth. You look funny, Kian, like a joker with the red nose, I said between my laughs while he just stared at me with his usual blank gaze. But this time, a frown appeared on his face, and I saw his neck turning red. Fuck, that sight made me laugh even more. When I tried to calm myself down, his hand slipped inside my top, and his fingers started tickling me. No, hubby. Kian, please, oh my god, please stop, my stomach hurts. No, hubby. I kept shouting out loud while laughing, and then finally, he let me go. After that, I saw something so adorable. Haha. See what happens when you play with me, you deserved it, haha, so funny. Look, now your whole face is red, Kian laughed. He laughed his heart out, and for the first time, maybe I saw something genuine. The happy moment came to an end when Kian's laughter was disturbed by an incoming call. He gestured for me to wait and took out his phone. I lay back down on the bed while holding my stomach. I will be the cool mom, I said in my mind and chuckled at my own thoughts. I was happy. Meanwhile, after closing the door, Kian stood outside the room and picked up the call with a swipe. What the fuck were you doing? Can't you even handle a man? Kian shouted angrily. Sorry, sir, I don't know how that young man escaped from them, the man on the phone said. I don't care. I want all of the mess cleaned in 1 hour, and make sure his son's face won't be recognizable, just like his dad's, Kian said in an ordering tone and cut the call before letting out a long sigh. Fuck, what would have happened if Crystal saw his face? Fuck, she would have surely recognized that bastard's son. I am her uncle, and I have every right to see my niece. That fucker had the audacity to say something like this to me, he said to himself, trying to control his anger. A curse escaped from his mouth as he punched the railing. Fuck, Crystal. What more will you make me do? See how insane I have become just for you, love. He said and rested his back against the wall just beside the bedroom, where he could see Crystal talking to her unborn baby while smiling. Kian's hand, where some cuts were now decorated by the wooden strands, made blood drip little by little through one of his fingers. He pointed that finger at Crystal and made it curve in the air, saying, but for you, everything is worth it, right, birdie? For you, I can do anything. Crystal was about to look in his direction when he quickly turned his head and pressed his forehead against the wall. He slowly closed his eyes and breathed out heavily before letting out, anything for you, my birdie. I looked at the door where Kian stood, his one hand covered in a bandage while the other had small cuts. Both his hands were holding a small tray of fruits. I quickly got up from the bed and ran to him. Holding the tray, I placed it on the bed and made him sit down. I slowly grabbed his hands carefully and looked at him. What happened? I asked. Just tried to cut fruits, birdie. He said with a smile, and it angered me. I punched his chest harshly, and he let out a slow ow. I quickly took my hands back and sat on the bed a little away from him. I'm sorry. I whispered. It's okay, my birdie, because there wasn't any pain, he whispered while mimicking my voice in a teasing tone. I quickly moved closer to him, ignoring his teasing, and asked softly, is it hurting, while blinking my eyes more than necessary. He looked at me for a few seconds silently with his deep gaze and then said, no. I smirked upon hearing that and grabbed his hand, giving it a tight squeeze. I thought he would shout or something, but not even a whimper escaped his mouth. He just kept staring at me with his blank gaze while I tightened my hold on his hand, looking into his eyes, trying to challenge him, until I felt the wetness touching my palm. I frowned and gasped after realizing that the wetness was nothing but blood. Kian, oh my god. I shouted while he just stared at me, smiling like a fool. Don't fucking smile like that, fool. Those words suddenly left my mouth in a panic, and when I realized it, it was too late. I quickly placed both my palms over my mouth and looked at Kian, who looked unfazed. I am sorry, I began, but was left incomplete when Kian said, yes, I am a fool, birdie, the biggest fool in your love. He stood up and came toward me, standing just before me. He took my hands with one of his and pulled them away from my mouth. After that, his thumb came near my chin and wiped something, and when I saw what he had removed, I quickly came back to reality. Blood, his blood. I quickly ran toward the drawer and took out the dressing box. I made him sit on the bed and started dressing his wounds. For sure, that wound didn't look like it was from a knife, but I ignored asking about it. Bertie, if you are going to be like this, I am going to fall for you more and more, and the love that is already over the limit will become boundless, Kian thought while looking at Crystal, who was slowly letting out cool air from her mouth before pressing the cotton to his wounds. I stepped down from the bed and looked to my side where Kian was still sleeping soundlessly. I slowly made my way toward the balcony and glanced outside. The garden was shrouded in cold mist, with the orange sun slowly peeking through the grey clouds, already showing that it was going to be a cold day. A sigh escaped my lips, and I suddenly flinched when two arms wrapped around my waist. Kian, I whispered, and he hummed near my neck, sending shivers through me. With a swift motion, he turned me toward him. My hand dropped the shawl that had been covering my arms to the ground. He tightened his hold on me and rested his chin on my neck, pulling me into his embrace. He remained silent, breathing softly in my arms, and I let him, gently rubbing his back. A few minutes passed like this, and I felt Kian's body sagging into sleep, though he was trying to stay awake. "Hubby, you're still sleepy," I whispered softly into his ear. He tightened his grip on me even more, pulling me closer, and turned his head toward my face. I gazed at his messy hair and sleepy eyes, which he was struggling to keep open. "Kian, sleep," I whispered again, and he let out a whiny sound, making me chuckle unknowingly. "I would die to have mornings like this with you, Bertie," he suddenly said in his deep morning voice. He still looked so cute, maybe, but his voice sent those familiar shivers through my body. Suddenly, he scooped me up into his arms in a bridal hold and carried me to the bed, gently setting me down. He laid his head in my lap, took my hand, and placed it on his hair, silently asking me to caress it. I obeyed without hesitation, slowly untangling his hair with my fingers. He turned his face toward my stomach and placed a soft kiss there before making himself comfortable, wrapping both his arms around my waist. We stayed in that position for a very long time, and I didn't even realize when I drifted off to sleep as well. The next thing I knew, I woke up to find myself pressed against Kian's chest. My body was wrapped in his arms. Realizing the position I was in, I quickly tried to sit up, but suddenly, I heard Kian's voice, his eyes still closed. "Why, Bertie, the morning view was amazing. That white skin, and that perfect little mole on it, aren't you just perfect for me?" he said, and I froze, biting my lip in embarrassment as my cheeks burned. I didn't look at Kian, who had now opened his eyes, trying to focus on me despite the position. He sat up quickly, positioning himself right in front of me, and I immediately shut my eyes tightly. "Why?" he asked in a whiny tone. I bit my bottom lip harder. Then, suddenly, it grew too quiet. Frowning, I thought Kian had left, so I opened my eyes and his lips crashed against mine. His mouth opened, taking my lips into his, and my eyes widened in surprise. His eyes bored deep into my soul as his lips devoured mine, his tongue exploring every corner of my mouth. The kiss was so powerful that it pushed me against the bed's headboard as Kian hovered over me. The intensity of the kiss lasted for more than a minute before Kian abruptly pulled away, winked at me, and headed to the bathroom. Did he just tease me? I muttered to myself, a small smile creeping onto my lips. I stepped off the bed, letting the cold floor meet my feet, and made my way downstairs toward the kitchen. I slowly prepared coffee for Kian while he freshened up. Once done, he came downstairs wearing a comfortable set of pajamas, and I guessed he wasn't planning on going to the office today. He stood beside me, watching as I poured coffee into his cup and then into mine. I handed him his cup. He blew on it to cool it down before taking a small sip. I started drinking mine, too, both of us staring at nothing but each other. After finishing his coffee, he placed the cup in the sink. My coffee was still half finished when he suddenly spoke. "We should go on a date, Bertie." The coffee in my mouth shot out with force, choking me. I coughed loudly, glancing at Kian, who was standing there, looking at me blankly. I knew I was in trouble now. But instead of reacting, he walked over to the water tap, poured a glass, and handed it to me. I quickly gulped it down, then hurriedly apologized in a panic. Kian just kept staring at me silently, saying nothing. Tears welled up in my eyes at his reaction. Everything had been going so well, so why did I have to ruin it? I cursed myself internally, and when the tears were about to spill, Kian moved close, capturing my lips in his once again, coating them with his warmth. "There's nothing to be ashamed of," he murmured, wiping away my tears with his thumb before bringing it to his mouth. "When you're with me, Bertie," he finished, and I nodded, placing my coffee cup down and engulfing myself in his arms. I thought you'd be mad, I whispered. I won't, Bertie. Not anymore, he reassured me with a soft hum. So, let's go on that date, Bertie, he said again. I nodded, letting out a quiet okay. He kissed the top of my head and whispered softly. I love you, Crystal, he murmured. And I hummed in response. Kian was already done with getting ready, wearing a satin black shirt paired with bulk jeans, and was downstairs waiting for me, while I was in front of the mirror looking at myself again and again. The dress was bought by Kian in matching color. The dress was hugging my every curve, it just looked beautiful. I picked out a plain white small diamond earrings and wore it. I let all my hair down, before curling it wavy. I took out a peach shade of lipstick and wore it before taking some steps back to see myself fully. That's okay, I think, I whispered, and quickly placed everything on its place before walking down towards Kian. When I reached the hall, I frowned while looking at the empty hall. There was no one. I called Kian's name again and again, but no response. Hey Bertie, I suddenly heard his voice from my behind. With shocked expression there he stood in his all glory. How am I looking? I asked with a soft smile on my face, and he didn't reply back for few seconds. Then he slowly came close to me. How do you look, Bertie? He repeated, his voice drops, eyes darkening as they slowly trace every curve of my body. There are no words which can do justice to your beauty, Bertie, but for me, you look like a temptation I should never touch, but can't resist. Every inch of you pulls me deeper into this madness. The way your skin shivers when I get close, the way your lips part like you're inviting me to lose control. You drive me insane. You're dangerous. You have no idea what you do to me, do you? If you only knew how badly I want to ruin every part of you, you'd run, but I won't let you, Crystal. Because you are mine, only mine to love. Kian, I whispered his name, and he placed a soft kiss on my forehead before suddenly picking me up in bridal hold. I widened my eyes at the sudden action and quickly wrapped my arms around him. Kian walked, taking me along with him towards the garden, and I looked at him with questioning gaze before asking, I thought we were going out. He looked at me and replied, I thought too, but after seeing your vision in this dress, my mind changed. I would love to keep you like this in just front of me. I hummed and placed my forehead on his chest. When we entered the garden, the first thing I saw was a beautiful path of roses, then saw 2 tables where the food was arranged. The decorations of fairy lights were made the garden heavenly. Won't you let me walk on this petals? I asked. You are bare feet, Bertie. What if this petals accidentally has thorns in it? He said in his deep voice, and I gulped before looking at his side face. You look handsome, Kian, I whispered unknowingly, and he halted his steps in middle. His head turned towards me and a smile automatically came on his lips. And you are gorgeous, Bertie, he says. Kian made me sit on the chair and served me the food before taking his seat. There was just silence, peaceful silence. Kian was staring into my eyes, me in his. Our eyes were talking while our lips were completely sealed. The soft sound of a song was being played in background. Once finished, Kian sat on the ground and I slowly to my seat just besides him. His eyes were looking up in sky where the moon were looking beautiful. Bertie, he whispered, and I heard. You know, he said quietly, I've never done this before. A date. It's all new to me. I smiled softly and replied. You're doing pretty well for a first-timer. Kian chuckled, his eyes softening as he said. It's easy when I'm with you. My heart fluttered at his words, but I tried to maintain my composure. Is this what you had planned all along, for real? No, Kian admitted. I really wanted to take you somewhere fancy. But then I thought, what's the point of being out there, when I have everything I need right here? He gestured around the garden, then at himself and on Crystal. Just you and me. I felt my cheeks warm again. He slowly adjusted himself and laid down in my lap. My hands slowly reached inside his hair, caressing them while his were on my cheek, caressing it. Our eyes were still staring at each other. I love you, he said, and I nodded my head with a smile. His hand slowly dropped on my lap. I knew he wanted to hear those words, but love is the only thing for which I don't want to lie. So I tried to take his thoughts somewhere else. How was your life here? Third person's POV. You will have the glimpse of pasts here. How was your life here? Crystal asked, and Kian got silent for few seconds before replying. It was good, Kian said. The sounds of bullets echoed in background along with a child's painful cry. A boy was standing in the middle of those target. Was it? Crystal asked again. Yes, it was, Kian replied with the stoned face. Ah, please, stop, it's hurting, a boy around 14 shouted in pain after those hunters started making him bleed, after failing to endure it anymore. And how was your college? Crystal asked. Bertie, stop. Kian said in stern voice before getting up from Crystal's lap. He took some deep breaths before capturing Crystal's lips into a kiss. Warm, soft and beautiful kiss. No tongue involved, just small moving of lips. You are the only thing which is keeping me sane, Birdie, but still you are my biggest insanity. He said those words while looking into Crystal's eyes between the kiss, and after kissing her for few seconds more he broke the kiss. He stood up and placed his hand for Crystal to hold. "Wanna dance?" he asked, and Crystal quickly nodded with a beautiful smile. The music changed and the lights got turned off. The glow of moon was spread across every corner. "You are the most beautiful things which has happened in my life, Birdie," Kian whispered in Crystal's ears, and Crystal bowed his head more, hiding her red cheeks from Kian's deep gaze. Crystal's hand was placed on one of Kian's shoulder while Kian's hand was placed on Crystal's waist. The slow moment of their steps were rhythming with the song. When the song ended suddenly it started to rain. Crystal quickly looked up in the sky where the moon was still glowing. The sky was still clear. "How?" Crystal asked with wide eyes. "Can do anything for you, Birdie," Kian said, and pointed at the water pipe which was connected to the rooftop. Crystal laughed out loud after looking at that, while Kian also burst into the laughter. He pulled Crystal towards himself and again started moving her body along with his slowly dancing on the next song. "I am loving it," Crystal said. "And I am loving you," Kian replied, before picking up Crystal in koala hold and took him inside the house again. "And I am loving you," Kian replied before picking up Crystal in a koala hold and carrying her back inside the house. We both reached our room. Kian gently placed me on the bed and cuddled up beside me. We were in each other's arms, not saying a word, letting the silence speak for itself. It spoke of the beautiful day we had just spent, the cherished memories we had created. The ordinary day had suddenly become so special, and I was loving every moment of it. "Kian," I whispered softly, and he hummed in response. "Thank you," I said quietly, and he looked down at me, his deep hazel eyes searching mine. "There's nothing to thank me for, Birdie, but there's so much I need to thank you for," he said, his gaze locking with mine. I didn't say anything after that, just nodded before resting my head on his chest again. The cold night breeze touched our skin, but there was nothing but warmth between our intertwined bodies. A few minutes passed, and then Kian slowly moved away from me and sat up. I looked at him, frowning. "Just be back in a few minutes, Birdie," he said softly, and I nodded. Third person's POV. Kian quietly closed the bedroom door behind him, his expression hardening, turning colder than before. He walked downstairs and went straight to the kitchen. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it quickly, then refilled another glass with cold water. Slowly, he slid his hand into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle. Twisting the cap open, he revealed tiny white pills inside. He took one out and dropped it into the water. Once the pill dissolved, he closed the bottle and tucked it back into his pocket. He swallowed hard, his expression shifting from stern to sad, guilt evident on his face. "I'm sorry," he whispered, picking up the glass. His grip tightened with every step as he walked back to the bedroom. "Just 2 more doses," he murmured under his breath, "and everything will be all right." He opened the door, and Crystal looked up at him with her shining eyes, giving him a beautiful smile. Something clenched in his heart, but he kept his face stern. "I waited," Crystal said softly, and Kian smiled as he placed the glass on the table. Kian sat on the bed beside her. "And you'll always have to, because I'll always come to you, Birdie," Kian said. Crystal sighed, letting out a soft chuckle. "You're my husband, Kian." "Of course I'll always wait for you," she replied, and Kian looked at her for a moment before kissing her softly. "I love you, Birdie, and there is no limit to my love. It will always be limitless," Kian whispered before sitting up straight again. He picked up the glass and handed it to Crystal. "Here," he said, and Crystal nodded, taking the glass and drinking all of it in one go. Kian took the glass and placed it back on the table before lying down next to her. He pulled her into his arms, kissed her forehead, and closed his eyes. Crystal stared at Kian's face before softly smiling and closing her eyes, slowly letting herself drift into sleep. Time skip. More than half an hour later, Kian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Crystal's sleeping face for a few moments. His hand reached out, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. "I'm scared, Birdie," he whispered. "I'm scared that I'll lose you, if I don't do this. Please forgive me. Please love me, Birdie." He stood up from the bed and walked to his closet, slowly taking out his office suitcase. Opening it, he rummaged through it until he found a glass case. He pulled it out, opened it, and took out a small injection. Kian walked back to the bed, standing over Crystal. One hand was clenched into a fist, while the other held the injection. He turned her gently, unzipping her dress down to her waist, and injected the needle into her arm, pressing it until the liquid emptied. Once finished, he let out a loud sigh, collapsing onto the bed. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me, love," he whispered again as he gently pulled her dress back up and zipped it. He shoved the empty needle back into the suitcase and returned it to its place before climbing back into bed, pulling Crystal into a tight embrace. He whispered, "I love you," over and over again until his eyes grew heavy, and he drifted into sleep. Crystal's POV, I was standing alone in the middle of a dark place, surrounded by nothing but silence. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past me, sending shivers through my body. I stepped forward, and as my foot touched the ground, I felt wetness beneath me. I looked down and screamed in horror. My feet were covered in blood. Another gust of wind rushed by, and I quickly turned around, only to see the entire floor soaked in blood, as bodies strewn everywhere. Not one or two, hundreds of bodies, and I was standing in the middle of it all. A sound echoed. Thump, and a body fell from above, splattering blood. I screamed again, trying to run, but another body dropped near me, covering me in blood. Body after body fell from above, again and again. I gasped for breath, tears streaming down my face. My teeth chattered, my body trembling. Everything was terrifying. Then, suddenly, one of the bodies turned its head toward me, its eyes wide open, a twisted smile forming on its face. "Mr. Wynne." I saw him. Then another body turned. "Mrs. Wynne," with the same wild expression. I screamed for help, but no one came. I cried out Kian's name, again and again, but my voice went unheard. My sobs filled the air as I clung to myself, trembling, when suddenly, something grabbed my leg and pulled me down. I fell to the floor, completely drenched in blood. Third person's POV, Kian held Crystal tightly as she thrashed in her sleep, her body trembling as she cried out. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, love. I had to do this. You can't leave me, Crystal. I won't let you go. Just one more time, and it will all be over, I promise. I'll keep you safe." Kian whispered, tears falling as he held her close. Past. After Mr. Well killed Crystal's father. If you remember, Crystal's father died 5 years ago when Kian was already born, so you may have guessed it, Crystal is not the daughter of the man I initially showed as her father. Now let's begin. The sudden announcement of her husband's death shocked Mrs. Huster, Crystal's mother. Mrs. Huster's Crystal's mother POV, "What do you mean he's dead? How could he be dead?" I stood there, staring at my dad in silence, who had just announced my husband's death. I felt blank. I couldn't understand why, how, or when it happened. I wanted to ask questions but my voice was lost. It was so sudden, and I wasn't ready for it. Before I could say anything, I felt the strength drain from my body, and I collapsed to my knees. My hands numbly clenched my dress into fists, and a loud sob escaped from my mouth before I completely broke down in tears. I cried out loud while my father stood there, watching me blankly. I knew he was upset. Why wouldn't he be? I was the one who had run away from home just to marry Ryan. Yes, he wasn't the perfect man my father wanted for me, but he was perfect in my eyes. And now, he had left me, right in the middle of our journey. My cries grew louder as flashes of our past rushed before my eyes. Scene changed. I stood in front of his grave. It took me 3 whole days to gather myself and come here. Yet, as I stood there, I felt another part of me break again. I wanted the pain to stop, but it never did, falling into nothing but endless tears. Scene changed. Days passed one by one. Then my father's health started declining. I was juggling multiple part-time jobs just to survive, just to afford my father's treatment. But nothing seemed to work. It felt like one storm came and shattered my life. The pain was unbearable, and I was left alone with just me and my dad. Then, finally, I made the decision to join the club. It was never my choice, but I had to do it. After working there for over a month, I learned I could earn more by selling my body too. Scene changed. I stood in the room, wearing a short black revealing dress. The neon lights made everything bright and dark at the same time. Soft, seductive music played in the background. A man sat on the bed, his legs spread, his dark, lustful gaze fixed on me. I bit my lip nervously. When he gestured for me to come closer with his fingers, I obeyed, walking slowly toward him, once I was close, he pulled me into him. His body collided with my chest, and without wasting any time, he pulled my dress down, revealing my lacy bra. He gave my breasts a rough squeeze, making me moan in both pain and pleasure. I was pulled into bed beside him, and he got on top of me. That was the first night I felt loneliness leave me. For a moment, someone was with me. I felt warmth in the arms of that stranger, someone I would probably never see again. Scene changed. After that, my life took a huge turn. I had money, happiness, and men waiting for me. I started to enjoy that life. And then, my father found out. He protested, and I kept shouting at him that he didn't understand me. We fought regularly in that small ward where my father was being treated. Then what should I do to earn money? I screamed. There are so many options. You're destroying your life, Helen. He shouted back. What should I do then? Work in a restaurant or be a cleaner like you, Dad? If you had money from the beginning, I wouldn't have come to this place. I yelled while crying. Dad stood there, staring at me with teary eyes. I knew I had messed up, but life had messed me up too. What should I do? What shouldn't I do? It didn't matter to me anymore, and it didn't matter to him either. Dad! I screamed as Dad suddenly clutched his chest in pain and collapsed to the ground. The next thing I knew, doctors were coming out of the operation room, declaring my dad dead, and once again, I felt that same numbness. I ran toward the club, leaving my dad's lifeless body there in the hospital corridor, covered in a white sheet. When I got there, I just wanted to erase everything from my mind. Scene changed. An old man, maybe in his 60s, sat on a chair with a glass of wine in his hand. I was dancing on the pole, naked, my face covered in tears. Yes, I regretted saying those words to my dad, but now what that night was the most painful for me. Scene changed. Everything stayed the same for the next 4 years. My life remained the same, but now I had a title, a prostitute. I was staring out of the taxi window as the driver took me to my destination, the hospital. For the past few weeks, I had been feeling sick. I knew what the symptoms meant, but I wasn't ready yet. My mind kept asking me one thing: what will your baby be called? A prostitute's child. I stood outside the ward, clutching the reports in my hands. Yes, I was pregnant, and that familiar numb feeling washed over me once again. Now what? The question kept repeating in my mind. A child. Was I ready? Maybe yes, maybe no. After everything I had gotten myself into, I knew this day would come eventually. But now, what next? Whose child was it? I didn't even know. I wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Then he came, like a light. But did I know he was nothing but darkness? His name was Ryan, same as him. He was kind and gentle, or at least, that's what he made me believe. He said he would love me, take care of me, and like a fool, I believed him. He helped me through my pregnancy, and we continued enjoying our sex life. He was so good at manipulating me that I became blind to everything else. We traveled together, going places. He bought me whatever I wanted, and he spoke to my child as if it were his own. Whenever someone asked who the father was, I would say it was Ryan. I wrote his name on all the documents. But deep down, I knew it was all just an illusion that would shatter sooner or later. And it did, when my water broke, and I was rushed to the hospital. I kept telling the nurses to call him, but they said he wasn't picking up. I was in pain, screaming his name. But this time, it wasn't Ryan whose name I was shouting but my husband's. Life had always been cruel to me, and the delivery was no different. I gave birth to a daughter, tiny, small, and weak. She was kept under observation for 2 days. During those 2 days, I promised myself that I would give her the best life possible. But the next day, the police came. They told me all my belongings had been stolen. For a moment, I was in shock. Then they started listing everything that was gone: cash, credit cards, jewelry, electronics. Even my bank account was in the negative. Ryan. His name immediately flashed in my mind, and I knew my life had screwed me over once again. I sat there, blank, unable to process it all. The police said they would try to recover what was lost, but they were disgusted by the idea of working for someone like me. My daughter, my crystal, my only treasure, was about to turn 1 month old when the police came again. They said, "We're sorry. We couldn't recover your things. The man responsible died in a road accident, and no one has come to claim his body." And there it was again, that numbness spreading through me. What was I supposed to feel now? They left, and I sat there, staring at the cradle beside my bed. What now? That question lingered in my mind, and the numbness. I wanted to erase it. But this time, in a different way. I didn't even realize when my hand reached for the knife on the cupboard. I slit my wrist, leaving my daughter behind, hoping her fate wouldn't be like mine, Kian's POV when he was child. When I was 5, Mom and Dad brought a girl home, telling me that she was my wife. I looked at that small baby curiously, and then something bloomed inside my heart. Not a very good feeling, but something dangerous. When my mom told me she was born to be mine, I repeated her words, "This little girl is mine." I used to sit across from her every day whenever the maid fed her. I watched her crawl for the first time and then take her first steps. Each day, she grew up, and my feelings for her grew to feelings of possession. Whenever someone would come to take her, I would follow that person, staring at them with nothing but anger. And why not? My dad had taught me to keep my things as mine always. But I never got close to her. I never touched her, and I never talked to her because I was scared that I would hurt her. But then one day, Dad asked me to hold her. I gulped slowly, taking small steps toward her, and Dad saw my hesitation. He chuckled and then looked at me before asking, "What happened?" "What if I hurt her?" I replied, and he arched his eyebrow at me. "Well, Kian, she is yours to hurt," he said. I looked at him, tilting my head in confusion. He came toward me and knelt down, his eyes meeting mine. He pointed his finger toward Crystal, who was in Mom's lap, and said, "She is yours to hurt. She is Kian Blackwell's property. You can do anything with her, and remember, only you can." I nodded my head after listening to those words and repeated them, letting my dad know that I would remember. He smirked and patted my head before getting up. After that, she became mine and mine alone. I started talking to her, telling her that she was mine again and again, even when she couldn't understand my words. I began playing with her, taking her in my lap, caressing her short hair, kissing her forehead and cheeks. She was squishy and cute. I started to shout at everyone who tried to come close to her. My anger increased, I became possessive. Whenever she made a mistake, I would tell Mom and Dad to punish her. And then she started kindergarten. I wasn't happy. I wasn't ready to let her go anywhere, but Mom and Dad decided it. I told them she would study only in my school, and they agreed. She was 4, and I was 9 at that time. It had already been a month when I learned from my friend that she had made a friend. I was waiting for the break to start, and when it did, I ran outside just to see her playing on the slide with her so-called fucking little friend. My friends walked alongside me, and when we reached there, I saw her with him, and I couldn't hold back. How could she? There can be no one in her life besides me. I didn't even know when so much anger started bubbling inside me, and I began punching the boy mercilessly. I wasn't afraid of anyone, not even the teachers. My anger kept coming back whenever I heard her cry for that little boy. I hated it. Until everything stopped. The boy closed his eyes and lay on the ground, his every movement ceasing. I could hear Crystal's cries again and again, and then that too stopped. My head quickly turned toward her. When I found her like that, my heartbeat stopped for a moment. I shouted her name again and again. I quickly picked her up and took her inside the class. I told my guard to call Dad. Dad came and picked us up from the class, where he learned everything. Not for even once did he shout or scold me. He said he was proud. He made Crystal sleep on the bed while I just stood there looking at her. The doctors came and checked her health, and I took a breath of relief when Dad told me she would wake up soon. Time kept passing as I focused on my studies when she walked into the hall, running toward me with her little soft feet, crying. To be honest, I loved that sight, and a smile spread across my lips. But then she threw her hands toward me, and that's when I frowned. Before I could do anything, my mom held her and slapped her hard before starting to take her toward the dark room. I smirked and whispered, "You deserve it, Crystal. You shouldn't have done that." Scene changed. "You have to go to Italy, Kian," Dad said. "I don't want to," I replied. But his one stern gaze made me lower my head. "You have to," he said coldly, and I nodded my head before asking, "What about her?" "She is yours and will always be yours, Kian. I will keep her just for you," he answered, and I nodded my head before saying, "But I want something." He smirked before asking, "What is it?" "She won't go anywhere from now on." "I don't want anyone close to her," I said, and he chuckled before letting out a small, Yes. After a few days, I sat on the plane with my uncle, Sam. The flight took 2 hours to get there. I stared out of the window, lost in thought. The view was amazing, but my mind was blank, thinking only of Crystal, that little girl. We arrived in Italy. Honestly, I had been here many times before, but this time the airport felt empty, except for the guards in black. Their coats were neatly buttoned, and they wore matching shirts and black pants. Their eyes were hidden behind dark glasses, and one ear had an earpod. They had guns in their pockets. I swallowed hard at the sight and tightened my grip on my uncle's hand. As we walked out of the airport, I saw many cars waiting for me. When we reached the mansion, the maids put my things in a fancy room. I lay down and looked out the window at the sky. It was beautiful, just like Crystal, pure and innocent. I closed my eyes, remembering only her. I was asleep when a loud knock woke me. I got up and opened the door to see my uncle standing there with a serious expression. He said, "Training time." I nodded and followed him, feeling nervous but excited. That feeling vanished when I saw what was in front of me. We were in a dark basement with flickering lights. Small cages held people, or subjects, for my training, which I never expected. A man was tied to a pole, covered in bruises. The smell of blood made me choke. It was terrifying. When he turned his head toward me, I wanted to run away. His eyes were missing, replaced by bloody holes. It looked like someone had pulled them out. It seemed impossible, but what I saw felt real. I turned my back on him and ran. Then I saw the biggest shock. My uncle stood outside the locked door, smirking as he said, "Your training starts now, Kian," and left me alone with the man. He was alive, making painful noises. I curled up in a corner, covering myself with my arms. He kept struggling against his chains, and every time his head turned toward me, I trembled in fear. "No, please, leave me," I kept saying. Suddenly, he hung half of his body from the chains, the other half still attached to the pole. He didn't move. "Hey," I whispered, and he turned toward me with a creepy smile. I lost it and cried out, but he went limp again. I didn't know how long I had been there, but his wounds became infected, and insects crawled over them, making me sick. Then the gate opened. I should have been happy, but instead, I felt numb. I knew being part of the mafia was cruel, but what I had seen was inhumane. My uncle took my hand and led me out of the cage. Back in my room, I stared blankly at the sky. This time, my mind was empty, filled only with thoughts of that horrifying scene. When I tried to sleep, all I could see were those bloody sockets. My dreams turned into nightmares. I was enrolled in the most expensive school in Italy. The experience was good, but I never made any friends. People thought I was cold, weird, and arrogant, and they were right too, I was. After school, I was brought back to witness brutal murders again and again. This continued for over 2 months. After that, I stopped feeling scared. I became fascinated by the ways of killing. It felt like art to me. Deep down, I knew it was wrong, inhumane, and cruel, but I was taught to learn and observe. When exams came, I finally had a break from the training. I read until my eyes started to close. A few days after the results were announced, I topped the class with the highest scores, which made one student hate me. He came up to me angrily, shoving me and punching my chest while I just looked at him. I slowly reached into my pocket to grab a pen. His hand was about to hit me again when I opened the pen lid and aimed it at him. He screamed in pain as the tip pierced his hand, going in halfway. I smirked and pushed it with force until it came out the back of his hand. The other students looked horrified. Some were crying, while others stood frozen. I was called to the principal's office, not for punishment but to receive an apology from that boy. That's when I learned about the power of money and the mafia. My life became harsh, dangerous, and strangely enjoyable. Not a day passed without me playing with people's lives. Then that day came when I received my first punishment. I made a mistake. A man stood in front of me, crying, and my uncle handed me a gun, telling me to shoot him. But how could I had never done anything like that before. I didn't know what his mistake was or why he was there. I kept thinking of Crystal's face. "I can't," I said, and my uncle frowned. He threw the cigarette from his mouth and shouted, "Shoot, you fucker." But I couldn't do it. I dropped the gun on the floor. "No," I whispered. I didn't notice when the door locked behind me. 2 bodyguards came in, with large, sharp hunters, throwing them at my small body with full force. I shouted and cried in pain, but they didn't stop. I kept saying sorry again and again until a harsh kick hit my jaw, probably breaking it instantly. Blood dripped from my mouth. "Shut your mouth!" my uncle shouted. The punishment continued for what felt like an hour. My body was tired, bloody, and torn. Finally, they stopped. My uncle grabbed my hair and pulled me up, placing the gun back in my hands and adjusting it. "Shoot," he whispered. I looked at him with tear-filled eyes and nodded. 2 gunshots echoed in the room, and the body fell to the ground. My hands shook uncontrollably. I did it. Why I didn't want to. Those words kept running through my mind. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, missing only my parents. Why? I wanted to ask my dad. "Did you miss me?" I longed to ask my mom. I cried for them, but they were far away, out of reach. I wanted to tell them how painful this was, to complain about what my uncle was doing to me. But according to the mafia training rules, trainees were not allowed to contact their families until they become one. I couldn't even express how those 10 years had gone by. With so many deaths, so much torture, and countless punishments. My hands were always covered in blood, my body always bruised. My uncle always played manipulative games with me, leading me to kill someone often without any fault of them. Until my college started, and I quickly gained popularity because of my looks, my involvement in the mafia, and being part of the Blackwell family. Everyone just wanted to please me, and whoever tried to offend me ended up dead. I didn't realize when my anger started growing day by day, and every frustration I had was relieved through sex. Yes, my new addiction. It was worth it. During those few years, I didn't once think of my parents or Crystal's name. Why would I? They had disconnected me from their lives. I was fine. I was happy. Until suddenly, in my second year, I got a call. "Hello, son." And my hardened self shattered. Even after being so tough, so merciless, and so cruel, there were still feelings for them. We talked, sharing what they had been up to and what I had been doing. It was just a conversation, one I had longed for. But there was so much I wanted to tell him, yet couldn't, afraid to show something I never wanted to reveal. It was hard swallowing down all the hurt, the wounds, the cries, everything. Then Dad mentioned Crystal, and I saw a little girl running and crying, over and over again. I didn't know what to say or feel. Her situation and mine were the same, weren't they? We both couldn't run, just had to accept. I couldn't even tell when the words slipped from my mouth. "I don't want an uneducated girl in my life, Dad." Dad kept trying to make me understand, but my mind had already made up an excuse to leave her alone. At least then, she could be free, and I could be free. The call ended, and I saw Rose, one of the sexiest girls in my college, standing there with a cigarette between her fingers. "Yes, that's what I like," I whispered and smirked before heading toward her. I pulled her by the waist, and her blue eyes met mine just before I crushed my lips against hers in a hungry kiss. I could taste the smoke. It was the yummiest kiss I'd ever had. After that, we started sleeping with each other. No feelings attached. Our lives became more interesting when we both got addicted to alcohol. It was fun, but then... Crystal. Her name kept entangling in my life at every step. Mom and Dad would call every day, telling me how she had grown, how beautiful she was. "You have to come see her, she's just for you," they'd say. And with every call, I grew more and more frustrated. Until I finished college. I decided to settle everything. I made Rose my fake girlfriend and introduced her to my parents. We both boarded the plane. When we arrived at my home, the memories flooded back, memories of her, and my parents. Not all good, not all bad, but especially her. How territorial I was for her. How I loved punishing her. How I made her life hell. It felt like child's play, and unknowingly, a small smile crept onto my lips. "My Crystal," I whispered. Mom and Dad welcomed me, but the smiles on their faces faded when they saw Rose. I expected this reaction from them. I was ready to set that poor girl free. But then she came, Crystal looking so beautiful, so mine, walking down those stairs, and I lost it. How could I let her go when she had become like this just for me? She sat far from me, looking down. I hated the distance, but the shyness or fear in her eyes satisfied my soul. Her long lashes, her hair framing her chubby cheeks, it made my heart flutter. Her dress flowed with each step, and her pink lips kept getting wet with nervous little licks. Her fingers fidgeted with each other. I wanted nothing more than to intertwine them with mine, to take them into my mouth and give them my warmth. She was mine, and she always would be. I couldn't free her. She was mine to cage, my bird. Then why did she say she didn't want this? Why didn't she want to marry me? My hands clenched into fists, and all I wanted was to hurt, to kill. How could she not want me? Why did she say that? Am I not good enough? Isn't she my devotee, someone who should follow me, love me? Then why? My mind kept spinning, and there was one feeling I never wanted to experience again, abandonment. Crystal couldn't leave me. That was the only thing I accepted. Everything started getting worse. I didn't realize when I began losing myself more and more, just for her. My every addiction ended when I saw her, the first time I touched her. She was like a flower blooming in a dry graveyard. I wanted nothing but to have her, at any cost. If not by love, then by force. I didn't care. She had to be in my life. And then Dad told me again, just about Mom and Crystal. He wanted to give her to someone else. All I saw was red. I didn't care if my dad was standing in front of me or anyone else. I lost my mind. How could he then? She tried to run from me. Rose called, and told me my bird was fleeing. I wanted to break the legs that were taking her away from me, but I couldn't, could I? So I told Mom to give her a small punishment. After she fell asleep, her face stained with dried tears, my heart broke. I sat on the floor, holding her feet, and kissed them softly. But I had to cover it up, hide the person who could destroy everything just for her. We found Crystal's father's relatives, Ryan's brother. My dad had seen him before, since he and Crystal's father used to be friends. We kept him in the basement, and I used him to warn Crystal not to run from me. She said she hated me again, and I felt a sharp sting in my heart. But just for a moment, right, just for a moment, and that's how we got married. I promised her I would release them, and I kept my word. Just after our marriage, they were set free. It was my way of showing her that, even though I controlled everything, I could still keep a promise when it suited me. I just wanted to keep her with me, so I took her to Italy, trying to start something new. But I couldn't just drop my facade with her. Yes, I was possessive, controlling, and obsessive, but only because I needed her to be mine. As a wife, she was fulfilling her duties perfectly. But I wasn't, and I wanted to be, for her. I tried to control the beast inside me, the one that wanted to punish her for every small mistake. Whenever she got punished, I punished myself too. Her cries made me cry. But what else could I do? And then, one day, Mom and Dad came, third person's POV. Kian held Crystal tightly as she thrashed in her sleep, her body trembling as she cried out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, love. I had to do this. You can't leave me, Crystal. I won't let you go. Just one more time, and it will all be over, I promise. I'll keep you safe. Kian whispered, tears falling as he held her close. Present, Crystal's POV, I quickly closed my eyes when the sudden rays of the sun hit them and then slowly tried to open them again. Once open, my hand went toward my waist, only to find Kian's hand resting there. He looked as handsome as ever. I gently moved his hand aside and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. I took a quick, peaceful bath and closed my eyes, but suddenly, a sharp pain hit the side of my head. I rubbed the spot quickly, dressed myself, and walked out. Kian was sitting on the bed, his eyes filled with concern as he stared at me. What happened, Bertie? He asked. Headache, I think, I replied. He hummed in response before spreading his arms wide like a child asking for a hug. I shook my head and said, I have to cook, hubby. He pouted, got off the bed, and walked over to me. Wrapping his arms around my waist, he rested his chin on my shoulder, taking deep breaths. I love you, he whispered. I hummed softly, running my fingers through his hair. My gaze wandered toward the window, and I noticed flower petals scattered along the garden path. What's this, hubby? I asked. He broke the hug and met my eyes before turning to look where I was pointing. Just a surprise for you, Bertie, he said, his dominant stare making my cheeks flush. I quickly lowered my head, biting my lip, and nestled deeper into his arms. Suddenly, he picked me up in a koala hold, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around his neck for support. Bertie, he whispered in my ear. I hummed in response. You're pregnant, he said. I froze in place. It was something I already knew, yet every time he said it, it felt brand new. We're going to have a baby, Bertie, he said again. I hummed, resting my head on his chest. What do you want? I asked softly. A girl, just like you, he answered, planting a kiss on the crown of my head. I smiled at his answer, but a pout quickly formed on my lips. But I want a boy first, so he can protect her, I said. Kian gently cupped the back of my head, pulling my face in front of his. As long as I'm alive, no one can harm my family, Bertie. No one can harm you, he said sternly. I nodded. As we reached the garden, I saw a beautifully arranged white table. A flash of something familiar crossed my mind, as if I'd seen it before. My grip on Kian's shirt tightened, and a loud, painful shout escaped my lips as a sudden wave of pain shot through my head. I looked at Kian with teary eyes. He stared at me blankly for a few seconds before panic replaced his calm demeanor. He kept asking what was wrong, again and again, but I couldn't respond. The headaches were unbearable, the pain intense. Kian laid me on the ground, resting my head in his lap. His teary eyes met mine as he trembled. Suddenly, he placed my head on the ground and left me there. I gazed up at the sky. What is happening? I had no idea what was going on. It was all so confusing. I closed my eyes, letting the pain consume me, and then I saw it, a bloodied hand, lifeless bodies, and Kian standing there, holding a knife. My eyes flew open, only to see Kian in front of me. His trembling hands held a needle. What is it? I stammered, my voice shaky. He let out a loud sob, his trembling hands reaching for mine, slowly pulling up my sleeve. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. I'm sorry, he whispered before pushing the needle into my arm. Everything went black. The day after date. The first thing I saw when I woke up was Kian, looking at me with his loving gaze. I was about to speak when his lips pressed against mine. The kiss was soft, his lips gently sliding over mine. After a few moments, he pulled back and said, I was scared. I looked at him, confused, before asking, did you have a nightmare? He nodded like a child and pulled me into his arms, holding me tight for several minutes before finally letting go. I freshened up and went to the kitchen to prepare something for him. Kian came downstairs in his office attire and sat at the table. He gestured for me to sit, but before I could, the doorbell rang. I looked at Kian as he stood up to answer the door. When he opened it, I saw a man wearing a white shirt and black coat, paired with black pants. He handed Kian a small courier box and left after bowing. Kian walked back to the table, placing the box down. I eyed it curiously. He sat down as I served him some soup. He nodded his thanks and gestured for me to sit. These are your medicines, Bertie. I want our child to be healthy, so make sure you take them every day, he said. I nodded before picking up the spoon to finish my soup. Once done, I gathered the dishes and placed them in the sink, but Kian followed me like a shadow. When it became too much, I turned around, hands on my waist. He grinned mischievously, closing the distance between us in an instant before pressing his lips to mine. His tongue traced the outline of my lips, asking for permission to enter, which I granted. He slid his tongue into my mouth, moving it rhythmically as he groaned softly, biting down on my bottom lip. His hand found my breast, squeezing it tightly. His fingers teased my nipple until it hardened. He trailed his tongue along my cheek, down to my ear, nibbling before moving to my neck. I moaned, giving him more access. His teeth bit into the flesh of my neck, sucking hard until the area turned dark red. His other hand slid down my body, but I quickly grabbed it. I'm pregnant, Kian. We can't. I said breathlessly. Yes, you are, he whispered, releasing me with a soft smile. Take your medicine, Bertie, and rest. Auntie will come to handle the chores, he said, planting a small kiss on my forehead. I nodded and whispered a soft goodbye as he left. I walked over to the dining table, opening the package. Inside were small white tablets. I took one with a glass of water. Third person's POV, Kian sat in the car with his laptop on his lap, the screen showing a live feed of Crystal taking her medicine. His once loving eyes turned blank as his fists clenched tightly. Leaning back into the seat, he let out a long, tired sigh. A tear slipped down his left cheek as his lips trembled. I'm sorry, he whispered. Crystal's POV. After taking those white pills, I walked upstairs towards our room. Once inside, I sat on the bed, looking out the window. My lips curved into a soft smile as I saw the rose petals still scattered on the ground. The sight was beautiful. Kian's efforts were slowly melting my heart, bit by bit. "Isn't your dad being so sweet?" suddenly I whispered softly to my unborn child. Of course, there was no reply, but a small chuckle escaped my lips. I was waiting for this little one to come into my life. A contented sigh left me as I slowly lay down on the bed, hugging a pillow close. The soft blanket kept me warm. Closing my eyes, I imagined nothing but a small, happy family: Kian, me, and our baby. A chill ran down my spine. I opened my eyes, and my surroundings blurred. When I focused, my heart sank. I saw him. "Uncle!" I gasped, staring at him with wide eyes. His face was blank, emotionless, as he walked slowly toward me. The distance between us closed too quickly, and his hand reached out, gently stroking my hair. "You'll come with me, right?" he asked, his voice void of warmth. I stood there, frozen. His gaze roamed over me, making me feel exposed, vulnerable. I wanted nothing more than to run into Kian's arms. "Kian," I whispered, but Uncle only laughed. Before I could react, he grabbed my dress and tore it away with brutal force. My eyes widened in terror, and I thrashed desperately, trying to escape. I screamed Kian's name over and over, but just as he was about to rip away the last piece of clothing, everything went silent. Then, a piercing, agonizing scream shattered the stillness, making me tremble in fear. Uncle's throat was slit right in front of my eyes. His scream echoed as blood splattered all over my half-naked body. I frantically rubbed the stains off, but they wouldn't go away. I saw no one but Kian. I thought he had saved me. But no, it wasn't him. I looked at him, feeling betrayed. His eyes were blank, panicked, and tearful. "Why?" I whispered, a loud sob escaping as I tried to wipe away the blood. Third person's POV, it had been half an hour since Kian returned from work, only to find Crystal thrashing and crying in her sleep. He didn't say a word, just lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist, holding her tightly. "I'm sorry," he whispered, burying his face in her back, trying to hide the tears that kept falling. Crystal's POV. The night came, and I slowly stepped down from the bed, my eyes drifting toward the window again. This time, only darkness greeted me. My gaze shifted to the clock. It was 8:13. "Oh my God, what's happening to me?" I whispered to myself, startled when something brushed against my back. I turned around quickly to see Kian still lying there, asleep in his coat. I bent down, drawing my face closer to his, studying every feature. One by one, my eyes traced the handsome lines of his face. "You're so handsome, Kian," I whispered, my lips inching closer until they met his. My eyes were still open, watching him, and widened when his eyes fluttered open too. "Stealing kisses while your husband is sleeping is bad manners, Birdie," he teased, breaking the kiss. His hand slid to my waist, pulling me up onto his body before taking my lips in his again. "Hubby," I murmured between kisses, and he hummed, his voice a low growl. "Yes, wifey." A furious blush warmed my cheeks as I responded to his kiss. It was wet, warm, and sweet. "Birdie, you're perfect," he whispered against my lips. I hummed, smiling softly before replying. "No one is perfect." His grip on my waist tightened as he pulled me closer, his voice firm yet tender. "But you will always be, just for me, Birdie." Dinner was already set on the table, and I arched an eyebrow at Kian, silently asking the question. He responded with a shrug. "Told Aunt to prepare it." I chuckled, teasing him, "I knew it. You can't even make one meal for me." He looked offended, his lips forming a big pout. Grabbing my hand, he pulled me into the kitchen. "I'll prove you wrong," he declared, making me laugh. He started pulling out ingredients and finally opened the top drawer, retrieving the main ingredient, flour. But as he lifted it, all the flour spilled down onto him. He coughed, and I saw flour puffing out of his mouth. "Fuck," I cursed, and Kian's eyes went wide. I clutched my stomach, laughing so hard that tears formed in my eyes. Kian watched me for a few moments before bursting into laughter too. He knelt, grabbing a fistful of flour from the floor, and threw it at me. I glared at him, pouting, before grabbing some flour myself and throwing it back. The flower fight continued for a while until my foot slipped on the flower-coated floor. I would have fallen if Kian hadn't caught me just in time. You saved me, I whispered. I always will, Bertie, he said, his voice husky as he lifted me into a bridal hold. Carrying me to the bathroom, he gently laid me in the bathtub. Now it's my turn to wash you up, Bertie, he whispered, and I nodded with a soft smile but then arched my eyebrow looking at his dirted figure too. Let's wash up together, hubby. You are dirty, he said. His mouth went wide open. He gave me the look of affection before wrapping his hands together. No, I am not, he said sternly, and I chuckled before looking at him up to down and said in the same tone as him, yes you are. He shook his head and whined before finally getting inside that large bathtub. Yes I am, he whispered and rubbed his nose with mine while smiling softly. I could see nothing but his wide funny face and his beautiful dark hazel eyes. I love you, he whispered, and I hummed. Kian sat beside me in the bathtub as I rested my head softly on his shoulder. His large hands kept removing the slippery flower from my back while mine explored his chest. A peaceful silence enveloped us. My eyes were cast downward while his remained fixed on me. Bertie, he said in a husky voice. I hummed softly, looking up at him. He gently placed his lips against mine, nibbling them tenderly. His fingers wove into my hair, curling a small strand. As his lips slowly detached from mine, his gaze darkened. You can't hate me, Bertie, he whispered, and I heard it clearly. Confused, I wanted to ask a question, but before I could, his lips latched onto my nipple, biting down harshly. I moaned in a mix of pain and pleasure, arching my back, but he wouldn't let me pull away, drawing me closer again and again. His hard crotch ground against my wet pussy, craving nothing but entrance. It was becoming overwhelming, and I needed to stop it. I tried to push him away softly, but he didn't budge. After much struggle, I finally shoved him away harshly, instantly regretting it when I saw the darkness in his gaze. His eyes turned red with anger as he grabbed me by the throat, pulling me closer. His dark eyes locked onto my trembling ones. You can't push me away from you, never, Bertie. Never again, he said, enunciating each word clearly before suddenly shouting, making me flinch in fear. Never. Do you understand? He yelled again, and I let out a small cry before responding. Yes. He loosened his grip on my neck and pulled me into a hug. You can't push me away, Crystal. You can't. He kept repeating those words, trembling. I couldn't tell if it was anger or fear. I am pregnant, Kian. We can't do this, we can't, I replied, tears streaming down my face. His hold tightened around me as he nodded against my neck, and I felt something warm and wet there. Kian, don't, I whispered, and he hummed softly before placing a kiss on my neck. We lay in each other's arms on the bed, Kian's hand caressing my back while mine rested on his chest. The sound of the movie echoed in the silent room. The film was interesting, but his eyes captivated me more, staring at me with a depth I yearned to understand. They wanted to speak, and I wanted to hear, but he never let those words out. I love you, Kian said suddenly. I smiled softly in response before asking, why? Kian's frown deepened for a moment, but then his expression softened as his hand slid to the back of my neck, pulling me closer. His voice was dark, yet there was warmth in it that sent shivers down my spine. Why? He repeated in raspy voice, his breath mingling with mine. Because you're the only thing that keeps me from falling apart, Crystal. Every time I look at you, I see everything I've ever wanted, everything I'll never let go. You've been mine from the beginning, even when I didn't deserve you. And I don't love you because I should, I love you because I can't help it. You're the only thing that can calm the chaos inside me, but you're also the fire that keeps me alive. His grip tightened slightly, a possessive edge to his touch. I've done terrible things to keep you, and I'd do them again. Because without you, there's nothing left of me. His gaze darkened, though his thumb gently caressed my skin. You are my obsession, Crystal. My love for you isn't gentle, it's consuming, raw, and I'd burn the world down if it meant keeping you with me. That's why. Why so much to say when it comes to me and so little when it comes to you? I asked slowly, placing my fingers on Kian's forehead, gently rubbing away the lines of stress. Because I don't exist with you, Crystal. There is only you. If there is you, there is no me, it's just you. He grabbed my fingers and pulled them down near his lips, placing a soft peck on them as he whispered, I love you, Bertie. I love you so much. I nodded, burying my head in his arms. I could hear his heartbeat, which felt peaceful yet tumultuous for my own heart, making it tremble. The next day arrived, and Kian was gone to the office. I finished breakfast and took my pill before immersing myself in housework. I had just finished the dishes when a chuckle escaped my lips. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit my head. I quickly grabbed my hair, pulling it in an attempt to ease the discomfort, but nothing worked. As the pain began to subside, I looked at the dishes, all done, and felt a wave of confusion wash over me. Did I do it? I asked no one but myself. I completed all the housework, yet my memories were becoming blurred. I wasn't sure if I had actually done it. I kept going through the motions over and over. Once exhausted, I allowed myself to rest on the sofa. I was about to close my eyes when the doorbell rang. Slowly, I got up and looked at the small door screen, where I saw Kian's silhouette. I opened the door to find him standing there, his face weary. I quickly turned to look at the clock. It was 6 in the evening. Had I been doing all of that for so long? Confusion and bewilderment enveloped me. What happened? Kian asked slowly, stepping closer and placing his chin on my shoulder. I think I'm going crazy, I said with a chuckle. He froze, letting me go, and looked at me with a blank stare. I missed you, he admitted softly. I did too. I whispered. He grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the sofa, making me sit on his lap. His head nestled into my neck, taking deep breaths. I can't live without you, Birdie. I just can't, forgive me. He whispered those last words too softly to hear, and I didn't fully understand, yet I nodded and said, I can't live without you too, hubby. As I said those words, his hold on me loosened. He withdrew from the hug and looked at me with teary eyes. Fuck, I love you, he said, crashing his lips against mine. His wet, slippery saliva coated my lips as he mumbled between kisses that he loved me. All of this made something flutter inside my heart. Fuck, I love you, he said, crashing his lips against mine. His wet, slippery saliva coated my lips as he mumbled between kisses that he loved me. Aren't you hungry, hubby? I asked between kisses, and he hummed before placing his chin on my shoulder, controlling his heavy breaths. I let him stay like that for a few seconds before informing him. I'm sorry, hubby, but I think I forgot to cook. Let me see. He hummed again and loosened his hold on me. His face came in front of mine, meeting my eyes. Let's cook together today, he whispered in a husky voice, and I blushed before nodding my head. He picked me up in the same position and took me into the kitchen. He made me sit on the counter and folded his sleeves. I gulped, looking at those veiny arms. Don't drop the flour like before, hubby, I teased, and he smirked before replying. But I like the messy you with me, Birdie. I chuckled at the response, shaking my head. What will you cook, hubby? I asked, and he gulped before turning his head toward me. His smile became awkward as he replied. Well, I know how to make pancakes and noodles. That was it for me. I burst into laughter. Why are you so cute, hubby? I said while wiping that one invisible tear from my eyes and jumped down on the floor, coming toward him. Kian was looking down, his ears turning red, and I wanted to tease him more, so I came closer to him and whispered, well, hubby, I love men who can cook. He quickly looked up with wide eyes and mouth before shouting out loudly. I will learn, I promise, I will. This time I didn't laugh, he just looked adorably sincere, making me gulp. I held his hand slowly and took it near my lips, giving it a soft kiss while he closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening them. You don't need to, Kian, I am here, I said softly, and he shook his head in refusal before replying. But I want to help you, Birdie, he said while looking into my eyes. Then let's cook together. I am hungry, hubby, I said while pouting in a whining tone. He smiled before nodding his head. I took out all the ingredients and placed them in front of Kian. He picked up the knife from the cupboard and started cutting them while I filled the water in a pot and placed it on the stove to heat. My gaze went to Kian, who was staring at those vegetables with so much concentration in his piercing gaze. What are you doing? I asked. That's a carrot, he replied. So? I said. I hate it. He replied without removing his hateful gaze from that pitiful carrot. What are you, hubby, a child? I said, placing my hands on my waist. He turned his head towards me and pouted. But I hate it, he said, and I looked at him with a done face before saying. Okay, skip it. His pout quickly converted into a wide smile, and I shook my head at his instinct. After a few minutes, the noodles were prepared. I placed them on the table while Kian brought the utensils along with the water. We both sat in our seats and started eating. I was on my 5th bite when Kian suddenly said, "Feed me." I looked at him while blinking and sighed before standing up, but before I could walk toward him, he stood up and picked his chair up, taking it toward me. We both sat down again, and Kian brought his plate in front of me. He opened his mouth wide and looked at me. I smiled at his action and started feeding him while he did the same for me. Once finished, Kian decided to walk in the garden. We both held each other's hands, the moonlight spreading around the garden, making everything beautiful. He kept smiling, and I was just looking at his happiness in these small moments. "Are you happy?" I asked. He turned his face towards me and smiled widely. "I am the happiest whenever I am with you." I chuckled and nodded my head. We both walked toward the swing. He let go of my hand and pulled me toward it, making me sit there. He lay down, placing his head on my lap. "I love you, Birdie," he whispered, and I heard it, smiling softly. I took a soft sigh and placed my head on Kian's chest, hearing his heartbeat. "Can you hear it?" he asked, and I hummed. "It beats just for you, Birdie," he said again, and I sat straight again while chuckling. "You are cheesy," I said. "No, I am not. It won't beat, ever, if I lose you, Birdie," he said and got silent before turning his head toward the garden again. "Kian," I whispered, and he hummed without turning his face to me. We sat there in silence, with so many emotions in our hearts, for a few minutes before Kian said, "I have never felt something like this, Birdie." I hummed without replying, just listening to what he wanted to say. "Something so special, something where I just feel I am not even mine now, I am just yours," he said and turned his head toward me before hugging my waist tightly. He rubbed his face against my stomach before placing a kiss there. "I want to have a family, Birdie, where you and I will be together, just like this in each other's arms, forever. Where I love you, and you love me." And the silence engulfed us again. I let out a shaky breath when I felt Kian's tears on my dress. "Kian. Please love me, Birdie, please. Please love me, Birdie, please." The night passed like that, wrapped in each other's arms. Kian held me close as I curled into his chest, the silence speaking louder than words. My fingers traced soft circles on Kian's bare chest, while his fingers mirrored the motion on my back. "Good night, Birdie," he whispered, and I hummed in response before closing my eyes. The next 5 days passed in the same routine, and then the 6th day arrived. Kian had left for work, and I found myself staring out the window. The world outside seemed peaceful, but my mind wasn't. I was confused. How did we end up in bed together? Didn't I hate him when I woke up that morning? Kian's presence startled me. A frown formed on my face as I instinctively pulled away, but my body jerked backward, nearly making me fall. Suddenly, Kian caught me by the waist and said, "Careful, you're pregnant, Birdie." Pregnant, when how the questions filled my mind, and then it all came flooding back, the memories of my pregnancy. Yes, I was pregnant. How could I forget Kian? I whispered his name and smiled softly, shaking my head. I went about my day, doing all the tasks I could manage. Once I finished, I decided to rest. But as soon as I entered my room, darkness closed in. Blood, wide, lifeless eyes, I froze in shock. My heart raced, and I tried to distance myself from the terrifying vision. I didn't realize my feet were slipping until I caught the stair railing just in time. "Oh my God!" I gasped, sitting on the stairs, trying to catch my breath. What was that? Once I calmed down, I walked back to our room cautiously. This time, everything was quiet, just peaceful silence. I scanned the room, finding nothing. I blinked, then looked out the window at the serene view. But as I stepped back, something flickered in the window's reflection. I spun around, but no one was there. My breath hitched, and I closed my eyes, trying to steady myself. When I opened them, Mrs. Wells' face was inches from mine, smiling eerily. Her mouth opened, and she spat out blood from the corner of her lips. My eyes widened in horror as she looked down. I followed her gaze, seeing a knife buried in her stomach. She screamed. "You, bitch!" The knife twisted, and her body collapsed onto me. I looked forward, crying, and saw Kian standing there, blood dripping from his hands, his eyes filled with tears. "Why?" I whispered, my vision fading. This time, my eyes didn't open. Kian's POV. I arrived home, pressing the doorbell and waiting for Crystal to answer. But there was no response. Frowning, I pressed it again and again, each moment without an answer causing fear to creep into my chest. Frantically, I searched my pockets, pulling out the key to unlock the door. The house was deathly quiet. "Crystal!" I called, but the silence persisted. Panic surged through me as I ran through the house, checking the kitchen, then racing upstairs. My heart shattered when I found her lying unconscious on the floor. "Bertie!" I collapsed beside her, trembling hands checking for her breath. Relief hit me like a wave when I felt it. Gently, I lifted her head onto my lap, my tears falling uncontrollably onto her face. "This is all my fault, because of my selfishness. It's all my fault," I sobbed, brushing her hair from her face. "I wanted to keep you with me, Bertie. Please, don't hate me. Please." I wiped my tears, but they kept falling. My heart broke with every passing second, and fear clawed at me. I wanted her to wake up, to question me, but I was terrified. Just like that day. "I'm scared, Bertie. Scared you won't understand, scared you'll leave me, scared you'll hate me." My voice cracked as I confessed everything. I carefully lifted her onto the bed, covering her with the duvet before dialing a number with shaking hands. "Come here," I whispered into the phone. A soft hum came from the other end, and within 10 minutes, Nevin was there. He examined Crystal while I stood off to the side, watching with a heart full of fear and guilt. Third-person POV. "I warned you before, Kian, that drug could affect her mental health," Nevin said, shaking his head. "I know," Kian shouted, tears streaming down his face. "But what can I do? What else could I do? She'll leave me, Nevin, she will." "No, she wouldn't. You just needed to explain it to her." "She would have listened," Nevin replied, his tone calm but firm. "You don't understand." Kian's voice cracked as he sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. "She wasn't ready to listen that day. She told me she hated me. She said she didn't want to be with me. She said she'd leave me." His voice broke completely. "What did I do wrong? I was just trying to protect her." "But she..." He let out a heart-wrenching cry. "She said she'd leave me." Nevin crouched down beside him, patting his shoulder. "Kian. I don't know if this will work anymore, but those drugs are destroying her. She'll lose herself if you keep this up." No, there's a chance. You told me there was a chance." Kian sobbed, desperation lacing his voice. "Yes, but overuse of those drugs is dangerous. I don't even know how she's enduring it," Nevin said, glancing at Crystal's unconscious form with pity. "She has to endure it. I can't lose her, Nevin. I can't." Nevin sighed heavily. "I don't know what to say, Kian. You've lied so many times, even about the pregnancy. I just don't know anymore." Kian froze. His eyes shifted, filled with guilt, and Nevin's words cut through the silence like a knife. "I know you didn't tell her the truth," Nevin continued, his voice lowering. "You never told Crystal she wasn't really pregnant, did you?" Kian's eyes welled up again, and his voice shook. I had to, Nevin. She would have slipped away from me if I didn't give her those drugs. I just couldn't let her go." "You fed her a lie, Kian. You made her believe she was carrying your child, just so you could keep her brain under control, so you could give her those medicines openly, right? All those drugs you've been giving her. You convinced her they were for the pregnancy, didn't you?" Kian's body trembled as he nodded, his tears falling harder. "I didn't want to hurt her, Nevin. I swear I didn't. But I was scared. She said she'd leave me. I thought if she believed she was pregnant, she'd take those medicines without question. Those injections made her feel pain. I was there when she would cry. It made me hurt. It made her hurt, so I thought medicines will work. I thought they wouldn't hurt her." His voice broke completely. "I thought she'd never leave, if she thought there was a baby." Nevin shook his head, his expression a mixture of pity and frustration. "You've done more damage than you realize, Kian. She's been taking those drugs meant to keep her subdued, compliant. Not because she needed them, but because you wanted to control her mind, control her memories. I wasn't trying to control her. I was trying to protect her, from everything. Kian's sobs racked his body. I love her, Nevin. I love her so much, and I didn't know what else to do. Love doesn't justify lies, Kian. You've manipulated her into staying with you. I know your intentions were good but your way wasn't, and now she's paying the price of your actions. Those drugs could destroy her mind. You can't keep her like this, Kian. If you love her, really love her, you have to stop, and maybe we can't even stop now. Kian collapsed to the floor, his hands covering his face as he wept openly. I didn't mean for this to happen. I just couldn't lose her. She's all I have. Kian's voice was barely audible, choked with sobs. I can't lose her, Nevin. Without her, there's nothing left. She's my everything. If she leaves me, I'll die. I can't live without her. Nevin's gaze softened slightly, but his tone remained firm. You've already lost her in a way, Kian. She's slipping away because of what you've done. If you don't fix this, it won't just be your relationship that's broken, it'll be her mind. She'll lose herself completely. Kian looked up, his eyes red and swollen. I can fix it. I can make it right. I just need to restart and everything will be okay. I can't give up on her, Nevin. I can't give up on us. Nevin sighed deeply, looking at Crystal's fragile form on the bed. I don't know, Kian. I don't know if you can undo the damage, and I don't know if there's even a chance to restart. Kian nodded weakly, his voice a desperate whisper. Please, just help me. I'll die without her. Nevin looked away, the weight of Kian's words sinking in. I don't know, Kian. But for her sake, let's hope it's not too late. With a resigned expression, Nevin moved toward Crystal, pulling a needle from his coat. He injected it carefully into her arm, his eyes filled with pity. The last dose will be given tomorrow. I hope this works, Kian. I really do. But this isn't just about you anymore, it's about her. Kian whispered, broken. Without her, there's no me, Nevin. I'll die without her. Third person's POV, Kian stared silently at Crystal's face, looking at her with a multitude of emotions in his eyes, but mostly fear of losing her. What have I done? He whispered, lying down beside Crystal and hugging her tightly. His tears flowed toward Crystal's arm, and Kian pressed his body closer to hers, clutching her tightly with his large arms. I should have explained. Bertie, but I am a coward. I am a coward in your love. I thought I would lose you, so I didn't do this. Please give me a chance, I will make everything okay. I will make everything right, I promise. Just one chance, he said, his voice cracking with each tear, while Crystal lay there silently. Let's go back to their wedding day. Mom, Dad, we are going to Italy, our new home. Kian shouted out, leaving with Crystal. Meanwhile, Mr. Wynne and Mrs. Wynne looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Finally, their son was married to no one other than Crystal. The guests were having food while discussing business, while the women talked about jewelry and dresses. Meanwhile, a man stood still, looking at the gate where Kian had left with Crystal. Sir has told us to release you, you can go back, a man in black said. The man, around 15, nodded with a wine glass in his hand. He turned to his right, looking at the young boy in his 20s, and said, We can go back, son, he said. They both left the party, and a black car was parked outside. The same man in black gestured for them to sit, and they did. The man then left them at their house. Once inside, the older man saw his wife running toward him, her teary eyes searching for her son. Oh my God, baby, are you okay? Did they do something to you? The woman said in a panicked tone, her eyes checking her son's entire body for any injuries. Finding none, she looked toward her husband and ran into his arms. Aaron, if you don't remember him, let me tell you, he is Crystal's uncle. I was scared, she said, clutching her husband's coat tightly while crying. It's okay, it's okay. See, we are fine, Aaron said, patting her back softly. It's that bitch's daughter's fault, right? Why didn't she die along with that whore? Lila said to her husband, her eyes and mouth spewing nothing but disgust. After hearing that, Aaron slowly broke the hug and said, Take your son inside, Lila. She quickly nodded and grabbed her son's arm, taking him inside the room. Meanwhile, Aaron stood watching their retreating figures with an unreadable expression. He slowly made his way toward the room and took out his clothes before stepping into the shower. The water poured over his body, trying to calm his senses, but it couldn't. His mind was filled with past images and now new ones. His hand opened wide before going into his black hair, clutching it tightly and pulling it again and again. He tried to erase those images. The cold water kept doing its work, but his body kept getting hot. He let out a loud shout of frustration and punched the shower tap, breaking it in one blow. He closed his eyes and finally got out of the shower, wrapping a towel around his torso, his hair still dripping with water. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. "The tap has been broken, send someone to fix it," he said and quickly ended the call. With slow steps, he walked toward the mirror. His hand again made its way toward his wet locks, brushing them upward. He closed his eyes, and a certain image appeared in front of his mind, his lips curved into a smirk while his eyes remained closed. "I didn't know your daughter would be this beautiful, Helen, more than you, more than anyone," he whispered and opened his eyes, his smirk not changing even once. He came downstairs, looking at all the dishes his wife had prepared for him and his son, and sat at the table, taking bites one by one. His wife was saying something, but his mind wasn't ready to listen, he just kept nodding his head. Once dinner finished, "I will be in the study," he informed his wife, who was busy feeding her son. Lila nodded and passed a soft smile that never got returned. Aaron went toward the study, picking out an ancient book. He sat in the chair, looking blankly at the page. His eyes stared at the words but not to read them, just to look at them. What he wanted to read was not this book, it was that girl. What he wanted to touch was not this old thing but that new girl from his past obsession, his one desire that he couldn't achieve, which he couldn't get just because of his brother. Just because of him. He tried many times, only to be rejected again and again. The desire he wanted to fulfill remained incomplete. But now fate had given him that chance again, and more beautiful than before. How could he let go? How could he? He placed the book on the desk and stood straight, walking toward the window. The book was still open, fluttering its pages because of the wind coming through the open window. He looked at the dark, starry night, which appeared beautiful just like when he met her, just like when he found her, past of Aaron, Helen, Ryan, Zar, and Sia. Giggling, a girl ran as fast as she could, chased by a toddler who was no more than 3 years old. The little boy struggled to keep up. "Catch me, and I'll buy you that," the girl teased, pointing at a chocolate stall. The boy tried his best but eventually plopped down on the grass and started to cry. Panicking, the girl rushed over and scooped him up, patting his back. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Let's go." "All right," she said soothingly. The toddler looked at her for a moment before scrunching up his face to cry again. Quickly realizing what he wanted, she dashed toward the store, bought a small lollipop, and handed it to him. The boy popped it into his mouth and stopped crying immediately. "Phew. Is your mom or dad going to pay me back for this candy?" she muttered with an exaggerated eye roll as she walked out of the park. "Thank you, Helen," a woman in her 30s called out. "It's all right, ma'am," Helen replied with a smile before handing the baby over to his mother. After receiving payment for taking care of the child, Helen sighed, the money in her hand, and turned to walk away. As she neared her home, a boy in his 20s came running toward her. She smiled and waved. "What are you doing here?" she asked, still smiling. "I needed the notes," he replied, ruffling his hair. Helen grinned and gestured for him to come inside. "Mom!" Helen called. A woman in her 50s emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her dress. When she saw the boy, her lips curved into a smile. "How are you, Aaron?" she asked warmly. "I'm good, Auntie," Aaron replied with a grin. Helen's mother nodded, then glanced at her daughter, who was rummaging through her backpack for the notes. Sighing, she turned back to Aaron and whispered, "Does she have a boyfriend?" Aaron chuckled and shook his head, having been asked the same question 100 times by now. "No, Auntie," he replied with amusement. Helen, placing her hands on her hips, called out, "Mom, I've told you, if I find a boyfriend, you'll be the first to know." Her mom shook her head, heading back toward the kitchen. "Aaron, stay for dinner tonight," she called over her shoulder. Aaron glanced at Helen. "Sure, Auntie." Helen arched an eyebrow. "Aren't you scared of your dad?" Aaron smirked, stepping closer to Helen and whispering in her ear, "I'm not afraid of anything when it comes to you." Helen awkwardly smiled, then pushed a notebook into Aaron's chest. "Go." Aaron chuckled, waved goodbye, and turned around just in time to see Helen's father arriving home, his expression serious. Aaron bowed his head and quickly took his leave. Helen, bring me a glass of water, her father said, sitting down. Helen nodded and ran to the kitchen to fetch the water. Meanwhile, Aaron walked down the peaceful street with a big smile on his face. But as soon as he reached his house, the smile vanished. His expression turned cold as he walked inside, where the first thing he saw was his father sitting in the hall with a red file in hand. Aaron approached and sat on the other side of the sofa. A maid handed him a glass of water, but he gestured for her to leave. He was about to take a sip when his father spoke. Did you go to that girl's house again? Aaron choked and quickly set the glass down. Yes. His father's anger flared as he threw the file at Aaron. I told you to leave her. He shouted. And I told you I won't. I love her. Aaron yelled back, storming out of the room. Ryan watched the argument between his brother and father with a smirk. Loser, he muttered under his breath. The next day, Ryan and Aaron both got ready for college. Ryan slid into the car while Aaron took out his bike, heading in the opposite direction. Ryan shot a disgusted look at Aaron in the side mirror. Aaron stopped his bike in front of a small house, waiting for a few minutes. Helen rushed out, dressed in her uniform. She hopped onto the bike, gave Aaron a playful pat on the back, and said, "Let's go, we're already late, stupid." Aaron glanced at her through the side mirror, lowering his helmet's visor. The bike roared to life, and Helen quickly wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Within minutes, they were parked at the college. Helen hopped off the bike, clutching her bag straps, and ran inside the campus. Aaron chuckled and followed her. "What's the rush?" he asked as they jogged side by side. "I haven't finished the assignment." "I'll do it in the library," Helen shouted over her shoulder. Aaron laughed, deciding to spend the day with her there. Helen found a seat at one of the tables, pulled out a file, and began scribbling furiously. Aaron sat across from her, his bag on the floor, and silently watched her, his eyes dreamy. "Not going to class?" Helen asked, not looking up. "Nah, I've got better things to do," Aaron replied in a deep voice. "Like staring at me?" she teased. "Exactly," he said, making her fall silent as she focused on her assignment, letting him gaze at her in peace. "Let me inform you first, Kian's parents, Crystal's parents, and Aaron all attended the same college." "Nah, I've got better things to do," Aaron replied in a deep voice. "Like staring at me?" she teased. "Exactly," he said, making her fall silent as she focused on her assignment, allowing him to gaze at her in peace. Helen kept doing her assignment while Aaron stared at her with a loving gaze. Helen, Crystal's mother. "Stop staring," she said, looking at Aaron with a glare. "Stop complaining," Aaron said with a pout, smiling silly. Helen and Aaron were busy bickering when the sound of heels and shoes echoed together. There stood the Trinity, or as we can call them, their biggest enemies. Sia, Ryan, and Zar walked like the bosses of some mafia, dressed in their uniforms. Helen took a small glimpse and resumed her work while Aaron didn't spare a glance at his brother and his group. But Ryan spotted him. Smirking, he walked toward the empty table right beside them, and Sia and Zar joined him. "How are you, little brother?" Ryan said with a smile on his lips. Aaron rolled his eyes and ignored him. Ryan then looked at the girl sitting with his brother, staring at her for a few seconds before turning his gaze back to Aaron. He kicked Aaron's foot hard. Aaron looked at Ryan with immense anger while Sia and Zar laughed at his silly action. Helen let out a small sigh and tapped the table, making a small sound to divert Aaron's attention. "Let's go," she mouthed. "Oh, you were here too," Ryan said, and a chuckle escaped Sia's mouth. The screeching of chairs filled the air when Aaron stood up, ready to fight. Helen quickly interjected, "Aaron, no." Aaron looked at her with soft eyes, taking a deep breath. He stepped closer, looking at her slowly, and placed his hand on her cheek gently. He hummed, whispering in a deep voice, "Let's go." They both left, leaving the three of them behind. Meanwhile, Ryan stared after them until they were out of sight. Noticing Ryan's gaze, Sia said, "For sure, Aaron has won here, her beauty is something else." Ryan quickly turned to look at her, making a disgusted face. "Nah, not my type," he said, and Sia chuckled, resting her head on Zar's shoulder. "Then what type of girl do you like?" Zar asked, arching his eyebrow teasingly at Ryan. Ryan looked at Sia and then let his gaze fall on Zar. "Someone bold enough to stand up to me." Zar laughed out loud after hearing that and shook his head in denial. "For sure. The college day ended after 3 more classes. Aaron and Helen walked out of the class with their backpacks on their shoulders. Next time, finish the assignments on time, Dumbo, Aaron said, smacking Helen's head. Helen pouted, rubbing her head and glaring at Aaron. You're the Dumbo, she said, pointing her finger at Aaron. Aaron looked at her and suddenly leaned his face closer. For you, of course, pretty. Helen blushed at the sudden closeness and quickly began walking faster, while Aaron ran behind her, chuckling, unaware that this scene was observed by his brother, who stood too silent for anyone's liking, his eyes darting between him and Helen. Pathetic, he muttered under his breath and walked straight toward where both of them had gone. Once he reached the parking lot, he saw Aaron taking his bike out while Helen stood there waiting for him. A sudden smirk crept onto his lips. He quickly walked toward his car, opening the door and waiting. Aaron donned his helmet and handed one to Helen. Sitting on the bike, they began their journey. Aaron rode the bike while chatting with Helen and laughing hard, a sight visible in the side mirror. Ryan gripped the steering wheel tightly at that sight, and his smirk grew wider. He accelerated slightly and pushed the bike from behind, making Aaron lose his balance. They both fell. Aaron quickly stood up, groaning in pain, and looked back, only to see Ryan's car. He strode toward the car at a heavy pace. Ryan, who had also come outside, watched the scene with a blank expression. But when his eyes turned toward his brother, who looked furious, a smirk automatically appeared on his lips. Did it hurt, little stepbrother? He asked in a mocking tone, and Aaron lost it. Grabbing Ryan's collar, he threw a harsh punch, prompting Ryan to retaliate with even more force. The fight between them escalated so quickly that Helen, who was still sitting on the road, bleeding from her elbow, felt helpless. To her relief, the road was empty for now, so no one was watching. She stood up and walked toward both brothers. Aaron, she called his name repeatedly, but he didn't listen. Aaron, for fuck's sake, stop it! She shouted angrily, but they ignored her again. Losing her patience, she moved closer and pulled Aaron towards her with a jerk, slapping his face. Stop fighting, god damn it! I am injured right now, so stop wasting your time on this bastard! She shouted. Aaron quickly pushed Ryan away from him, grabbing Helen's hand. He scanned her from top to bottom, and upon seeing the blood on her elbow, he glared at Ryan and swiftly picked up the bike, making Helen sit on it and placing her hands on his waist. Hold me tight, okay, we're going, Aaron said, and Helen hummed, resting her head on Aaron's back. Meanwhile, Ryan stood there, watching everything with a blank gaze. His emotions were too much for him to even understand. The way Helen slapped his brother and how Aaron, instead of retaliating, helped her made his stomach churn. Seeing Helen comfortable with Aaron's touches ignited his anger. Watching his brother smile too much made his heart burn. Fuck! He cursed, slamming his car door hard as he sat inside. Once home, he quickly freshened up and changed into comfortable clothes, lying on the bed. He stared at the ceiling, the image of Helen slapping Aaron and shouting at him like she owned him flashing through his mind. Helen holding his brother's waist and resting her head on his back, her smile after talking to Aaron, and her caring nature kept replaying in his head. Frustrated, he stood up and walked to the window, where he saw Aaron coming his way on his bike, alone, smiling and looking dreamy. He hated that sight, but what he hated more was Helen giving Aaron this much importance. SIA's words echoed in his mind, your brother won this time. No. He can't. He shouted suddenly, letting out a loud groan and pushing a vase off the table. Helen! He whispered, and automatically, her ethereal face appeared in his mind, followed by a series of her smiling, talking, eating, and teasing. He released a long breath, closed his eyes, and threw himself onto the bed, allowing sleep to take away his thoughts. The next day quickly arrived, and both brothers got ready for college. The air outside was crisp and cool, a typical morning with the sun barely peeking out over the horizon. Aaron shoved a half-eaten sandwich into his mouth, grabbed his backpack, and rushed towards the door. His hair was messy from oversleeping, and his clothes were slightly wrinkled, but none of that seemed to bother him. As he stepped out, his eyes kept darting to his wristwatch. Shit, she's gonna kill me. He muttered to himself, his mouth still full of bread. He ran out of the house in a blur, barely noticing Ryan, who was calmly finishing his breakfast at the table. Ryan watched him with his usual blank expression, eyes half-lidded with disinterest. His breakfast remained untouched for a few seconds as he continued to chew slowly, unbothered by Aaron's frantic energy. His gaze drifted to the clock on the wall, and he shook his head, the corner of his lips twitching in a silent smirk. Once Aaron was out the door, Ryan stood up casually, grabbing his bag from the chair. He followed his brother out but took his time. He wasn't in any rush, not yet. After all, he enjoyed watching Aaron squirm. Ryan stepped into his car, glancing up ahead to see Aaron's bike pulling out of the driveway, disappearing around the corner. Without much urgency, Ryan started his engine and began driving, keeping a steady distance from his brother. Aaron, meanwhile, was speeding down the road. His heart pounded in his chest as he pushed the bike to its limit. His mind raced along with the wheels. Helen was going to murder him if he was late again. He could practically hear her nagging voice already. As he reached Helen's house, Aaron stopped abruptly, his tires screeching on the pavement. He quickly honked the horn, hoping she wouldn't make him wait. Hearing the signal, Helen dashed out of her front door, her usual fiery energy evident in her quick steps. As she approached, her face was scrunched up in mock anger, and the moment she reached Aaron, she punched him lightly in the chest. "I'm sorry." Aaron pouted, looking at her with puppy dog eyes, hoping it would work like it always did. "Yes, you should be." Helen huffed, but a small smile played on her lips as she climbed onto his bike. She wrapped her arms around his waist, locking herself in place, and Aaron immediately started the engine again. "Hold on tight," Aaron said, though he already knew she had a death grip on him. Meanwhile, Ryan's car came into view, his hands gripping the steering wheel tighter as he watched them from a distance. His expression darkened the moment he saw Helen with her arms around his brother. His jaw clenched, and his knuckles whitened as he pressed down harder on the gas pedal. They reached the college, and Aaron parked his bike near the entrance, still talking to Helen, who had yet to let go of his waist. She leaned in closer, whispering something that made Aaron laugh out loud. But just as they were about to step off the bike, Ryan parked his car aggressively next to them. The screech of his tires grabbed their attention. "Hey, losers," Ryan said louder than necessary, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he stepped out of his car, making sure he had both of their attention. Helen and Aaron turned their heads toward him at the same time, and without a word, they rolled their eyes in unison before walking away. The way they dismissed him so easily only fueled the fire raging inside Ryan. Watching them walk away like that made Ryan's blood boil. His fists clenched tightly as he took long strides after them. Aaron had no idea what was coming. "How dare you!" Ryan roared from behind. Aaron was about to turn around when Ryan's fist collided with his face, sending him stumbling back. The hit was so sudden that it took Aaron a second to register the pain. But once he did, his instincts kicked in. His hand balled into a fist, ready to retaliate, but before he could, Helen grabbed his arm, stopping him. "Ryan! What the hell is your problem?" Helen yelled, stepping between them. Her fierce gaze was locked on Ryan, but he was too angry to speak. His breathing was heavy, and his fists were still clenched, trembling with the effort it took to hold back. "What do you think you are doing?" Helen continued, her voice sharp with anger. She didn't back down, standing her ground even though Ryan towered over her. Ryan stared at her, unable to form words as her anger bore into him. Aaron, sensing something was off, quickly pulled Helen behind him, shielding her from whatever madness had taken over his brother. "My princess, let me handle him," Aaron said softly, holding her hand gently. But Ryan wasn't done. His anger exploded as he shoved Aaron to the side, sending him stumbling again. Ryan's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at Helen. She stared back at him, her own anger matching his intensity. Neither of them flinched. "What the hell do you want?" Helen shouted again, her voice echoing across the campus. Ryan didn't answer. Instead, he turned and kicked Aaron's bike with all his strength, knocking it over with a loud crash. Without another word, he stormed off, leaving both of them standing in shock. Helen remained frozen, her mind racing to understand what had just happened. She turned to Aaron, who was still staring at her in concern. "What is wrong with that bastard?" she asked, her voice softer now, laced with confusion. "He's gone mad," Aaron muttered, rubbing the side of his face where Ryan's punch had landed. "Come on, we're already late." "Shit!" Helen cursed, realizing they were indeed late. She started running, panicking as usual. Aaron quickly followed, laughing under his breath as he reached for her hand. The moment their fingers intertwined, all of his frustration disappeared, replaced by the warmth of her touch. Inside the classroom, Ryan sat down, his mind far from the lesson being taught. His friends sat around him, talking about random things, mostly girls, but Ryan wasn't listening. His thoughts were consumed by one thing: Helen. What about Helen? One of his friends asked, their voices breaking through the haze in his mind. I wanted her, but Aaron got lucky, another guy replied, their casual conversation stirring something dark in Ryan's chest. His hands tightened around the pen in his grip, nearly snapping it. But she's not his girlfriend, from what I heard, someone added, oblivious to the storm brewing inside Ryan. Yeah, but that bastard Aaron's a devil. Didn't you hear how he beat up the guy who dared to propose to Helen? Another voice chimed in. For real? The guy asked, shocked. Hell yeah. He made sure that guy never came back to this college. But man, that girl is worth it, another said, his tone almost dreamy. She's just so beautiful. Ryan's anger boiled over. He snapped the pen in his hand as he stared blankly at the desk in front of him. His mind raced with thoughts of Helen, images of her with Aaron flashing over and over. He closed his eyes. He wanted to punch his brother again and again, but more than that, he wanted to fuck Helen until she forgets existence of Aaron. Ryan's eyes flew open in shock at his own thoughts, but then a dark smirk crept onto his face. Now, let's see how low you'll go for her, brother, he whispered to himself, the plan already forming in his mind. Aaron and Helen sat in the canteen, laughing and teasing each other like nothing had happened. Aaron waved a spoonful of ice cream in front of her nose, and Helen's eyes sparkled with delight. Take it away from me, she whined, pouting cutely. Aaron chuckled, leaning in closer. Then forget about dieting, he teased, sticking his tongue out. Why? Helen asked, playfully whining at him like a child, while Aaron gazed at her with adoration. You're beautiful just the way you are, he said with a grin. Helen blushed, her ears turning red while her expression remained the same. No, I've gained weight, she insisted, crossing her arms. No, you haven't, Aaron replied firmly, pushing the spoon towards her. Helen gave in, opening her mouth and letting him feed her the cold, sweet ice cream. Her eyes lit up with happiness, and Aaron smiled, watching her. Like it? He asked, raising an eyebrow playfully. Oh, love it. Helen said excitedly, grabbing the spoon from his hand and digging into the bowl, forgetting all about her supposed diet. Meanwhile, Ryan was walking toward the canteen since it was his break time too. He stopped when he saw what was happening in front of him. Aaron was gently wiping ice cream off Helen's chin, while she was still eating, acting like everything was perfectly normal. Ryan's heart sank as he overheard people around them saying how good Helen and Aaron looked together. Some were saying Aaron was lucky, while others complimented Helen's beauty. Each comment made Ryan's frustration grow. With a cold expression, he walked into the canteen like nothing bothered him. He took a seat at a table with his friends, who followed him in, but he felt distant from them. Ryan drummed his fingers on the table, trying to shake off the anger building inside him. A few minutes later, Zar and Siya came over to sit in front of him. They looked concerned. What happened? Zar asked, studying Ryan's face. Nothing, Ryan replied, letting out a heavy sigh. His tone hinted that something was indeed wrong. Siya hummed as she ordered her food, her eyes darting between Ryan and Zar. She could feel the tension but didn't know what to say. Zar and Ryan began talking about their plans after college, discussing internships and summer trips. But Ryan's attention kept drifting back to Helen and Aaron, who were now leaving the canteen. Helen's laughter rang out, and her smile made Ryan's chest tighten with jealousy. Helen finished her ice cream and beamed, her smile bright enough to make Aaron choke on his bite. Ryan scowled at the sight. Are you okay? Helen asked, quickly standing up to pat Aaron on the back gently. I'm fine, Aaron said, waving her off, but Ryan could see the way Aaron looked at her, and it made him fume. Ryan clenched the edge of the table, his nails scraping against the wood. He couldn't stand watching them together. He had to do something. When Aaron took Helen's hand and led her outside, Ryan's expression darkened. He felt a surge of anger and dashed after them without thinking. As he reached the hallway, Ryan saw them enter the classroom. Frustration boiled inside him as he punched the wall. He paced for a moment, trying to calm himself. This couldn't happen, he wouldn't let Aaron have her. Just as he turned to head back to his class, he spotted Helen coming out of the classroom alone. His heart raced at the chance. Without thinking, he ran after her and grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward him. Helen! What are you doing? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she tried to pull away. She struggled against his grip, but Ryan didn't let go. "Let me go!" she shouted, but he ignored her and dragged her into the storeroom, pinning her against the wall. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she shouted angrily. "Don't you dare shout at me again," Ryan said, his voice low and intense as he leaned closer. "You won't talk to him." "Aaron," Helen began, but Ryan interrupted her. "Don't say his name," he hissed, gripping her wrist tighter. "What are you even saying? Are you crazy?" Helen shot back, her anger rising. "Yes, I am," Ryan yelled, getting even closer, their faces inches apart. The air between them crackled with tension. "For you," he whispered suddenly, and before she could react, he closed the gap and kissed her. Helen's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment, her mind went blank. But as she regained her senses, she tried to push him away, but he wouldn't let go. He tasted her lips, feeling like he was finally getting what he had wanted for so long. It felt like the sweetest drug, and he couldn't get enough. He kept kissing her, moving his lips against hers, but when he tried to slip his tongue inside, she wouldn't let him in. "Open your mouth," he demanded. "Fuck you," Helen said, stepping back and kicking Ryan's knee. The sudden pain made him loosen his grip, and Helen seized the moment. She slapped him across the face and bolted out of the storeroom. Ryan stood there, stunned, watching her leave. His fists clenched in anger. "Fuck!" he shouted, feeling the frustration boil over. He wanted her. He wanted Helen, and he felt like she should want him too. That thought consumed him, pushing aside all else. He wouldn't let Aaron have her. He wouldn't let anyone have her. Those thoughts only fueled his anger more. Meanwhile, Helen rushed into the bathroom, her heart racing. She turned on the tap, splashing cold water on her face, desperate to wash away the lingering feel of Ryan's kiss. "Fuck that bastard," she muttered under her breath, scrubbing at her mouth as if she could erase the memory. The feel of his lips was burned into her mind, and she couldn't shake it off. Aaron was still in the classroom, glancing at the entrance, wondering why Helen hadn't returned yet. He began to worry and decided to find her. After telling his classmates he needed to use the restroom, he stepped out of the classroom, his concern growing. As he walked down the hall, he spotted Ryan coming toward him, his face dark with anger. The tension between them was thick, and Aaron felt a knot in his stomach. Something was definitely wrong. Before Ryan's fist could hit his face, Aaron quickly moved out of the way. "What's wrong with you?" Aaron asked. "Fuck you," Ryan shot back, turning to walk away, leaving Aaron confused and angry. Aaron shook his head and started looking for Helen, which didn't take long since he spotted her coming his way. "What are you doing out here?" Helen asked, raising an eyebrow. "Where were you?" "I was worried," Aaron said, taking her hand and leading her toward class. "I got my period," Helen replied, pouting. Aaron glanced at her lips. "What happened?" "Why it is bleeding?" he asked, looking concerned. Helen gulped and quickly regained her composure. "I was about to cry from the pain, so I bit my lip," she admitted. Aaron turned fully toward her and asked, "Want to go somewhere after class?" Helen nodded eagerly, a smile breaking across her face. Class is finished, and Aaron and Helen decided to take a short drive to relax. Meanwhile, Ryan frowned when he didn't see Aaron's bike. He decided to drive home, but when he found Aaron wasn't there, he changed into comfortable clothes and rushed downstairs to grab his car. He drove toward Helen's house. To his surprise, there was still no bike in sight. He decided to wait, closing his eyes and leaning back in the seat. He didn't even realize when he fell asleep. Suddenly, the sound of a bike engine echoed on the quiet road, waking Ryan. He opened his eyes to see the moon already shining brightly. Aaron stopped his bike, and Helen got off with a huge smile that left Ryan dazed. Aaron helped her take off her helmet and fixed her hair before saying goodbye. Ryan's fists clenched in anger. "How dare you go against me?" he muttered under his breath, chuckling maniacally. "Didn't I tell you not to talk to him?" he said, talking to himself. "Didn't I? Then why?" he shouted, starting his car and leaving with one thought in mind, to punish Helen. Aaron reached home, and shortly after, Ryan did too. They both sat down for dinner. After eating, Aaron decided to head to the terrace. Ryan's eyes twitched as an idea came to him. He quickly walked upstairs and watched Aaron approach the terrace. He took some oil from the storeroom and spread it on the floor. As Aaron walked down the stairs, his foot slipped on the 4th step, causing him to tumble down 8 or 9 steps. He let out a pained growl. Servants rushed to him as he stared at his swollen foot. Fuck, he cursed, using the guards for support as he walked back to his room. They helped him onto the bed and called for a doctor, who told him he had twisted his ankle badly and would need to rest for a few days. Aaron groaned in annoyance while Ryan smirked, satisfied that his plan had worked. The next day, after Aaron told Helen about his accident, she didn't wait for him. Picking up her bag, she walked outside, stretching her arms wide like wings as she inhaled the fresh morning air. Meanwhile, Ryan became lost in her beauty. As Helen walked, Ryan followed her at a slow speed in his car. She reached the college, and Ryan sped up, blocking her way. She waited for the driver to move, but when no one did, she decided to change direction. Just as she was about to cross the street, a hand reached out from the car, grabbing her own and pulling her inside. It terrified her. Before she could scream, she was pulled into the car, and no one noticed since there were no other students around. Her eyes widened as she looked at the man beside her. Turning her back to him, she tried to open the door repeatedly, but it wouldn't budge. "What do you want?" she asked, frustration in her voice. "You," Ryan replied. Helen chuckled sarcastically. "Nice joke." "I'm not joking. I want you," Ryan insisted, and Helen sighed loudly, leaning closer until her face was just inches from his. "Then earn me." "Don't kidnap me, you bastard," she shot back, her voice fierce. Ryan gulped, caught off guard by her response. "Do you understand?" Helen asked, crossing her arms. Ryan blinked at her, clearly confused. "Ha," he managed to say. "Do you fucking understand me?" Helen shouted, and Ryan quickly responded, "Yes." "What?" Helen pressed. "To earn you," Ryan said. "Now let me go," she demanded, and the door unlocked. Helen quickly got out of the car and walked toward the college while Ryan stood there, bewildered and shocked. After a few moments, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Helen!" he whispered, a plan forming in his mind. Meanwhile, Helen walked into her classroom, taking her notes seriously as she focused on her teacher. On her left side, her mobile was placed, recording the lecture for Aaron. Soon, it was break time, and she decided not to have lunch today since she wasn't hungry. As she walked through the campus, she found a quiet spot to study. Ryan looked into the canteen, searching for Helen, and then ran toward her classroom, only to find it empty. He let out a huge sigh when his gaze suddenly fell on Helen from the second floor. His lips curved into a wide smile as he ran toward her. Helen took out her glasses from her bag and put them on, preparing to open the first page of her book when she heard the sound of heavy footsteps. "What do you want?" she asked, rolling her eyes as she looked Ryan up and down. He smirked and sat down on the ground next to her. "I want to earn you," he said, looking at her intensely. "Sure you do," Helen replied, poking her tongue inside her cheek in annoyance. She slowly opened the book, trying to focus on it, when Ryan spoke again. "Will you tell me how?" "Ask your girlfriends," Helen said sarcastically, without lifting her gaze. Ryan smirked at her response and said, "Well, I earned them with money. If you wanted to." His words were cut off when a hard book was smacked against his head. "Fuck off from here, or I will kill you," Helen said angrily. Ryan looked at her with a frown, then pouted, falling silent for a few minutes. Helen resumed reading her book. Seeing Helen ignoring him, Ryan lay down on the ground, sliding like a snake until he was near her legs. Looking up, he saw Helen regarding him with a questioning gaze, arching her eyebrow. "You want me to love you?" he asked suddenly, causing Helen's heartbeat to stop and her ears to flush red. She quickly pushed Ryan away a little and stood up, adjusting her dress. "Who would ever fall for a bastard like you?" she shouted as she walked away. Ryan remained on the ground, watching her retreating figure and smirking. "Ha, easy." Helen sat in class, trying to concentrate, but her thoughts were consumed by Ryan, as they always were. She had been crushing on him for over 2 years, falling in love even after knowing how bad he was for her. It made no sense, but she couldn't control her heart. The moment she first saw Ryan, she fell for him. When she first heard his voice, she fell for it. Everything he did made her fall for him, everything except for the bullying and whoring around. Initially, she became friends with Aaron, only to discover that her crush was his brother. But after seeing the way Ryan interacted with Aaron, her feelings turned to dislike though not hate. She managed to live with the rivalry, trying to sort out the mess in her heart for 2 years. She put her feelings aside for the sake of her friendship with Aaron, who was the best thing that ever happened in her life. She decided to give him a chance, not directly telling him, but accepting his sweet gestures. However, when Ryan kissed her yesterday, all her feelings came rushing back. Deep down, she knew her heart still beat for Ryan. When he kissed her, it felt like the best moment in the world. But then she remembered the countless girls who had been kissed by him and realized he might want to make her just another one of them. Disgusted by that thought, she resolved to push her feelings away. But at night, all her thoughts gathered together, leading her to a decision to embrace love and let him take the lead. Classes ended, and Helen walked out of the room to see Ryan standing there, waiting for someone. He started walking toward her, and Helen looked back and forth nervously. "Come with me," Ryan said. "Where?" Helen asked. "You'll find out," Ryan replied, grabbing Helen's warm palm in his cold one. They walked together, and Ryan helped Helen into the car, making sure she buckled her seatbelt. "Where are we going?" Helen asked again, glancing out the window to see the way. "To earn you," Ryan replied, causing Helen's cheeks to flush with warmth. The car continued down a long road as Helen stared at the beautiful view of the mountains, her hair waving with each gust of wind. Meanwhile, Ryan kept his eyes on the road, though they frequently flicked back to Helen's body, igniting a sudden warmth inside him. "What's your relationship with Aaron?" Ryan asked suddenly, making Helen turn to him. She let her gaze linger on Ryan's face for a few seconds before answering. "Friend." That was enough for Ryan to slam on the brakes. Helen looked at him with wide eyes as he unbuckled his seatbelt, then hers. He slid his hand to the back of her neck, pulling her forward until their lips collided. The kiss was hungry. Helen let her lips move in sync with his, following his lead. Meanwhile, Ryan felt nothing but desperation to make this moment last. He sucked her lips again and again, trying to push his tongue inside, and this time, Helen let him in. Opening her mouth, she welcomed him, rolling her tongue over his. Ryan's hand moved to Helen's waist, lifting her onto his lap. His other hand tangled in her hair, pushing it back from her neck and making a fist. Pulling her closer by the waist, he deepened the kiss, groaning as Helen responded with soft moans of pleasure. Tapping her thigh, he finally let the kiss break, slowly resting his head on Helen's shoulder. Both breathed heavily, neither wanting to look at the other. "Fuck." Ryan cursed, and Helen was jolted back to reality. Her heart raced with nervousness, and a flush of shame spread over her body, making her feel hot. She slowly tried to distance herself from Ryan, but he held her tightly, not letting her pull away. "Don't." Ryan groaned in her ear, and Helen's eyes widened when she felt something under her. Taking deep breaths, Ryan struggled to control his arousal but couldn't. He started sucking on Helen's neck, and she quickly understood what was happening. Pushing him away with her hands, she stood up and retreated to her seat, biting her lip as she stared out the window. Meanwhile, Ryan took a long, deep breath and started the car. The tension inside grew even hotter. He pressed down on the accelerator, navigating the winding roads until they reached a small farmhouse painted white and red. He stopped the car abruptly, getting out and opening the door for Helen. Grabbing her wrist, he pulled her along with him, climbing the 4 or 5 steps. Ryan opened the door and yanked Helen inside with a fierce intensity, releasing her wrist to lock the door. He turned to her, leaning against the door with closed eyes, taking deep breaths to steady himself. "Wanna kiss me again?" Helen stuttered, looking down. Without wasting a moment, Ryan pulled her by the hand and pinned her against the door, pressing his lips onto hers. The sound of wet kisses, moans, and groans echoed in the silent room. Ryan's knee ground against Helen's clothed core as his lips coated her chin with saliva. Sliding his tongue out, he pushed her top down, creating a small opening. Their dark eyes locked, forming an unbreakable bond between them. He placed his lips on her neck, staring at her intently before taking her flesh between his teeth. Helen let out a loud whimper, trembling in his grip. He began to suck on her neck, increasing the pressure and speed, biting down just enough to elicit that sinful sound he craved. Meanwhile, Helen's soft hand moved near his clothed crotch, rubbing it up and down in a fast motion. Hearing Ryan's groans in response to her touch made her feel good and undeniably wet. They continued to make out when suddenly Ryan let out a loud groan, releasing himself in his pants. He rested his head on her shoulder, breathing heavily. After a few minutes, he released her and turned away, entering another room in the farmhouse. After washing up, he returned to find Helen pulling her hair back, making her way to the balcony. He held her waist from behind. Helen stared at the breathtaking view before her with wide eyes. It was the most beautiful dawn she had ever seen. It felt magical, mesmerizing, and eternal. Ryan pulled her closer, his fingers brushing against her bare skin as he pressed her against his chest. Helen let out a soft moan, still sensitive from their earlier session. Rubbing his hand softly over her skin, he made her shiver in his hold, her hair dancing softly in the wind, wrapping around Ryan's arm. Enhancing the moment, Ryan placed a gentle kiss on Helen's neck and whispered in her ear, "I think I like you, Helen." Helen moaned softly, and with a swift motion, Ryan turned her to face him. Staring deeply into her eyes, he asked, "Do you like me too?" Helen moaned softly, and with a quick movement, Ryan turned her to face him. He looked deeply into her eyes, and for a moment, everything around them seemed to disappear. His voice was soft but held an edge of intensity as he asked, "Do you like me too?" Helen stared at him, her heart pounding. She'd waited so long to hear him say something like this, words she'd dreamed about over and over. Yet now, as he said them, they felt hollow, like an echo of something she'd wanted for too long. She knew there was no real feeling behind his question, no warmth in Ryan's heart for her. But still, why couldn't she bring herself to lie or pretend that her own feelings weren't real? "I love you," she stammered, her voice breaking as tears streamed down her face. Ryan didn't waste a second, he pulled her close, his arms wrapping around her tightly, like he never wanted to let go. "It's okay," he whispered in her ear, his voice low and soothing. But Helen knew it wasn't okay. She knew how fragile this moment was, how easily it could slip away. For the past 2 years, she'd tried to control herself, to lock away her feelings and convince herself that they would fade. She'd told herself he would never love her back, that her heart was safe as long as she kept her distance. But now, with one touch, one small act of kindness, she'd melted into his arms, crying and confessing everything she'd hidden. And she knew it would hurt all the more when he inevitably pulled away. They sat like that for a while, the room around them silent except for her soft sniffles. Ryan's head rested on her lap as he looked up at her, his eyes thoughtful but unreadable. The night outside grew darker, casting shadows over them, making the room feel smaller, more intimate. Helen couldn't help but wonder if he was thinking about her, if he felt anything close to what she was feeling. But as the seconds ticked by, the silence only grew heavier, each moment adding to the tension that simmered between them. Then, her phone buzzed, breaking the quiet. The sound was almost jarring, a harsh reminder of the outside world that they'd both forgotten about. Helen glanced at the screen and saw Aaron's name flashing. She sighed, a wave of tension rolling over her as she looked back at Ryan, whose expression had turned dark. Aaron, Ryan's brother. She knew the rivalry between them was fierce, and she could sense Ryan's jealousy now, his possessiveness flaring up. Putting a finger to her lips, she gestured for Ryan to stay quiet as she answered the call. "Hey," she said softly. "Did you get home okay?" Aaron asked, his voice warm but slightly worried. Ryan lifted his head from her lap, his jaw clenched tightly. Helen closed her eyes, feeling torn between the two of them, feeling the weight of all their unresolved issues pressing down on her. "Yes, I did," she replied, trying to keep her tone even. "How's your leg feeling?" Just as she finished speaking, a small gasp escaped her lips. Ryan had leaned forward, pressing a slow, teasing kiss to her neck, his lips brushing her skin in a way that made her heart race. "What happened?" Aaron's voice was laced with concern. "Oh, it's nothing," she managed, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Just saw something scary." Aaron laughed, the sound warm and familiar. "Knowing you, it was probably just a cockroach." Helen forced a small laugh in response. "Yeah, something like that. I'll call you later, okay?" She quickly ended the call, setting her phone aside with trembling hands. The second the call ended, Ryan tilted her chin up, capturing her lips in a deep kiss. It was intense and possessive, like he wanted to claim every part of her. She felt herself surrendering, letting him pull her closer as her heart raced. Their tongues met, a fierce exchange that made her feel like nothing else mattered, like this was all she had ever wanted. "God, you're addictive," he murmured, pulling back slightly, his eyes dark and full of something she couldn't quite place. Helen's heart was pounding, her cheeks flushed. She took a shaky breath, managing to say, "I have to go home, Ryan." She searched his gaze, hoping, wishing for something real. Ryan's face softened just a bit, and he let out a sigh, breathing in her scent like he was trying to memorize it. Finally, he lifted her into his arms and carried her outside, gently placing her in the passenger seat of his car. He moved to the driver's side, started the engine, and began to drive, the tension still heavy between them. The car ride was silent, the only sound the hum of the engine and the quiet night around them. Ryan's hands gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. "Don't go," he whispered, almost to himself. Helen looked at him, surprised. "What did you say?" "Don't go tonight," he repeated, his voice low but unmistakable. Her heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, she wanted nothing more than to stay, to see if there could be more between them. But she shook her head. "I can't, Ryan. I have to go." She watched his face fall, a flicker of frustration flashing in his eyes. "Damn it, I want you," he muttered, clenching his jaw as he punched the steering wheel lightly. The rest of the drive passed in a heavy, uncomfortable silence. Soon, they arrived at her house, and Helen opened the car door, stepping out. She looked back at him, his expression still tense as he lowered the window to look at her one last time. She leaned down, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to his lips before pulling away. "I love you, Ryan. Please, just love me back," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Without waiting for his response, she turned and walked toward her front door, leaving him alone in the car. She could feel his gaze on her, could sense the weight of everything unsaid hanging in the air. As she disappeared into the shadows, Ryan stared after her, a small smirk forming on his lips. "Helen," he whispered, shaking his head with a chuckle. "You're so easy to play with." He started the car, his smirk turning into a laugh as he drove away, the night swallowing up his retreating figure. Meanwhile, across town, Aaron sat alone in his room, looking at a photo of him and Helen from months ago. They were in a cafe, and he was feeding her a slice of cake. She'd been pouting because he'd chosen strawberry when she'd wanted chocolate. He traced her face in the photo, his heart aching with longing. "I miss you, love," he whispered, pressing a soft kiss to the picture. Turning to look out the window, he sighed, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "How much longer do I have to wait, Helen?" he murmured, the words laced with pain. "Can't you see how much I love you?" Dear listeners, it seems some details might have slipped your minds, so let me refresh your memory with a few questions. Why did Kian's parents kill Crystal's father, the real Ryan? Why did Kian's parents harbor such hatred for Ryan, even though they were once his friends? This question has only one answer, so tell me, what do you think it is, and what about Aaron? Have you forgotten what he desires in the present? Now, let's begin. "How much longer do I have to wait, Helen?" he murmured, his voice heavy with pain. "Can't you see how deeply I love you?" The next day arrived swiftly. Like any ordinary day, Helen got dressed and stepped out of her house. Her gaze fell on a bike parked nearby, then drifted to the wall, where Aaron stood, leaning against it, his back pressed firmly against the bricks. As soon as Aaron heard her footsteps, a wide smile broke across his face. He rushed towards her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "I missed you," he said, his voice full of sincerity. Helen felt a twinge of awkwardness at first, but she quickly closed her eyes and hugged him back with all her heart. "I'm sorry," she whispered in her mind. Aaron gently placed his lips on her shoulder, kissing her softly, unaware of her inner turmoil, and finally released her from his embrace. "Is your leg okay now?" Helen asked, her concern evident as she examined Aaron's injured limb. He nodded, a soft hum escaping his lips in affirmation. "Let's go," he said, and Helen smiled. She noticed the slight limp in his stride, and guilt washed over her, knowing he was pushing himself instead of resting. As they sat together on the bike, Helen wrapped her arms around Aaron's waist. He inhaled deeply, savoring her scent, which he had missed dearly. The ride was peaceful, but not for Ryan, who was watching everything unfold from the driver's seat of his car. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Ryan had arrived early to pick up Helen, only to find her with Aaron. Anger coursed through him, making his blood boil as thoughts of wanting to kill Aaron filled his mind. Upon arriving at the college, Aaron and Helen made their way toward the lecture hall, seemingly unaware of the storm brewing behind them. Meanwhile, Ryan stood still, watching their backs. His eyes darkened with each passing second as memories flooded his mind. The softness of Helen's lips, her body pressed against his, her moans echoing with every caress he had given her. "Fuck," he cursed under his breath, forcing himself to turn away. But suddenly, an idea struck him, compelling him to walk down the corridor until he found someone he wanted to approach. "You have to do a favor for me," he said, showing the stack of dollars in his hand. The volunteer nodded, knowing the power Ryan's family wielded. Without hesitation, he agreed. "What do you need?" "Go to classroom 8B and tell Miss Helen she's been called to the principal's office." The volunteer nodded again and started walking toward the classroom. Inside, he called out for Helen, who frowned but ultimately nodded her head in acknowledgement before getting up. Aaron shot her a questioning look, but she merely smiled back, trying to mask her concern. Helen exited the classroom, making her way toward the principal's office. Suddenly, she spotted Ryan, halting mid-stride as she raised an eyebrow at him. He returned her gaze with a charming smile and quickly closed the distance, grabbing her hand and pulling her along. "But I have to go to the principal," she protested. He ignored her words, pushing her into a storeroom and pinning her against the wall. Helen's heart raced as she met his intense gaze. Ryan was breathing heavily, and in that moment, the world outside faded away. "I missed you," he confessed, his voice rough with emotion. Helen felt her heart skip a beat, her own voice trembling as she replied, I missed you too." Ryan buried his face in her shoulder, his lips trailing along her neck. He pulled at the fabric of her dress, kissing and sucking, and Helen shut her eyes as tears welled up, spilling down her cheeks. He marked her with possessive kisses, a silent declaration for the world to see she belonged to him. Ryan wanted Aaron to know that Helen was his and his alone. Helen let out soft moans while Ryan groaned in response, his hands exploring her body, slowly moving towards her chest and pressing firmly. A moan threatened to escape her lips, but he silenced her by capturing her mouth with his own. Their eyes locked, and Ryan smirked at the love reflected in Helen's gaze. He let his hand wander lower, rubbing her clothed intimacy repeatedly. "I want to take you somewhere today," he whispered into her ear, a seductive promise hanging in the air. "Aaron will drop me home." "I can't," Helen protested, panic creeping into her voice. "I don't care. Come with me, or I will take you in front of him," he said sternly, stepping back as he left her breathless and bewildered. Helen sank to the floor, taking deep, shaky breaths. Closing her eyes, she tried to calm herself, but all that echoed in her mind was Ryan. Her love for him surged, but it also terrified her. She felt she wasn't even her own anymore. Meanwhile, Ryan walked out of the college, determination etched on his face as he began preparing something special for her. He stopped the car in front of a cafe, stepping inside as a guy approached him with open arms. Ryan embraced him briefly, and the guy stepped back, grinning. "What's the reason for this surprise visit?" he asked, still smiling. "Oh, you guessed it right. It's a surprise. I want you to do something," Ryan replied, winking at him. The guy chuckled, shaking his head at Ryan's enthusiasm. "Want to have some coffee?" Ryan quickly shook his head. "Nah, just bring me a cold drink and sit down. I need to tell you what I need you to do." Helen sat in class, her heart still racing as she thought about the moment she had just spent with Ryan. Meanwhile, Aaron sat beside her, tracing her beautiful face with his gaze. "Helen," Aaron said softly. Helen quickly swallowed, turning her head to him, closing her eyes for a second, then opening them with a gentle smile on her lips. "Come with me today. I want to show you something," Aaron said with a wide smile, looking at her with a loving gaze. Helen shivered, her face going blank, but she unconsciously nodded her head. Aaron quickly took her hand in his large one, holding it tightly. Helen turned her head to look at the board, but her mind was blank. When class ended, it was time to leave. Aaron grabbed his backpack and waited for Helen. She slowly picked up her bag, and they began walking outside together. Meanwhile, Ryan stood in the parking lot, looking intently at the college building entrance, his foot tapping against the ground over and over. Helen and Aaron finally walked out, Aaron chatting away while Helen gave short replies, lost in her thoughts. Noticing something was wrong, Aaron wanted to comfort her. He gently held her hand, and Helen quickly looked up, turning her head to face him. Aaron smiled brightly and winked. "You're looking ugly," Aaron teased. Helen let out a small smile, a reply about to escape her lips when her eyes caught sight of someone else. Ryan stood there silently, his eyes red with anger, his jaw clenching and unclenching, his hands forming fists so tightly that his nails dug into his own skin, leaving marks. "What happened?" Aaron asked curiously, noticing Helen's distant expression. Helen closed her eyes for a moment, then replied, I'm just not feeling well. In a swift motion, Aaron pulled her closer, turning her toward him and placing a cool hand on her forehead to check her temperature. Finding it only a little warm, his concern deepened. Without a word, Aaron suddenly lifted her in a bridle hold and carried her toward his bike. Helen gasped at his sudden action, patting his chest again and again, asking him to let her down, but Aaron didn't listen. He set her on the bike in front of him, her back against him. Taking his seat, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close, resting his head against her shoulder. Helen's eyes filled with tears as she felt Aaron's heartbeat racing. Closing her eyes, she accepted his warmth, finding comfort in his embrace. Aaron placed a gentle kiss on her head and started the bike. Ryan saw nothing but red, wanting to paint Helen's world with Aaron's blood, to make her understand what happens when you choose anyone over Ryan Huster. His hands itched to make her pay, over and over, for rejecting him. Ryan Huster was never a good guy, but he had played the role just for her, just to win her. But now, seeing her with someone else, he wanted nothing more than to make her suffer. Punching the hood of his car, he got in, revving the engine as he sped down the road. When he slammed the door upon entering the cafe, his friend, who was waiting to greet him, sensed immediately that something was wrong. Ryan shouted angrily, throwing tables, kicking the red and white balloons, yanking down the sparkling strings that showered red rose petals over him each time. In a final act of rage, he hurled the small, heart-shaped cake with the words I love you, Helen scrawled across it. I hate you. I fucking hate you, Helen. You don't deserve any of this. You deserve nothing but hate, he shouted, his voice shaking with fury. I was your love, wasn't I? You wanted me to love you. Then how dare you go with that bastard? How dare you? He continued to shout, breaking everything in sight. His friend stood there, frozen, trembling in fear. He had never seen Ryan like this, not even the time when he killed a boy for insulting his mother. Helen! Ryan shouted at the ceiling, his red eyes glaring upward as a single tear, heavy with all his pent-up emotions, escaped down his face. Aaron parked the bike somewhere, his hand still resting on Helen's back, keeping her balanced. He stroked a lock of her long hair and whispered softly, Helen. She hummed in response, her face still pressed into his chest. Let's go, Aaron said as he got off the bike. Helen stared at him, then looked around, taking in their surroundings. Frowning, she looked back at Aaron. Why? She asked, and Aaron smiled before replying. How could I let you go without knowing you are well again? Helen hummed in agreement, sliding off the bike. She walked over to him, gently taking his hand in hers. Smiling softly, she said, thank you. Aaron closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of her touch. When he opened them again, he leaned in and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Then, backing away just a bit, he slid his hand behind her leg and wrapped his other arm around her waist, picking her up once again. I can walk, you know, Helen said, playfully slapping Aaron's arm. I know you can, but with me, you don't have to. I'm going to keep you close like this, Aaron said, gazing into her eyes with a deep, tender look. Helen gently rested her head against his chest, content in his arms. Without another word, Aaron carried her into the hospital, holding her tightly, providing the comfort she needed. I know you can, but with me, you don't have to. I'm going to keep you close like this, Aaron said, gazing into her eyes with a deep, tender look. Helen gently rested her head against his chest, content in his arms. The morning arrived with the same routine as before. Aaron came to pick Helen up, and Helen sat on the bike, holding Aaron's waist tightly. In a few minutes, they were inside the parking lot. Helen's gaze went to the empty space where a familiar car should have been parked. Now, it was empty. Something inside Helen's heart shuddered, and taking a deep breath, she started walking inside the campus beside Aaron. The class started, and the break arrived. They walked towards the canteen. Helen's gaze roamed around, hoping to see no one but Ryan. When she didn't, her mind went blank. Aaron, you go. I forgot something in class, Helen said, removing her hand from Aaron's hold. Aaron looked at her with concern and asked, what is it? Let's go together. No, Helen quickly said and ran outside, leaving Aaron, who just stood there motionlessly. His heart accelerated at high speed. Something wasn't right, he knew it, so he ran to find what was wrong. Helen kept running back and forth, wanting to find no one but Ryan. Looking here and there, she kept going towards the library, the lab, every class, even the garden. When she didn't find him, she felt a sudden fear of losing him again. A lone tear left her eye, and she turned around, giving up, just to see Ryan coming towards her. Her gaze fixed on Ryan, and then suddenly, it roamed down near his hand. Her heart stopped when she saw a fair, soft hand was entangled with his, like once he had held hers. Her eyes quickly looked at the owner of that hand, Sia. She shuddered in fear and confusion. Ryan's eyes finally went to her from Sia, his lips curved in a smirk. Helen's eyes just stared at him blankly. Ryan let go of Sia's hand and slowly walked towards Helen. Helen's steps stumbled back, wanting to run away and hide from this scene, but she couldn't when Ryan held her waist tightly, pulling her towards him. She didn't struggle, her body lost its strength. "Please," she mumbled, begging for what she didn't even know, for Ryan to let her go, for Ryan not to leave her, for Ryan to say her name and tell her he loved only her, or for Ryan not to choose anyone but her. Ryan grabbed a small strand of her hair, curling it between his fingers and deeply inhaling her scent. Helen closed her eyes, and tears started falling from them, feeling complete. "You smell dirty, Helen," Ryan said cruelly, breaking Helen, who was already vulnerable. She opened her eyes and stared at his, which showed nothing but disgust. "You let him touch you even when you knew you were mine. You chose him over me, Helen, and now go," Ryan said coldly, looking at her fragile state. He removed his hands from her waist, letting her fall to the ground. Ryan started stepping back, still staring at nothing but Helen. "Play with me," Ryan said in a slow voice when he got near Sia. Turning towards her, he grabbed her by the waist and connected his lips with Sia's, kissing her softly, crushing Helen's already broken heart even more. She cried, looking at them. Her hands shivered, and she tried to get up, but her strength was gone. She wanted to remove Sia, push her away from her Ryan, but she couldn't. Aaron, who watched the scene in anger, fear, and pain, ran towards Helen. He went on his knees just in front of her face, hiding Ryan and Sia from her vision. He cried, looking at her state. His heart wanted nothing more than for her to love him, but when he saw her red eyes, he knew her heart already held someone else in it. Aaron slowly moved his hands towards her face, trying to comfort her with his touch softly, but Helen looked at him in anger, pushing his hand away from her. "Don't touch me!" Helen shouted suddenly, and Aaron's expression went blank, his eyes staring at her. "Helen," he mumbled. "Don't say my name, just because of you, he is leaving me. He called me dirty. He called my love for him dirty. He called me dirty, Aaron, just because of you." Helen kept mumbling, and Aaron saw nothing but red after hearing that. He turned around and ran towards Ryan, grabbing his collar and starting to punch him again and again. Ryan did the same, they both were getting bloody, and Helen just stared at the two blankly, her vision still blurry from tears. She looked at Sia, who did nothing but stared at them with a smirk, her hand still on her lips, looking at nothing but her Ryan. She slowly tried getting up while crying out loud, she didn't know why, but protecting no one but Ryan, hiding him from everyone, and showing him her love was the only thing she wanted. That's what her heart wanted. Stumbling again and again on her own feet, she walked towards them, pulling at his shirt with her soft hands. She mumbled, "I hate you." And Aaron stopped, looking at her blankly, letting Ryan punch him again and again, his eyes just staring at no one but Helen. "No, you don't," he said, looking at her with tears. "No, you can't," he shouted suddenly, and Helen flinched, her fragile body starting to tremble. Ryan looked at her blankly and then looked at Aaron, who was again going to touch her. "Don't touch me, please, I will get dirty, don't, please." Ryan smirked after hearing that, and Aaron quickly took his hand back, staring at her. He didn't know when his voice started trembling, his cries grew louder, and he completely broke down on his knees. Love you, Helen. I love you so bad." Helen cried out loud and shouted before turning her back to him and ran. "Please don't love me, Aaron. Please don't." "But I do, Helen. I do." Aaron kept mumbling while crying out loud. Helen ran, picking her bag up from the class. She made her way home, leaving everything behind, while Aaron just sat on his knees like before, crying out loud. Rain looked at him with a smirk and walked toward him, crouching down. "Loser," he said, and Aaron closed his teary eyes. Ryan and Sia left from there. Aaron got up, supporting himself, and walked toward his class. Once he reached, his eyes searched for nothing but Helen. Finding no one, he knew she had left. Picking up his bag, he ran out of the class, not caring about the professor who was coming inside. He reached his bike, sat on it, and drove off at full speed. Helen sat on the ground, looking at the plain sky, her eyes teary. Her hands clenched the grass tightly as her phone kept ringing again and again. Is she home? Aaron asked Helen's mom, making her frown at the question. Doesn't she always come with you? Aaron, Helen's mom asked, panicking a little. Oh, Auntie, I forgot. She'll be coming with Ari today. They're working together on a project. Sorry to worry you, Aaron said quickly and walked out of the house. Starting his bike, he began searching for Helen. Helen. Someone called her suddenly. Helen quickly turned around, just to see Ryan standing there. Ryan looked at her for a few seconds and then walked toward her, sitting beside her, his eyes still on her. Aren't I dirty now? Helen asked, her red eyes still staring at the sky with a deep gaze. I'm sorry, Ryan suddenly whispered. Helen quickly turned her head toward him. Why? Helen whispered. Ryan looked at her for a few seconds and held her face softly with his large hands. Helen hummed in satisfaction, some tears escaping her closed eyes. I was jealous. I'm sorry, Ryan said softly, brushing Helen's tears more into her face. Helen hummed again. You chose him over me, Helen, and I didn't like it, Ryan said again, and this time, Helen burst into painful cries. You know, Ryan, even I thought I'd choose him. But my heart failed me again. Not seeing you today made me realize one thing: you've engraved it with your name. My soul is bound to you. If there's no you, then I'm soulless. I'm dead, Ryan. You are my life, my love, my everything. I don't know why it falls for you, even after knowing it'll do nothing but hurt me. My whole being belongs to you. I was fine before, even if it was painful to watch you from a distance. At least it didn't hurt like now. Why did you come for me in the first place? Helen. Ryan whispered before taking Helen's red, puffy lips into his mouth, kissing her gently. Helen's teary eyes met his dark ones staring at her. I want you. Ryan whispered, pulling her bottom lip with his teeth and releasing it. I want you whole, for me. I want you to be mine, and if you dare let anybody touch you, I'll punish you, Ryan said, looking into Helen's eyes darkly. Helen kept nodding her head again and again. Helen sat inside the car, and Ryan started to drive, his eyes fixed ahead. In a few minutes, they were in front of a hotel. Walking inside, Ryan booked a room and took her hand, leading her toward the lift. Helen's heart kept racing with fear and sudden nervousness. Finally, they reached a room. Ryan opened the door and told Helen to walk inside. Helen, clenching her dress tightly, walked inside, her mind filled with thoughts that made her even more nervous. As she took her first step inside, rose petals suddenly started falling on her head. She quickly turned to Ryan, who gave a small smile. I prepared this yesterday somewhere else, but maybe it just wasn't the day. Helen nodded with teary eyes, biting her lip as she took more steps. She saw the room filled with balloons near the bed, a soft bed in the middle, large glass windows, and a big LED screen. Take the remote, baby. Ryan whispered, sliding his hand toward her stomach softly and placing a white remote in her hand. Helen hummed softly and clicked the on button. The screen lit up. I love you, Helen. I love you, Helen. Helen cried out loud while smiling. Turning toward Ryan, she ran and jumped into his arms. Ryan lost his balance and fell onto the bed with Helen on top of him. Helen quickly wrapped her arms around him as if she might lose him in any second. Ryan chuckled, finally wrapping his arms around her waist. I love you. I love you so much, Ryan. I love you, Ryan, Helen kept saying again and again, hiccuping and crying in his arms. I love you too, Helen, Ryan whispered, looking down and placing a soft kiss on her hair. Minutes passed as they stayed in each other's arms. The silence between them was peaceful yet filled with tension. Helen kept looking at Ryan's eyes, then his lips, over and over, while his dark gaze stayed locked on her, full of desire, ready to take her entirely. Helen shifted slightly, and her movement caused Ryan's hardness to brush against her tight jeans. A low groan escaped his lips. In one quick motion, he grabbed her hair, pulling her up, and captured her lips in a desperate kiss. Helen responded instantly, matching his hunger with her own. The kiss grew more heated as Helen started grinding herself against him. Sitting on his lap, she moved with growing need, her body trembling as Ryan groaned deeply. His large hands gripped her hips firmly, giving them a sharp smack before squeezing them tightly. Fuck. Helen moaned softly. You're so fucking hot, Ryan groaned, pulling her mouth closer, devouring her lips with urgency. Helen's hands roamed over his chest, unbuttoning his shirt one by one. When she reached the top, she broke the kiss, pushing him back slightly. Ryan allowed her to, watching her intently as her hands slid to the hem of her top. Ryan. Helen whispered, her voice trembling. Her eyes grew wet as she slowly lifted her top, pulling it off completely. Her maroon lace bra clung to her, leaving little to imagination. Ryan's jaw clenched as his gaze darkened, taking in her exposed figure. A wave of possessiveness surged through him as he sat up, pulling Helen closer. His face hovered inches from hers, his breath warm on her skin. Has anyone ever seen you like this? He asked coldly, his eyes piercing into hers, demanding the only answer he would accept. Nobody, Helen whispered, holding his dark gaze. Ryan's expression hardened at her words. His hand trailed to her bra, tracing a slow pattern along the lace. Helen shivered at his touch as his fingers slipped beneath the fabric, brushing her sensitive skin. Finally, his entire hand cupped her breast, squeezing it firmly. Has anyone ever touched you like this? He asked again. Helen moaned loudly, her voice trembling as she responded. No. With a sudden burst of strength, Ryan pushed her onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. He kissed her with raw hunger, claiming her mouth as if it belonged to him alone. You're mine. Only mine. No one else has the right to touch you, Ryan growled, his hand grabbing the soft flesh of her stomach. His fingers pressed into her navel, pulling at her skin possessively. Helen whimpered beneath him, her body arching into his touch. Ryan's lips moved down to her neck, placing wet, heated kisses along her skin. He sucked at her flesh, leaving dark marks wherever his mouth landed. Slowly, he made his way to her chest. Take it off, Ryan whispered huskily. Helen reached behind, her trembling fingers undoing the clasp of her bra. As it came loose, Ryan grabbed the fabric with his teeth, pulling it away before tossing it aside. His mouth descended on her exposed skin, his tongue circling her dark nipples. Ryan sucked hard, switching between her breasts as his other hand kneaded her soft flesh. Helen moaned loudly, gripping his hair as he left marks all over her sensitive skin. Ryan. She whimpered when his hands moved to unbutton her jeans. Sliding them down slightly, he brushed against her matching maroon lace panties. He inhaled deeply, his lips grazing her fabric-covered core. Tell me, Helen, Ryan said in a low growl, his head rubbing against her center. Has anyone ever touched you like this? Only you, Helen stammered, her voice trembling as her body arched beneath him. Good, Ryan muttered darkly. Only I can touch you like this. Only I can rub you here. He pressed 3 fingers against her clothed heat, rubbing in slow, deliberate circles. Helen's breathing grew heavier as Ryan slid her panties down, bearing her completely. He lowered himself further, placing soft kisses on her thighs with every word. Only I can. Ryan whispered before his fingers slipped inside her wetness. Helen moaned his name loudly, her body trembling as he started moving his fingers. His pace quickened, each thrust driving her closer to the edge. Gripping his hair tightly, Helen cried out, her voice echoing through the room. Ryan groaned in response, watching her lose control beneath him. Her body shook as waves of pleasure coursed through her, and he leaned forward, kissing her deeply. Helen welcomed his mouth, tasting herself on his lips. I want you, Ryan, Helen whispered softly, her voice filled with longing. Ryan looked into her eyes, his expression dark yet tender. Placing a soft kiss on her lips, he adjusted himself, positioning at her entrance. Slowly, he pushed inside, and Helen cried out in pain. Ryan froze, wrapping his strong arms around her, pulling her close. It's okay, baby. I've got you, he whispered, his deep voice soothing her. Helen nodded against his chest, her nails digging into his skin as she adjusted to him. I love you, Helen whispered softly. Ryan hummed in response, kissing her forehead as he began to move. His thrusts started slow, but the pace quickly intensified. The tightness around him drove him wild, his control slipping as he claimed her fully. Fuck. You feel amazing, Ryan groaned, his voice thick with desire. Helen moaned in response, her body melting into his as they moved together. The small alarm clock on the bedside table read 5:50 p.m. Aaron paced back and forth, searching for Helen in every possible place she could be. After finding no trace of her, he decided to wait. Wait for her to come back. An hour later, Helen lay in Ryan's arms, completely spent. His lips brushed against her shoulder, leaving soft kisses along her skin. "Ryan," Helen whispered, turning toward him. Ryan hummed, brushing a strand of her hair away from her face as his hand rested on her cheek. "I have to go home," she said softly. Ryan's hand stilled, his fingers curling around a strand of her hair. Twisting it gently, he spoke in a deep, commanding voice. "Don't go." Helen closed her eyes briefly, opening them again as she looked at him. Ryan's gaze stayed locked on her, intense and unyielding. "I have to," Helen whispered, her voice barely audible. Suddenly, Ryan pulled her closer, therefore it's nearly touching. His dark eyes burned into hers as he spoke sternly. "I said no." He captured her lips in another heated kiss, biting and sucking until Helen's resistance melted away. Her hands pressed weakly against his chest before she gave in, returning the kiss with equal passion. "Yes, Mom. I'll stay here tonight," Helen said after finally ending the call, looking at Ryan. Aaron waited near Helen's house, standing at the corner, leaning against his bike. The clear sky gradually darkened, and the night arrived with cold, heavy winds and rain, soaking him completely. Finally deciding to search for Helen again, he started his bike and drove off, scanning every street. "Helen!" he shouted desperately down the silent road, searching for his only love. Morning arrived, and Ryan's phone buzzed, the screen displaying Dad. Ryan slowly rose from the bed, answering the call. He walked toward the window and slid the curtains aside. The sunlight made his body glow, his eyes fully open. "Yes, I'll handle it," he said before ending the call. He stepped onto the balcony barefoot, gazing at the towering buildings. Ruffling his hair, he decided to take a shower, turning back to his room. But as he passed the window, his gaze fell to the glass on the left, where he could see Helen. Wrapped in a white blanket, her shoulder marked with purple hickeys, her long, black hair spread across the pillow like art. Her cherry lips were even redder, and her figure shone under the sunlight like an angel. Ryan approached the glass, pressing his hand against its slightly warm surface, wiping away dust to see her clearly. His lips curled into a small smile. But when the blanket shifted slightly, revealing her cleavage, his expression darkened. "Fuck!" he cursed under his breath. He walked back to the bed, slipping under the blanket and pulling Helen tightly to him. She moaned softly in her sleep, and Ryan lost control, entering her again with a harsh thrust. "Ryan, no!" Helen gasped, but when he started moving, she finally gave in. "You're perfect, Helen, so perfect for me, taking me so perfectly," he whispered. Aaron stopped the bike again in the same spot by Helen's house, waiting for her. He called her several times, but there was no answer. When it was time for college, he knocked on the door. "Auntie," he greeted softly when Helen's mom appeared. "Good morning, Aaron. Didn't Helen tell you she stayed at a friend's house and might go to college from there?" she said with a smile. Aaron awkwardly returned the smile. "Maybe she forgot." "It's okay, Auntie. I'll check at college," he replied, quickly leaving. Starting the bike again, he rode to the college, but she wasn't there either. An unknown fear began to creep into his heart. "Let's skip college today," Ryan suggested, and Helen hummed, wrapping her arms around him. The college day ended, but Aaron didn't leave, waiting for Helen to return. And finally, he saw her inside Ryan's car. Aaron froze, watching from a distance as Ryan kissed the spot behind Helen's ear. She smiled and then stepped out of the car. The car drove away, and Helen began walking toward her house. Aaron stepped forward until he was standing in front of her. "Why?" he asked, his voice trembling with emotion, his eyes hollow and lost. Helen stopped, her heart aching at the sight of Aaron's messy, pitiful state. She took a small step toward him, but he backed away. "Helen," he whispered, loud enough for her to hear. "You let him touch you, but you hated my touch." "Why?" his voice cracked with the pain he'd endured all day. "Why?" he shouted suddenly. "Because I love him!" Helen screamed, frustrated by the chaos in her heart, torn between Ryan and the guilt she felt for hurting Aaron. And I love you. What about my love? Aaron shouted, his anger boiling over. He grabbed her neck, pulling her close. His eyes dropped to her neck, and he yanked her top down slightly, staring at her in betrayal. Helen struggled to push him away, but his grip on her neck didn't loosen. She couldn't breathe. Did he shove himself inside you? Aaron asked blankly. Aaron, Helen whispered, her eyes widening with shock and hurt. Did he? Aaron roared, pulling her into a harsh kiss, their tears mixing together. His lips moved quickly, taking all of her tears in his own. Slowly, he released his grip on her neck and stepped back, walking toward his bike. He started it and left, wiping his tears repeatedly with the back of his hand. Helen stood there, watching him leave, tears streaming down her face. She wiped her eyes and walked inside, closing the door softly behind her. Once inside her room, she collapsed on the floor, her sobs filling the room. She didn't know what hurt more, hurting Aaron or leaving Ryan. Meanwhile, Aaron slammed his bedroom door shut and broke down, crying loudly. Ryan parked his car, having watched the entire scene unfold. Twirling his keys in his fingers, he walked inside, humming a tune. As he climbed the stairs, his eyes flicked to Aaron's door. He pressed his ear against it, listening to the painful cries of his stepbrother. A cruel smirk spread across his face, remembering how Aaron was nothing but a product of his father's affair after his mother's death. Ryan felt peace wash over him. Taking Aaron's happiness felt like justice for all the pain his stepmother had caused him. The woman who had tortured him daily, wishing for him to die so her own son could inherit the family wealth. Now that she was gone, her torment had ended, leaving Ryan feeling triumphant. Finally, he entered his room, a smile spreading across his face. But as he lay down on his bed, his expression shifted. The image of Aaron kissing Helen burned in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he got up, furious at the emotions this twisted love game was making him feel. The next day came, and Helen stood in front of the mirror, staring at her reflection. As she walked out of the house after bidding her parents goodbye, she saw the empty spot where a bike used to be parked, with Aaron sitting on it, smiling at her. Her eyes lingered on the space for a few seconds before shifting to the road. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the same bike parked a little further down from her house. Aaron! She whispered, running towards it, her eyes scanning the area for him. Finally, he appeared, looking into her puffy eyes, both already knowing they had been crying. I'm sorry. Helen said, tears falling, and Aaron just stood there, staring at her. I hate you. I hate that I love you so much that I'm still ready to accept everything even when your body's been marked by him, even when I know your heart beats for him. So please, give me a chance, Helen. Aaron said, his eyes fixed on hers as he took a step back with each word. I can't. I love him. Helen replied, moving closer to him. Then be ready, because I don't care anymore about this love. You have to be mine, just like I've dreamed every day, Aaron said before starting the bike. Helen looked at his back, and then her gaze caught Ryan's piercing eyes. She walked toward him with weak steps. Ryan sat in the car, his jaw clenched. His eyes betrayed nothing but anger as his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Helen knew the cause of his anger. She didn't say anything, wiping away her tears, only glancing at Ryan through the window. No one could understand how love had suddenly twisted everything like this. The door clicked open, and Helen slowly sat inside the car without saying a word, her eyes cast downward. Ryan started the car, his focus on the road, not sparing another glance at her. His hands clenched and unclenched on the wheel. The car sped up, and Helen quickly realized they weren't headed to the college. Ryan stopped the car at someone's house, knocking on the door. A boy, around 25, came out wearing sleepwear. Ryan grabbed his collar and said, I want your room for a few minutes. Easy, bro, the boy chuckled awkwardly, glancing inside the car before nodding and walking toward the garden, leaving Ryan and Helen alone. Ryan opened the car door quickly, grabbed Helen's wrist, and pulled her toward the room. The room was small and simple, like a hostel. Ryan pulled Helen inside and shut the door, his eyes still focused on the closed door while Helen nervously looked at his back. Ryan. She started to speak, but before she could finish his name, Ryan turned toward her, taking slow, dangerous steps. He kissed her harshly, thrusting his tongue into her mouth with force. He held her arms tightly, keeping her in place. After pulling away, he marked her neck with fresh hickeys beside the old ones that hadn't healed yet. Helen moaned, a mixture of pain and pleasure, her mind forgetting everything except Ryan. He kept marking her until his anger subsided. With heavy breaths, he finally stopped, resting his head against her neck as they both breathed heavily. "Don't make me more angry, Helen, or it won't be good," Ryan whispered, pulling her wrist and dragging her out of the room. He made her sit in the car before speeding off, not even bothering to inform his friend, who was still tending to the garden. The car ride to college was silent. Ryan's hand held Helen's, caressing it softly. When they arrived, he turned to face her, his gaze cold. "What is it, Helen?" Ryan asked, already knowing the reason for her sadness. "Nothing," Helen replied softly, and Ryan slammed his hand against the steering wheel. Helen quickly looked up, her teary eyes meeting his angry ones. "Stay away from me if you can't leave that bastard, for fuck's sake," Ryan shouted angrily, making Helen's eyes widen in shock. "Ryan!" Helen shouted, not believing what she was hearing. "What, Ryan? Don't you know I hate him and he hates me? You have to choose. If you want me, then forget him. And if you want him, then forget me," he shouted, slamming the door as he left Helen sitting in the car. Helen clenched her dress tightly, crying out loudly. After calming herself, she slowly stepped out of the car and walked toward her class. She looked down and sat beside Aaron, who had been staring at her since she entered. Lowering her head more, she sat silently, taking out some books, her eyes unfocused as they traced the blurry words. Meanwhile, Aaron could barely contain his anger at the marks on her body. His fist clenched, and he accidentally dug the pen in his hand into his skin, making it bleed. For the entire hour, his eyes bore into Helen with a murderous intensity. When the bell rang, he grabbed her wrist and yanked her out of the classroom. He dragged her through the halls, ignoring the stares of the other students. Once they reached an empty classroom, he threw Helen to the floor harshly. "Aaron!" Helen cried out in pain. "Are you that thirsty for a dick, Helen?" Aaron shouted, his words not even making sense. He stalked toward her, crouching down, and Helen quickly started backing away in fear. This wasn't the Aaron she knew. He grabbed her leg in a tight hold, pulling her toward him. His other hand grabbed her hair, pulling her close to his face. "Then why not mine? Why his? I can give you more than this," Aaron yelled, his words disgustingly harsh. Helen stared at him in betrayal. "Aaron, what are you saying?" Helen stuttered, her tears falling. Aaron yanked her cardigan off her shoulder, and she tried to push him away, terrified of what might happen. "Aaron, you're not in your right mind," Helen said, her voice shaking as she struggled against him. "I was never in my right mind when it comes to you, Helen. Can't you understand? Can't you fucking understand that I love you?" Aaron screamed, his voice trembling before he shouted those words. Aaron's hands roughly removed her cardigan from her upper body, and he buried his face in her neck, pressing wet kisses against her skin. Helen trembled in his grip, crying. "No, you can't, please," she begged, her voice breaking. "Yes, I can. And I will, from now on. You fucking don't understand my love, so let me show you how desperate I am for you, how I've dreamed of this, with you." Aaron's voice was dark and slow, making Helen shiver. "Don't, please," she begged again, as Aaron's hand moved toward her chest, squeezing tightly. A painful moan escaped her mouth. She tried to push him away, but suddenly, Aaron's hand moved toward her pants, unbuttoning them and sliding his hand inside her panties. As his fingers brushed against her, Helen shut her eyes, hating every moment of it. Suddenly, the door burst open. Ryan's fists clenched instinctively as he shoved Aaron away from Helen. The two started fighting, and Helen watched, tears streaming down her face, unsure whom to save, Ryan or Aaron. "I'm sorry." Those words escaped her lips automatically. The fight continued until they were both bleeding badly. Someone saw them, and they were called to the principal's office. Helen never spoke about what happened there, but Ryan and Aaron did. After that, everything changed. Ryan left, distancing himself from Helen perhaps for good. Aaron and Helen also drifted apart, though Helen began staying at home more often, telling her parents she was preparing for final exams. She and Aaron only saw each other during the exams, but neither dared to speak. As for Ryan, Helen received news that he was moving away with Sia and Zar. They all started working on their long-planned business. Helen's life became colorless, like a blank canvas. She lost both her friend and her love at the same time. Ryan leaving her, for something that wasn't even her fault, made her realize that he had never truly loved her. Years of friendship shattered because of anger, love, and jealousy. Ryan spent more time with Sia and Czar, slowly forgetting Helen, while Sia unknowingly began to take Helen's place. Meanwhile, Aaron, unable to move on from Helen, wanted her back not as a friend, not as a lover, but as his. His love morphed into an unhealthy obsession, growing more dangerous with each passing day. 2 years passed. Both Aaron's and Ryan's fathers were gone. Then, Aaron made his first move. He sent a marriage proposal to Helen's house. Helen was at her grandmother's house, spending her work holidays. When she received the call about the proposal, she was furious. But her parents, who trusted Aaron, were happy about it. In the end, Helen accepted. At that time, Sia and Ryan ran away together. Fate made Helen's life even harder. She saw Ryan again, but this time, she wasn't the fool in love but he was. He apologized, regretted everything, and finally fell in love with her for real. Helen's heart, which had always called out Ryan's name, forgave him. Her heart began to beat for him again, but the fear of her parents' reaction and her feelings for Aaron held her back. Still, Ryan took her hand and led her toward her parents, trying to make them accept him. They confessed their love for each other, but Helen's parents rejected them, calling Ryan horrible names and even trying to beat him. Helen cried as she watched, and finally decided to run away with him. In the chaos, Aaron didn't even realize when she slipped away from him again. He was furious, so angry that he vowed never to forgive them. He swore that if he ever found them, he would kill them. In his pursuit of success, he married the daughter of one of his business partners to merge their companies. He tried to move on, but how could he even with his wife? He saw nothing but Helen. Years passed. One day, he saw her in a club, wearing a sultry outfit, asking a man to pay her whole fee up front. How and why these questions haunted him until he gathered the truth. He learned everything: how Czar killed Ryan, how Ryan took Sia with him, how he met Helen, how they fell in love, how her married life had been, and how, after Ryan's death, she turned to this kind of work to survive. Aaron felt no sympathy for her. In fact, he reveled in her suffering. He hated the thought of other men touching her, yet he continued to monitor her life. Then came the news of her pregnancy. When he heard it, he laughed, a cold, bitter laugh. But then, the laughter died. Tears filled his eyes, not from sadness, but from the pain of love and betrayal. He remembered the days he had spent staring at her pictures, dreaming of a life with her, of a family. And now, she was pregnant, without even knowing who the father was. When he saw her smiling at a picture of the baby, something inside him snapped. He couldn't stand the thought of her happiness. Helen didn't deserve it after everything she had done to him. He sent a man to play the role of Ryan, the only name Helen's heart had ever known. He took everything from her, but what he didn't know was that this was the last thread of hope in Helen's life. Well, from here Kian and Crystal is coming back. Recap from the previous chapter: Kian fabricated a lie about Crystal's pregnancy to administer the medicines more easily. The medicines caused side effects, like her memory lapses and her sudden willingness to accept Kian, also those nightmares explaining her quick shift in emotions. Nevin, Kian's friend, had previously revealed the truth behind the lie and its reason. In case you missed it, here's a quick reminder. Now let's continue. The last dose will be given tomorrow. I hope this works, Kian. It's not just about you anymore, it's about her. Kian whispered, broken. Without her, there's no me. I'll die without her. He lay beside Crystal, holding her tightly. Tears slipped down to her arm as he clutched her closer, fear and regret consuming him. What have I done? I should have told you, Bertie. I was so afraid of losing you. Just one chance, I'll fix everything, I promise, he whispered, his voice trembling. Now, let's pick up from here. Kian grabbed Crystal's waist tightly, pulling her close to him until there was no gap between them. I am sorry, Kian murmured, his eyes still teary, showing nothing but guilt. He slowly closed his eyes, remembering the day when everything went wrong. Kian's POV. It was just like any other morning, the soft chilly breeze surrounding the room. My arms were caging Crystal, her small body perfectly fitting in mine, providing peaceful warmth. My eyes were on her naked shoulder, covered in the small beautiful marks I had given her. I never knew I would become so crazy for someone like I am for her. When she said my love is not love yesterday, I didn't know how to explain. Maybe she's right, my love is not love. Maybe she's my obsession, maybe my addiction, maybe my need, maybe my desperation, or maybe she is my love. Love has various forms, not everything you call love is love. Mine was hurtful, dangerous, and dark. I was never a person who wanted company, but now I want her. My eyes turned dark when those soft breasts touched my arm. Mine. The word echoed in my mind, consuming me, and I couldn't control myself. Biting her shoulder like an animal, I took her soft flesh into my mouth. She cried in pain. I could imagine her expression: wide eyes, open mouth, then quickly closing it to suppress her voice. I grabbed her waist with a harsh hold and turned her towards me. Kian, she moaned my name while crying, and I felt my heart stop. Pulling her closer, I captured those pink lips. My lips moved harshly against her soft ones. My eyes consumed her pitiful state. She looked wrecked, only for me. I kept getting desperate for her touch. I wanted to be inside her. I quickly moved my hand down, holding my shaft and adjusting it near her. She kept her eyes closed, accepting my kiss when I suddenly slammed inside her. She opened her eyes, crying and whimpering in pain. My darkened gaze fixed on her face as I increased the speed of my thrusts. Her lips wobbled as desperately as mine to connect them, and I did, grabbing her hair and pulling her back to my mouth. Sucking them harshly, she tasted like cherry, sweet and salty. I never liked cherries, but now I'm addicted. My mouth moved to her jaw, biting it softly, coating it with saliva. My tongue licked her chin and entered her mouth. Fuck. I would have cursed at how hot she felt down there, but my mouth was too occupied. My right hand reached her soft breast, squeezing it harshly. She moaned my name again. Gripping her small, pinkish nipple, I pulled it towards my chest. She slid her body closer to me, whimpering into my mouth. I felt her silent pleas for me to stop, but how could I when I knew that without her, I wouldn't survive. Pulling her nipple harder, I let her whimper in pain before finally leaving her lips. I attached my mouth to her nipple, taking it whole inside. A sudden want surged through me to see milk come from them. I wanted to impregnate her quickly so I could have it. My tongue rolled over her now red nipple, and I grabbed the other, doing the same. She kept moaning every time my thrusts hit her harder inside. I wanted to go harsher, but not now. I'll give her time to get used to me. I got up, pulling her beneath me, thrusting with animalistic speed. Pulling her hair, I lifted her body slightly and thrust my tongue back into her mouth. She was exhausted, but I wasn't. Letting her go, I pulled her back into my arms, letting her sleep. She softly closed her eyes with a little hum, and I kissed her shoulder. The bed was filled with our release, and the room reeked of sex. It might have seemed dirty, but not to me, it smelled like heaven. She was in dreamland when my phone rang. I slowly got up from the bed, picking it up. "Hey Dad," I said, looking at my birdie. "We're coming," Dad said in a plain tone. My forehead creased in confusion. Before I could ask why they were coming, the call was cut. I didn't inform Crystal, letting her sleep. After a warm shower, wrapping my torso in a white towel, I walked out of the bathroom. I picked a gray, long-sleeved t-shirt and black pants, dressing myself up. Heading downstairs, I decided to make coffee. As I stood in the kitchen, I pulled out my phone, intending to call Dad and ask if they wanted me to pick them up. But before I could, the doorbell rang. I walked to the door, opening it slowly. My forehead creased at the sight of the two people who had arrived with my mom and dad. Suddenly, a flood of questions surged in my mind. "What's he doing here?" I asked coldly, glaring at the old man smirking back at me. "Let us come inside first, son," my mom said. I nodded and stepped aside, letting them in. Kian walked inside the kitchen filling the glass, and Mrs. Wynne frowned looking at that. Sitting on the sofa, she started to look everywhere, trying to find Crystal. Kian's POV. "Where is Crystal?" Mom asked, looking at me. I gave her the glass of water before answering. "She is sleeping." "At this time," she said coldly with a scoff, and my expression turned dark. "She is tired, Mom, after some morning workout, and it's my wife whom I have given permission to rest." "Okay," I said, and she hummed, closing her eyes with a scoff sound, which irritated me more. Why were they even here, I wanted to ask. I sat on the sofa and looked at my dad, who, not for even once, had said a word after coming inside, besides him, Crystal's so-called uncle and her son sitting. "Why is he here?" I asked again, and he didn't say anything, making me more frustrated. If there is no problem, then please make yourself at home. I am going to wake my wife up, I said before starting to stand up when suddenly Dad said, "Sit down, Kian. There is something you have to listen to." His tone was normal, but I felt the oddness in those words. There was a feeling that something was wrong, so I asked, "What's the problem, Dad?" And he sat silently there. "Well, if you want me to explain, I can, son," Aaron said, looking at me, his tone mocking. I gritted my teeth but still nodded my head. "Well, your mom and dad finally got to know that your wife is the daughter of a whore. She is the fruit of a prostitute," he said, and I went numb for a second before standing up angrily, ready to beat him up. "What the fuck are you saying?" I shouted angrily, ready to throw punches at that bastard's face, but suddenly Dad came in between, looking at me with cold eyes. "He is telling the truth, Kian, and someone has released it into the press and media," Dad said. Mom picked up the remote, starting the large TV, and opened the news channel, where the headlines were showing. "Kian Blackwell's wife's past uncovered, the daughter of a prostitute. Blackwell's treasure or Blackwell's shame, heiress born from sin. Hidden daughter or hidden disgrace, the truth about Blackwell's heiress. From the brothel to Blackwell, heiress's stained bloodline exposed. The filthy secret behind Blackwell's most precious jewel." Mr. Well looked at Kian, his gaze piercing, while Kian just stood, watching everything. "You have to leave her," Mr. Well suddenly said, and Kian's mind went blank. Meanwhile, Aaron looked at the scene with a blank gaze, laughing in his mind, looking at the screen, and why not, because he was the one who did it. Before one day in Blackwell's mansion, Mr. Well and Mrs. Well were sitting on the sofa when a guard informed him that Aaron wanted to meet them. Mr. Well frowned, and after thinking for a while, he finally decided to let him in. Aaron came inside wearing a black coat, his eyes covered with transparent glasses. "What's the reason for walking into the lion's den again, Aaron?" Mr. Well said in a mocking tone while Mrs. Well shook her head, chuckling. "What's the reason for your visit?" Mrs. Well asked, gesturing for him to sit, but Aaron didn't look at them. "I am sorry, Mr. Well, but my wife has leaked the information about Crystal," Aaron said, and Mr. and Mrs. Well frowned, not knowing anything about it, while Aaron smirked, knowing his acting was working. "What information and what did it have to do with Crystal?" Mrs. Well asked. "About her mother, ma'am," Aaron said slowly, taking a step back, looking down. "About Helen?" Mrs. Well asked, and Aaron hummed, her name affecting his heart again. "What about her?" Mr. Well asked, looking at Aaron coldly. "That she worked as a prostitute before," Aaron said suddenly in a low yet loud voice, making Mr. Well see and Mrs. Wellsar stand up in shock. "You didn't know, sir, I thought." Aaron couldn't even complete his sentence when Mr. Well shouted angrily. "Shut up. What the fuck are you even saying? How can Helen do this?" Aaron covered his excited expression with a blank one and started telling them what happened after they killed Ryan. While Mr. Well and Mrs. Well stood blank, not even in her dreams, Mrs. Well had ever thought that Helen would choose this path. "Didn't you love her?" Mrs. Well suddenly asked Aaron, and Aaron stopped talking, looking into her eyes with his, which showed nothing but darkness. "I did, but she didn't," he replied shortly, cutting her question, while Mr. Well, every time he heard the word Helen, started to get disgusted. The thought of making Crystal their son's wife disgusted them. Then the loud sound from the TV came with the headlines. "Blackwell's treasure or Blackwell's shame, heiress born from sin. From the streets to the mansion, prostitute's daughter hidden no more." "What the hell is happening?" Mr. Well shouted, looking at the TV with wide eyes in horror. The reputation which he had earned after doing so many things was going like this. Mrs. Well looked into her husband's eyes and then at the TV, the thought of even Crystal's name starting to make her disgusted. Her existence near them made her angry. "Sir, it was my wife," Aaron said, stuttering while looking down, and Mr. Well ran towards him in anger. "Where the fuck is she? I will kill her. How dare she?" Suddenly Aaron's phone rang, and it kept ringing. Mr. Well quickly took out the phone from his shirt's pocket and looked at the name, where wife was written. "Ask her where she is," he shouted, and with trembling hands, Aaron picked up the phone. "Hello," he said, stuttering while gulping his saliva again and again. "What?" Suddenly Aaron shouted and let out a small cry, looking at Mr. Well. His hand dropped the phone. My wife died." He finished and dropped himself on the floor. Mr. Well, not knowing what to do in this situation, started to go back and forth, while placing his hand on his forehead, caressing it hard. The sound of TV and news made his head burst in pain, when suddenly Mrs. Well, who was staring at the TV, picked up the vase and threw it at the TV, making it drop on the floor with a loud thud. "I want her out of my son's life," she said coldly and turned towards her husband, walking towards him. He stood in front of Mr. Well. "I want that whore out of Kian's life, Tsar," she said again, and Mr. Well hummed. "Sir," suddenly Aaron said in a small voice, slowly getting up. "My son likes Crystal," Aaron whispered in a small yet audible voice, and Mr. Well looked at him coldly before nodding his head. "Come with us then." In Aaron's house, Aaron's son looked at his mom's body lying on the cold floor, bleeding from the head. His hand trembled, holding her cold hand. He just sat there. "Why didn't you listen to him, Mom?" he said, stuttering. "You knew it already, right, that he never loved you, then why?" he cried, pulling the hand close to his chest. "See what he ordered me to do. See, he told me to kill you. I didn't want to, but I want her to, Mom. She is beautiful," he said, wiping his tears, his lips curving into a soft yet creepy smile. Kian's POV. Watching the news about Crystal and hearing people say so many disgusting things about her made my blood boil, ready to kill everyone. But then, "You have to leave her," Dad suddenly said, and my mind went blank. "Yes, son, you have to leave her. That girl has destroyed our reputation," Mom said again, and I turned around, meeting her gaze. "I love her," I said blankly, looking into her eyes. She stared back at me coldly. "Love can happen twice," Mom said, and I couldn't even control my tongue when those words left my mouth. "Like you did with her father." A hard punch landed on my face. Dad glared at me furiously. "Watch your mouth. She is my wife," he shouted. "And she is mine," I shouted back in anger. "She can't be your wife, son. She is not what you deserve. She is the daughter of who knows who. Ryan wasn't even her father." Mom tried to explain, but I wasn't in the condition to listen. "Her mom was the one, not her. She is my wife, the girl you took care of from childhood," I shouted again, trying to make them understand, but neither was ready to listen. "Kian, lower your voice. She is your mom," Dad shouted, and I lowered my head, knowing my fault. "Son," Mom said, coming closer and placing her hand on my cheek. "We will find you another girl. Forget Crystal. She doesn't deserve to stand with the Blackwells," Mom said again, and my anger and frustration returned. Pushing her hand away from my face, I looked at her. "Leave, Dad, Mom," I said. She froze, looking at me in shock. "What the heck are you saying? He is my husband," Mom said angrily, and I took a step back. "Then she is my wife too. I hope you have a safe journey," I said, turning my back to leave when suddenly, "She is the daughter of a whore, and the whole world knows it, Kian," Dad shouted. I turned to him, my eyes red, my veins popping, my fists curling in anger. "Even if she is mine. My wife. And Dad, please, for fuck's sake, get out of my house," I shouted. "What magic has she done? Is she as good as her mom in spreading her legs?" A sudden voice echoed, and I saw nothing but red. Running towards that bastard, I started punching Aaron. Then Mom said, "Isn't he saying the truth? That's all we can expect from the daughter of a prostitute." My fist froze mid-air, unsure where to direct my anger. What should I say? How could I defend her when it was my own mom and dad? "Throw her out of your life, Kian, or I will kill her. That man likes her, so we've decided to give her to him," Mom said. My hand moved instinctively, and before I could grasp what was happening, it connected harshly with Mom's cheek. "Kian." Crystal's voice came. She stood there wrapped in a long robe. Mom ran towards her, leaving me. Crystal stopped in the middle, looking at her, her eyes still asking me questions about what was happening. Mom got close to her and slapped her hard. "Mom!" I shouted, trying to go towards her, but Dad held my hand. "Take her with you," Mom said, and Aaron started moving towards Crystal. I stood there, numb, my mind unable to process what was happening. "Look at her clothes, son. Doesn't she look like a whore?" Mom said. Just because of this witch, you decided to slap me, right? Mom crouched down, pulling Crystal's hair. Crystal cried out in pain, and Mom slapped her hard again. She walked a little away, and Aaron crouched down, trying to touch Crystal. She quickly backed away, scared. I wanted nothing more than to wrap her in my arms, but I couldn't. Dad's grip on my hand stopped me. Crystal was crying in pain when Mom placed her heel on Crystal's hand. My tears fell automatically as she collapsed on the floor, fainting. Birdie. The word escaped my lips. How could my parents do all this? Didn't they know she was my breath? My eyes stayed on Crystal, but my mind went blank, unable to think or act. Crystal screamed, and I saw Aaron slap her hard. Bastard! I shouted, trying to free my arm from Dad's grip. Aaron's son came near, whispering something in Aaron's ear. Aaron smirked and said to Mom, "My son wants to know how she looks under her clothes before taking her." I lost it. My mind saw only red. Grabbing the vase from the table, I smashed it over Dad's head, and he collapsed. Mom's eyes widened in shock. She ran towards him, leaving Crystal behind. Aaron followed her. "He's dead," Aaron said, and I froze. Mom looked at me, betrayal in her tear-filled eyes. "You killed him," she stuttered. "You fucking killed him for that whore," she shouted, standing up angrily and slapping me repeatedly. I stood there, numb, accepting her anger silently. Then she ran towards Crystal, picking up a knife from the table. "Mom, no!" I shouted, running after her. Crystal opened her teary eyes just then. Mom screamed, "I will kill you, bitch!" Aaron and his son ran too. I was a little far when Aaron stabbed the knife into Mom's back. She froze. I ran and pulled the knife out, but Aaron's son lunged at me, and we fought hand to hand. My eyes shifted away from Crystal for a moment, and I saw Aaron dragging her away. I ran towards him, leaving his son. Aaron's son had the knife and was ready to attack me, but I didn't care. All I wanted was Crystal in my arms. Everything went silent when the knife Aaron's son aimed at me accidentally hit Aaron's chest. Yet Aaron didn't stop. He pulled the knife from his chest and aimed it at Crystal's neck. "This time, I'll either have her or kill her," he said, ready to slice her throat. Before he could, I pushed his son harshly away and snatched the knife, slicing Aaron's throat. His blood dripped down onto Crystal, painting her red. Aaron's son got up quickly and ran towards me, punching me repeatedly. I fought back, trying to defend myself. He tried many times to escape the knife I held, but I managed to wound his stomach. Crystal's teary eyes stared at the scene, her gaze fixed on my back, filled with nothing but hatred, before everything turned dark. "I told you already, don't trust Aaron." Quickly. Kian's POV. I sat on my knees, looking at nothing but the floor. I didn't know how, in one day, all this happened. My parents were dead. I should feel sad. I should cry. But there were no emotions, just numbness. They tried to harm Crystal. They tried to kill her, and I have to protect her. I will protect her was the only thought running through my mind. Slowly getting up from the floor, I walked near Crystal, who was fainted on the floor. Sitting near her again, I looked at her beautiful face, even when it was covered in that bastard's blood. She is my everything now, only her. I didn't look, not even once, at anyone, not my mom, not my dad. How could I, when they tried to harm my baby? Don't they know how my love is? How could they when even Crystal didn't know? My birdie didn't know how much I love her, how desperate I was from the first moment after coming back. No one could tell, because no one knew what she meant to me. No one saw my love, not her, not you, no one. My obsession is my love. My addiction is my love. My madness is my love. My birdie is my love. Yes, I am crazy. Crazy for her. But after today, I won't let anyone harm her. I will protect her. I took out my phone from my pocket, pressed the contact named Nevin, and called him. "Nevin," I said in a blank tone. "Come here." In a few minutes, he was there, wearing a white coat, looking at everything with white eyes. He was shocked and scared. Why wouldn't he be? He was like a normal person, not crazy like me, a psychiatrist. I explained everything to him, and he listened when no one did. He called my people to clean up the mess and ordered my men to handle the news as well. 1 hour passed. I was sitting on a chair, looking at Crystal, who was still sleeping, looking so innocent. I tried to wash the bloodstains from her face, but in fear of disturbing her peaceful sleep, I didn't. Nevin was on the phone with someone when suddenly Crystal opened her eyes in shock, shouting for help. I didn't know what to do, so I hugged her tightly, whispering nothing but sweet words. But Crystal kept crying, trying to push me away again and again. When she stopped, I pulled away from the hug, and she suddenly pushed me. I lost my balance and fell on the floor with a hard thud, groaning in pain because of the wounds I had gotten earlier. You killed them! She shouted, her eyes showing nothing but hatred. I forgot every physical pain after feeling the most painful ache in my heart. Slowly, I tried to stand up. She came running toward me, slapping me hard, and I let her. My eyes kept tearing up with each slap. I hate you. I fucking hate you. You are a monster. She kept shouting, crying. Her tears hurt me more, and I whispered, sorry. She stopped, taking steps back. I tried to touch her, but she jerked my hand away like I was something disgusting. She kept moving back. You are a monster, Kian. A monster. Fucking leave me. Let me go. Let me be free from you. Monsters like you can't love. You are a murderer who only knows how to kill. You killed my uncle, your own mother and father too. You are heartless, Kian. You are heartless. She shouted angrily. I cried, wanting to explain, but she wasn't ready to listen. Nevin came running after hearing her shouts and tried to explain. Look, Crystal, you're imagining the wrong things. Kian saved. He was cut off by Crystal's loud cry. Fucking leave me. She shouted again, and I ran to hold her, but she kept pushing me away with all her strength. I went to my knees, crying, trying to hold her hand. I can't. I love you. I can't. I will die, I begged again and again, crying. But she didn't listen, looking at me with the same hateful, disgusted gaze. Monsters like you don't deserve love, Kian. Crystal shouted, running away, pushing Nevin aside. I stood on my feet, running after her. She ran downstairs, opened the door, and ran outside. I heard Nevin curse from behind. Fuck. The guards aren't there. I increased my speed, running behind her bare feet, my eyes fixed on them. My mind was filled with nothing but concern. What if she hurt herself? I caught up to her near the entrance. She was trying to climb the metal door when I grabbed her by the waist, pulling her close to my chest. She kept thrashing, throwing her arms. I held her in a bridle hold and started walking back, not caring about how she was biting my arm, how her warm tears were soaking my shirt. What if you got hurt? I said, looking ahead. Don't you know, I have no one besides you, Birdie. She paused for a second before biting me in a new spot. I smiled through my teary eyes, my head throbbing in pain. I love you, Crystal. I do. I can't explain how much, but can't you understand without words? I said, finally making her sit on the sofa. I was about to get up when another slap landed on my cheek. I just stared into her hate-filled eyes with my teary ones for a few seconds. You can't leave me, Crystal, I said, turning to pick a cloth to wipe her dirty feet. Then let me kill myself, Kian. I heard those words and turned my head quickly toward her. I saw Crystal picking up a knife and placing it near her wrist. Fear crawled into my body, the fear of losing her. Don't. Please. I will die. I said, looking at her. My heart already felt like it was dying. My heartbeat quickened, faster and faster. Then die, because you don't deserve to live, Kian. She said, and was about to cut her wrist when Nevin came from behind and injected something into her neck. She fainted. What did you do, Crystal? Crystal. I shouted, picking her up in my arms, holding her tightly. Nevin looked at my desperate state. Kian, let her go, Nevin said suddenly. I looked at him angrily. I can't. Okay, I can't. I am fucking scared of being alone. In a room full of people, I've always felt alone. Then she came, my only company, my only wife, my only love, my Crystal. I can't let her go. I am scared, Nevin, fucking scared that she will leave me. She will leave me. I kept shouting and mumbling. My body started trembling in fear. My eyes let out warm tears. My voice kept growing weaker and weaker. Kian, love doesn't work like this. I know it doesn't, but I also don't know how it does. After that, everything was silent except Crystal's breath, which was mine too. Hearing the soft sound of her breaths kept me alive. I waited for her to get up. More than 2 hours passed, and I just sat there without letting Crystal go anywhere. Nevin kept handling everything, trying to make me understand how the word love works, but I couldn't. How would I, when for me, everything was Crystal, even the word love? Crystal's body moved slowly in my arms, and I let her stretch, moving a little away. She finally opened her doe eyes, and this time I didn't see hatred. Instead, she smiled and said, "Hubby." I looked at her stunned, not knowing what happened. She asked me what the time was and everything so normally, like nothing happened. Nevin gestured for me to come out of the room, and I quickly did, wanting to ask so many questions. "I will be back, Bertie." "Stay here, okay," I said and slowly stepped out of the room before locking it. "What is happening, Nevin?" I asked, and he looked at me before letting out a sigh. "Kian, that was not any simple medicine. When you called me, I was doing someone's treatment whose medicine contains a drug that can make anyone sleep for a few hours, sometimes days, and it can also make small parts of memory wipe off for some time, not fully, but a heavy dose can make anyone lose their memory completely." I looked at him for a few seconds, and my mind suddenly heard just those words, memory loss. "Kian, don't think anything like that," Nevin said, understanding my thoughts quickly. I said complete memory loss means she can forget you too. Nevin's words froze me for a few seconds before I decided. "Give her those, Nevin, or she will leave me. She needs to forget all this," I said. After a few minutes, he nodded his head. Opening the door, I brought the injection with me. Crystal was lying on the bed, closing her eyes. I cuddled her, and she hummed slowly. I injected the medicine again without letting her know. She once again became totally unconscious. I got out, and Nevin looked at me, asking with his eyes if it was done. I said yes. Nevin was going to throw it away when he turned again toward me and said, "Kian, those medicines can make her mental health bad." "What do you mean?" I asked, not understanding it fully. "It can make her mad too," he said. Suddenly, I ran toward him in anger, grabbing his collar. "What the fuck are you saying?" I shouted, and he remained calm, looking into my eyes. "Every medicine has side effects, Kian. There is a chance she can forget everything completely, and there is also a chance if her mental health deteriorates, it can be possible that she doesn't even forget everything." "What are you saying, Nevin?" I said. Those tears, which had been dry, suddenly came back. "It is hard for me too. You have a choice, Kian. You can stop all this now, tell her, and she will understand, or continue this medicine, hoping that she will forget everything." "She won't, Nevin. She won't. Didn't you see how she tried to stay away from me, how she was saying she hated me, how she was crying and begging me to leave?" "She will leave me, she will," I said, closing my eyes, my head resting against the wall. Tears kept falling from my eyes. I walked inside the bedroom where Crystal was sleeping. Slowly, without disturbing her, I lay down beside her, pulling her close to me by the waist. "Crystal," I whispered, while she just slept peacefully. "He was saying you will forget me, but I don't want you to. I am a monster, I know, Bertie, but I have a heart too, and it has a name written there, Crystal. So how will it endure your ignorance? You stole me away, even from myself, Crystal. If you won't remember me, then who will? My love is so harsh on you, I know, but that's how I am, cruel, a monster, evil. Can't you accept me? Once you said you were my devotee, then please be that now too. Make this unwanted devotion your wanted devotion, please, Bertie. Present. The last dose will be given tomorrow. I hope this works, Kian. It's not just about you anymore, it's about her." Crystal's POV. I woke up feeling Kian's warmth against my back, his masculine scent wrapping me peacefully. Turning myself toward him, I looked at his handsome face, which looked a little tired. Maybe hubby had a bad dream today. Slowly placing my soft hand on his face, I brushed his not-so-clean-shaven skin. "You need to shave, hubby," I mumbled, and suddenly my hand touched Kian's lips, caressing them. "Can you kiss me, Bertie?" Kian said suddenly, without opening his eyes. I looked at him with wide eyes and opened my mouth. My eyes stared at his face, which looked so calm. Slowly, I slid my body toward him, placing my lips softly on his cold ones, making them warm too. He hummed in contentment. His hand went to the back of my head, pulling my face closer to him. The kiss was soft, gentle, and full of emotions. Kian opened his eyes between the kiss, and his eyes met mine. They were tired, yet darkly looking into my doe ones. Breaking the kiss softly, he kissed my forehead. "I will die if something happens to you, Birdie," he suddenly said, and I just stared at him. "We have to go somewhere today," Kian said slowly, getting up from the bed, and I followed his movements. "Where to?" I asked with a frown. "For a checkup, love," he suddenly said, and my lips curved into a small smile. Placing my hand on my stomach, I caressed it softly. "I want a boy, Kian," I said suddenly, and he stopped, turning his back to me. He walked slowly, sitting on his knees, placing his head in my lap. "And I want a girl, Birdie, just like you," he said. I felt his warm tears touching my dress. "Hubby," I whispered, and he hummed, letting out a soft "I love you, Birdie. Please love me back too." I couldn't say anything. Again, he got up, walking inside the washroom and locking the door. And after 15 minutes, he came out fully ready to go. I too, got freshened up. Kian held my hand, kissing it gently before picking me up in a bridal hold. Until we reached the car, he made me sit inside. He took the driver's seat and started the car. In a few minutes, we were at the hospital. He told me to wear a mask, and I did. Stepping inside the hospital, a small feeling of discomfort started rising in my stomach. Kian quickly looked at me for a few seconds and held my waist, pulling me close to him. "I'm here," he said, and we walked toward the ward. Kian was going inside when a nurse stopped him. He looked at her with a frown and asked, "What is it?" "Nevin sir has asked you to meet him, right now urgently," the nurse said, and Kian looked at me before nodding his head. "You go, Birdie. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't remove the mask, okay?" Kian said, turning toward the opposite side. I slowly walked inside the small room. It was empty. I slowly sat on the bed, looking down when I heard the click of the door. A man walked in, wearing a white coat, around 25 years old. "Hello, I'm Nevin," he said, showing me a wide smile. I frowned. Isn't he the person who Kian had gone to meet? I know Kian has gone to find me, but I have to tell you something. I know it's already late, but there was no way to meet you alone if Kian is here, he again said quickly, not letting me say a word. "Crystal, Kian's parents came to meet you before their death." Nevin started explaining everything, how, when, and what happened that day. I stood there blankly, letting those words sink in, and he finished with, "I don't know if, after this dose, you will remember everything or not, but I leave this decision to you. Kian is not bad as you think, Crystal. He loves you madly. He has tried everything to protect you, so please think carefully." And he left after telling me so much so quickly. My mind got messed up with those images I had forgotten because of the drugs. Unknowingly, tears started leaving my eyes. I kept wiping them again and again, but they weren't stopping. "Why is Kian like this? Why is his love like this?" I mumbled. My lips went pouty, and while crying, I wiped my nose and eyes quickly when I heard soft knocks on the door. Quickly wearing the mask again, I closed my eyes and opened them once more. Nevin and Kian came in. Nevin looked at me and winked, making me close both my eyes. I was already trying to hide my tears, and that bastard wasn't letting me. Kian looked at me with a soft gaze, and when my gaze went toward his, he came toward me slowly, holding my hand in his cold palm. "Why are you standing, Birdie? Sit there," he said, and I nodded my head. Nevin came toward me, filling the injection with medicine, and Kian quickly averted his gaze from the injection to the window. Nevin looked at me with his eyebrows arched, asking if I wanted to continue those medicines or not. I looked at Kian's hard face, which for the first time seemed to me like a man who is pathetically in love. Nodding my head, I slowly grabbed Kian's hand, which he quickly grasped tightly. "Kian," I said as Nevin placed the needle on my arm. "I love you." The needle pricked inside my skin, and I heard a loud choked sob from Kian before closing my eyes. My eyes opened with the sudden brightness coming from the window. A soft breeze waved my hair. I looked around, and suddenly my eyes met two curious gazes. One looked professional, and the other looked emotional. He looked wrecked, his body trembling, his eyes teary and tired, covered in dark circles. The man in the white coat came toward me, grabbing my wrist. He checked my pulse and then looked into my eyes, winking. I looked at him for a few seconds silently, and he frowned. His eyes turned to look like a kicked puppy, and he kept staring until I winked back. "Who are you?" I asked, sitting on the bed. Finally, Kian walked slowly into the room, bringing a glass of water and trying to give it to me. "Who is this doctor?" I asked, looking toward Nevin, and Nevin shook his head, laughing internally. "Maybe. He is your husband," Nevin said, and I nodded my head. Kian still stood, looking down, his eyes never meeting mine. "Are you my husband?" I asked softly, and finally, he looked up. His teary eyes met mine. "Why are you crying?" I asked more softly this time, and he ran into my arms, crying like a baby. I love you, Crystal. Yes, you are my wife. You are my wife." He kept saying those words while crying. "Kian," I slowly whispered, and he quickly looked up with wide eyes shock as I said his name. "I'm sorry I couldn't understand you," I said, placing my hand on his cheek, brushing off the tears. "I'm sorry I misunderstood you," I said again, placing my lips on his teary cheek. "I'm sorry, Kian," I finished, and Kian broke down completely. "I'm sorry, I was scared. I was a coward. Instead of telling you, I chose to hide. I'm sorry. I'm not good. I was scared that you would leave me. I didn't want to, but I didn't know what to do. I'm sorry." He kept saying again and again, and I grabbed his hair softly, nodding my head at every word he said, even when I couldn't understand those stutterings. I wanted him to know I understood him. "I really love you, Crystal. I do," he said, and I pressed my forehead against his. "I love you too, Kian." "I do too," I said slowly, pressing my lips on his. For me, love's way of working was simple. It meant giving endlessly. I wanted to do everything for him and for him to do the same for me. But maybe not everything can be perfect. Yet right now, when his lips are pressed on mine, after confessing, why does it seem so perfect? His teary eyes stared at mine, and I saw nothing but overflowing love. Closing my eyes, with a small smile, I moved my lips first, taking him by shock. His lips didn't move for seconds, and when they did, the warmth started spreading around. Until a sound of coughing disturbed us. Shit, I forgot he was there. I quickly slid my lips down, along with my head, trying my best to hide inside Kian's chest. Kian slowly wrapped his arms around me and kissed my forehead. "No one saw you," he whispered. I didn't say anything, just clenched his shirt. "Yes, no one saw you," Nevin said while chuckling, and I knew this was a lie. Taking Kian's flesh between my fingers, I gave him a light squeeze. "Shit, Birdie, it hurts," he said, and a soft smile automatically came onto my lips. Now it seemed perfect. We were now at home after bidding bye to Nevin, and trust me, I never knew this large man, who is now making some noodles for me, could be such a crybaby. Kian cried like a baby, thanking Nevin again and again for revealing everything to me, while Nevin kept looking at me to do something, and I stood in the hallway awkwardly. Nevin, thank you for this, thank you," I mimicked, and Kian shook his head. Yeah, I was teasing him from the moment we came inside. It was hilarious. He was on his knees. It looked like Nevin was his wife, not me. "Stop teasing me, Birdie," he said, and I let out a chuckle. "But Nevin, if you weren't there, I would have lost my Crystal. You are a god to me." "That was too much," I said before pressing my lips together to stop the laugh, but I couldn't after seeing Kian's expression. His neck was all red, his mouth was open, and his eyes were down. He wanted to say something but couldn't. And that's how I burst into laughter. Picking up the hot bowl of noodles, he walked towards me. I was sitting on the kitchen stand. He placed the bowl on my left side, a little away from me, and picked up the fork. Digging it into the noodles, he rolled it over and over until the noodles were wrapped. Moving it closer to his mouth, he started blowing air onto it before putting it near my lips. I opened my mouth, taking the bite inside, while 2 strings of noodles were still hanging when I started pulling air into my mouth. "It's tasty," I said, looking into Kian's eyes, which sparkled as he waited for my answer. I was waiting for the next bite when he suddenly took it into his mouth. He made a disgusted face, and I started laughing. We are not eating this, he said, gulping the bite somehow. The noodles were bland and salty with lots of soy sauce in them. I nodded my head before placing my arms onto his shoulders. He looked at me for a few seconds before grabbing the back of my thighs and putting them on his torso. Picking me up, he started walking while I placed my head on his chest. I love you, I suddenly said, and he stopped before moving again. Taking me to the bedroom, he made me sit. I looked up as he looked at me. Taking a deep breath, he sat on the floor, placing his head into my lap. He rubbed it against my stomach. You know, Bertie, I waited for these 3 words so much, and now you are finally saying them. It's making me breathless. Picking my hand softly, he placed it on his chest. Say it, he said, and I did. I love you, Kian. And the small beats that were heard before were gone for a moment and then started speeding up. What I said in disbelief, while he let out a chuckle. I never knew, Bertie, that love was going to make me like this, he said softly, and I hummed. The silence was peaceful until I said. But Kian. Nevin, you are my god is still too much. And he looked up with wide eyes. You aren't letting go of that, right, Bertie, he asked, and I laughed while shaking my head. Not getting up, he pressed me onto the bed and hovered over me. Then the game of tickles started. I tried to do the same, but he wasn't letting me. The room, which was once filled with uneasiness, was now filled with laughter and comfort. Stopping suddenly, he looked at me. I love you, Crystal. I love you so much, he said, and I smiled. Pecking my lips, he rested his head on my shoulder, and I started caressing his hair. Kian, will you be like this forever? I asked softly. To hear the word love from your mouth for me, I will do anything, Crystal. Until you love me, I will be alive just like this. I will be a good person. But if you leave me or the love for me ends in you, I will kill you first and then kill myself. My hand, which was caressing, stopped and then grabbed a large part of his hair before pulling it tightly. He let out a shout. Ah! I looked at him furiously. Why are you like this? I said angrily. I don't know, he said, and a sigh left my mouth. What will I do with you, old man? I said, and he smiled awkwardly. What? And then his smile turned mischievous. I quickly started sliding myself away to get off the bed when his hand captured mine, pulling me back with it. Let me show you if I'm an old man or not. Let's make babies, Crystal. Come here, he said, cupping my breast with his hand. After 2 months, sitting on the bed with a book in my hand, which Kian brought, I waited for the doorbell to ring. When it did, I quickly got up, throwing the book on the bed. Wearing the warm slippers with a teddy on it, I walked out, taking the steps from the stairs, and then finally, I opened the door. Kian stood there with lots of bags in his hand. I quickly gave him a hug, which he revered quick after placing the bags on the floor. Taking deep breaths, he inhaled my scent, and I did the same. It was addicting. Removing the hands from his neck, I quickly looked in the parcels and picked it up, leaving Kian standing on the door. I could see him following me with a pout. You always give attention to them, he said in a whiny tone, and I shook my head with a tch sound. This man, I said before placing my butt on the sofa. Opening the bags, I saw my favorites: strawberry, chocolates, tomato, pastries, and pickles. Yeah, I was pregnant. We found it out when I told Kian that I wasn't getting my periods. Of course, it was weird for him. He kept searching new things on the internet to get them quickly. The recipes to get them quickly kept popping up, and he believed them. Making everything for me, he kept trying until suddenly, I vomited after drinking one of his recipes, and he panicked, taking me quickly to the hospital. He kept crying while saying to the nurses, I knew my cooking was bad, but I did the same as they told me. Then why did it hurt her? What happened? She was all good before drinking it. Did I do it? It was so embarrassing, and now whenever we go to the hospital, the doctor asks Kian about how his cooking skills are now. While my hubby would get embarrassed and grab my hand while lowering his head. Picking up the pickle, I break the one piece of chocolate and placed it on top of it before chewing it like it was the best thing in the world, while Kian quickly called Nevin like every day. Today, she ate a pickle with chocolate on top of it. Do you think that shit is healthy for my birdie? I rolled my eyes at him. He cut the call with a sad face and looked at me. Crouching down, he tried to place his head on my lap, which I quickly pushed. Can't you see my stomach is huge now, I said, and he looked up with the expression of betrayal. If I knew you will be getting all the attention, I wouldn't have given you my sperms, you little monster, he said while pointing at my stomach. I quickly slapped his hand and then let out a sigh after seeing him standing there, lowering his head. Patting the side of my sofa, I told him to sit. Placing all the jars and boxes, I placed them on the floor. Sitting on my knees, I turned my whole body fully towards him. Kian, I whispered before taking his lips into mine. Although the bump was coming in the middle, Kian's hand made sure that it was comfortable for me. The soft kiss went on for a few minutes, and Kian finally let me go. I love you, he said. I love you too, hubby, I said with a cheeky smile. He nodded his head and bent down, placing a kiss on my stomach. He whispered, and Dada loves his little monster too. A chuckle left my mouth when I and Kian felt the sudden kick on my stomach. Little monster loves his Dada too, I see. The end.